Spaceship piloting 6,000 years in the future, in a world among the clouds. Volume 1. By Agawa Isui. Translated by FatBeachBall. Audiobook by Masquerade at Masquerade Audiobooks. Anno Domini, year 3000. Interstellar travel. The Gwanganhaan Drive, light-piercing ring enables escape from the solar system. Anno Domini, year 4001. The Galactive Interactive, pangalactic traffic sphere is founded. The number of planets with a population exceeding 1 billion gigas increases to 12. Industrial Secretary of the Panplanetary Minister Assembly, Shinzuron, declares that the Astro-Duodenum calendar was to replace the Anno Domini calendar. He stuttered as he said Astro-Duodenum on the podium. Every planetary representative opposed his declaration. Astro-Duodenum, years 4001, 8000. The Galactive Interactive massively expands. The number of gigas increases to 15. The total human population is 40 billion. Astro-Duodenum, year 80, 526. The Gendo emigration fleet arrives at a new solar system. They call themselves the Cirques, people who go around. The Cirque calendar begins. Prologue. Cirque calendar, year 18. Astro-Duodenum 8544. The tensiometer graph, monitoring the 8,000-meter fishing line, suddenly spiked. Hit! From the gloomy control deck of the Insidious, a spacecraft littered with various retrofitted devices, the voice of a young gunner nervously rang out. The captain calmly responded, "Is it a stationary tornado? Doesn't match. Is it an accretion of suspended bake, burnt powder particles? Or maybe it's reeling in our own trash. Doesn't match. The tension pattern of that sort of false positive's completely different." Itter, the young gunner, responded, briefly stopping to search and compare previous graph records. In tornadoes, the tension undulates periodically, and dust clouds produce a long, soft tug. But this one shot right up and then kept oscillating weakly. If I had to guess, it's debris or something from an ejector, but whatever it is has a weird pattern. Smiling, he then turned around. No data, but that much was obvious already. Quiet, a voice asserted before the 10 or so crew members could grow any more excited. What's obvious is the fishing's already started. Time for our real work to begin. We're reeling it in no matter what. It came from Gendo Majiri, the soon-to-be 40-year-old captain. Her red lips moved as she played with wavy black hair hanging over her forehead. She looked over her trusted subordinates, eyes glistening with excitement. All crew, prepare to fish. That order echoed from one corner of the ship to the other for the first time ever, while the winged ship sliced through the vast brick-colored sky on powerful rockets. "Let's do this. This one's ours. Don't mess this up." With Majiri's words, the crew members all faced back to their devices. Majiri's subordinate, Officer Civi Endeavor, kept watch over her from the back corner of the captain's seat. She had conflicting feelings. Captain Majiri was best suited to firing up the crew, so seeing her rein things in felt incredibly wrong, especially when long ago, someone else had been a perfect fit for the job of maintaining order and quiet. 10 years had already passed since that person vanished, but the hole they left never seemed to have been filled. That thought in mind, she looked at the window-shaped screen displaying the ship's exterior. Of course, there was nothing to remember them by out there, much evoke their memory. Not a single mountain or tower jutted from that sea of clouds. There were no forests, rivers, or islands, not even an ocean. Only ammonia clouds, pure white and crystalline, graced the vast hydrogen sky. Below it, a drifting layer of ash-like bake shrouded a mix of acetylene, hydrazine, sulfide, and phosphine that yawned into an abyss more than 20,000 km deep. FatBeachBall was a gas giant, and its horizontal stripes and enormous vortices were reminiscent of Jupiter, another planet from another time. The ship traversed its northern hemisphere, staying 30 kilometers above the 1 ATM level. However, referencing sea level to that was only for the sake of convenience. It wasn't the ship's point of departure. It hadn't ascended from below, but descended from space. The Insidious had been remodeled for that purpose. For the last 15 years, the many dual-function ships constructed in orbit scooped up bake, the raw material for so many essentials, and hauled it in with purpose-made equipment. However, the once plentiful particles of suspended bake had substantially thinned out. The fleet now often found itself in the red. There hadn't been any glimpse of hope until 2 years ago, when a fish was sighted swimming through FBB's atmosphere. It was unprecedented for a gas giant, but the sight hadn't been a mere optical illusion or strange cloud. It was certainly a solid body. With that certainty came the determination to hunt down the fish and discover its true nature. The sighting led the hundreds of ships orbiting the planet to join forces, everyone desiring the resources which would allow the population of Cirques, now 50,000, to survive. The fleet made a grave miscalculation while it was still en route to the planet 18 years earlier. Gas giants in a star system usually have many satellites, but that certainly hadn't been the case with FBB. Not a single metallic or rocky moon orbited it. That left the fleet stranded with only a limited supply of the most essential materials to maintain it. Their recycling efforts, alongside developments following the discovery of bake, a burnt-looking powdery substance, had kept them afloat. Still, it was impossible to halt aging. Their ships and equipment continued to deteriorate over time, and their supplies would only sustain the population for another year or two before it became a crisis if things continued in that direction. It was then, when doom seemed inevitable, that the fish was sighted. If they managed to catch that fish, it would supply far more resources, far more efficiently, than dozens of hours of scooping bake could ever provide. So the best way to go about it: fishing, a hook and line on a reel. Despite 6,500 years removed from Earth, human culture continued to pass down fishing. The Insidious was not a remodeled bait-collecting ship. It was a battleship. Still, equipped with 4 high-thrust engines and massive collapsible wings, it made for a powerful dual-use ship. Its rear cargo bay housed a purpose-built drum for their fishing line, along with a hopper to hold their catch. The line was made of carbon, and its hook was forged titanium. There had been some debate over what to use as bait, but they ultimately settled on making a boilie from bake. The self-proclaimed and formerly wealthy fishing enthusiast Zinxing argued it was proper practice to use live bait while in fishing grounds. Not that the point mattered much when, without an ounce of doubt, there were neither earthworms nor ragworms at FBB. It hadn't caused much of an issue. Then the last question, who would cast the reel? The tension massively increased. It's at 65 kilonewtons. It was the gunner of the former battleship Insidious, Iter, seated at the reel's operation panel. In lieu of a main gun, it now had various fishing tools, and while the tools had changed, the shared sentiment was that Iter's job of vanquishing foes had not. He was putting his reel operation skills to the test in front of the full bridge crew. 67, 68, 73, 69. So our target must weigh around 7 tons. Pretty big, huh? Did it figure out what's happening and start struggling? Yeah, seems like it. This one's a bit slow to react, eh? That's to be expected, you know. I doubt any fish on this planet has ever been caught like this before. Aha, does this mean that we're this planet's first fishermen? Are we going down in history? That's only if we come back alive. Now focus. Verify the status of all parts. Majiri's voice sounded in the bridge, then reverberated through speakers across the ship. Rear bay, how's the tension on the rod? The reel's temperature. Preparations for the hopper. The stress on the rod suspension is at 40% of design. The reel's motor temperature is at 349 K, within normal range. 81 meters of draglines been pulled, with our expected margin at 2,000 meters. All clear, the hopper is on standby. Reel and hopper, worst case, you have the option to dump our catch. Main engine. Wings. Wing 1, 2, and 4 thrusters are working nominally. Wing 3 bake filter is currently flushing. Flushing complete, no abnormalities. No foil abnormalities. Bulge dome. Can you see it? We can't, the bake's too thick. Unlike the lively voices of the rear, port, and starboard workers, the voice from the worker in the aft port observation dome was subdued. We'll continue pointing the 150 scope at the line, but we don't have visuals beyond the 5,000 mark. As soon as we sight it, we'll report back immediately. All right, got eyes. Wait, something's showing up. Not even a second later, another report from the bulge dome interrupted Majiri. It's finally visible, the bake's cleared out. Set the range to 7,800 and turn to channel 3, the worker said hurriedly, and almost as an afterthought added, whoa, it's ugly. The real-time transmission from the 150 refractor pointing out below the dome on insidious lower decks, incited the same reaction from the bridge crew. Yo, gross, fugly, that's an interesting shape. What is that? Displayed on the screen was a long and thin torso, with multiple thin spiky protrusions spread across its surface, zigzagging clumsily. Whatever it was looked like a black fish no less than 4 meters long. Etta, do you think that this is an alien Lee? Majiri, noticing her mistake, quickly cut her sentence short and covered her mouth. The others averted their gaze as if used to it. I mean, Papa Henry, could this possibly be an alien life form, the real deal? At Majiri's prompting, the elder black scientist hacked a cough and looked at the display, unfazed. If that's the case, then it's great news. Its symmetry is quite broken, but creatures like that aren't unheard of out there. Many species of crab and shellfish have pincers very different in size from one another, and there are also the Aji from Salma systems north, which are well known for being completely asymmetrical animals. I can identify what seem to be a tail and torso. Ah, the head too. Those little dents on the sides of its head might be sensory organs, and since it was capable of taking our bait, we can assume it has a mouth. So, if it's capable of excreting, that would make it an animal, one surprisingly similar to something from Earth. But of course, we can only be sure after we catch it. Until then, it's only a possibility. Understood, thank you. Let's give it a name. What should it be, everyone? Majiri looked around as her team stared up absently before they finally spoke. Twisty rascal, it's like a bratty kid twisting and flailing around. It's got fins, it's got spikes. Thin stickleback. How about Jiwukong's strange dancing sky? Besu, murky fish. Errant brulee, burnt fish spine is perfect, isn't it? Don't you think it looks like a failed attempt at roasting a fish? Wait, what did you just say? Radin Majiri called on the shipwright, a young boy whose stare was fixed on the display. He was quiet and soft-spoken. Even during at critical moments, he was the type to stay silent until prompted, often carrying out his duties wordlessly. The others, aware of his taciturn personality, fell quiet. Besu, repeating himself, the boy turned around wearing a wise expression. It's a fish, and it's vague, it moves around, and we can't make much sense of it. So if we join the two, vague, bay, fish, we get Besu. Besu rolls right off the tongue. It also kinda sounds like bake fish. Good, isn't it, everyone? Majiri looked around, and everyone nodded as if to say, not bad. Someone spoke up again with errant brulee. But before the disagreement could take root, there was a loud thud and the bridge violently shook. Majiri tumbled from the captain's seat, but Sivi, lurking behind her, quickly caught the older woman's body with the help of her high-G suit's actuator before she could get hurt. What? The tensions at 350 kilonewtons. The bridge fell dead silent. Papa Henry then shouted, 35 tons, what happened? If you've got the time to name it, then you've also got the time to look down. Itter shouted, and the team turned their eyes back to the display without reply. To their surprise, something else was pulling at the body of the hooked Besu. Its lower half was engulfed by another solid body 5 times larger. The Besu wasn't alone. Below it, multiple shadows could be seen swarming in the bake. Are they eating each other? This is bad. One of them is 20 meters long. That couldn't possibly fit into the rear bay, could it? No, the catcher is absolutely going to break if we attempt to bring it. The big Besu turned and violently yanked the reel line, rocking the entire ship. Itter, breaking out in a cold sweat, shouted, 400 kilonewtons, the reel's near its limit. If it gets over 500 kilonewtons, it'll go flying. Captain, what should we do? Shall we toss the jetsam? Asked Papa Henry, arm positioned and ready to press the 2 emergency disposal buttons. Before he could do it, Majiri shook her head. Itter, how many kilonewtons can the bay structure handle? If we're talking about the main frame then, probably 1200 kilonewtons for a static load. While we enforce a 60-ton maximum limit, our safety factor is at least double that. So we can trust the fishing line of a large-scale ship like this to handle 200 tons. All right, pilot, line us up with our prey. Rear bay, support the line with 6 columns of the main frame. Won't fixing the line in place tangle it? Itter shouted in surprise. In response, Majiri flashed a confident smile. But it's not going to break, yeah. We're dragging it with us. You want to drag it to exhaustion? For how long? Gendo Majiri would later become a mythical leader of the early Cirques, but her captivating ripsance was the only saying that still endured from that time. Until we're down to the last ship, of course. Why give up on this planet without even trying? Section, holding a lunch basket on one arm, a woman in plain clothes, tunic, culotte and boots for ease of movement, hair in a loose braid, entered the thicket with confident steps on leaf-littered undergrowth. Civi Endeavor stopped at a small sunny spot. Ivy wrapped the crumbling ruins of a tall, almost elegant, stone rampart that formed a dead end in front and left of her. It radiated the mood of a bygone era. Parked just in front of that dead end was a decaying covered wagon, its frame canted on broken spoke wheels. A single horse grazed on the many wildflowers growing around the wagon. Civi called out to the little corner that resembled a secret spot on the outskirts of a forest. "Majiri, have you already taken a look at our first report?" Silence responded, as though the place was empty. Civi walked to the back of the covered wagon and gave the horse a gentle pat on the back in passing, which caused it to quickly trot away. Peeking inside, she found the woman she was searching for looking out through the wagon's opening, wrapped in an old blanket. The task of visiting Majiri here was always a bit hard on Civi's heart. Not that Majiri's behavior was unreasonable or unearned, which was why Civi tried not to pay it much mind. She set the lunch basket on the wagon bed, turned around, and before waiting simply asked, "Would you like some?" A small bird perched on a branch of an elm tree chirped. It was real, not a hologram or robot, and so was the tree it perched on. Horseflies loudly buzzed around canola flowers. The horse running to the nearby spring was artificial, though, and so too were the glowing rays of light. The system's G-star, Mother Beach Ball, was 680 million km away, and its distant light didn't carry much warmth. However, it was undeniable that this ship space was a splendid recreation of Earth's surface. The Cirque ships orbiting the gas giant were generally poor, so they couldn't gift their leaders with an official residence. The freight ship Idaho, which used centrifugal force to simulate gravity, contained the little garden as a gift instead. Only the leaders of the 24 codenamed Cirque ships were permitted entry, along with Majiri's trusted bridge crew, Civi, and the others. Majiri wasn't just the captain of her own ship, she was Great Chief Majiri, admiral of the entire Cirque fleet. Recently, she'd offered to captain a fishing boat again and was strangely eager about it. She'd been vetoed, but not because she wasn't capable. Quite the opposite, she was too capable. At the start of the Cirque calendar, CC, mistakes by the people in charge caused ships to sink into cloudy hell left and right. Many believed the Cirques would have already met with certain demise much earlier if two women, talented and charismatic, hadn't replaced the leadership instead of allowing things to run their course. In CC3, the two, Gendo Majiri and Prof. Lucid, known as the Vesperian Sailor and the Exceptional Etta, were colleagues. Although they worked on bake collection, their innovation of converting bake into raw materials made them massively popular. That allowed them, spontaneously and unconstitutionally, to overthrow the old leadership. They had been responsible for bringing progress and order to the Cirque fleet. In the 15 years since, Majiri had not only been the type of leader to govern kindly and cheerfully, but she'd also been strong. She was unwavering in times of suffering and always pulled the 50,000 Cirques through those times with her. Even after Prof. Lucid's passing in CC8, with the exception of a short mourning period, she continued to display leadership and advance their civilization. Her charisma was unmatched. That was why even the few surviving leaders of the old guard didn't just agree it was best for her to remain somewhere safe, they insisted on it. Somewhere safe, exactly like this little corner and its wagon. However, while she quietly kept put for the moment, those boundless brick-colored skies were still a core part of her being. If something happened and she recognized the opportunity, who knew if she'd force her way out and once again descend to the planet's atmosphere? Civi Endeavor worked for Majiri, someone she not only deeply admired, but someone she admired. That was why she had both personal and professional reasons to stop Majiri from venturing out, but more than anyone else, she knew how essential it was to Majiri. That was why, no matter how painful she found it, there was nothing Civi could do to stop her. Maintaining her calm, Civi began pouring liquid from a bottle. The noise caught Majiri's attention, who curiously asked what it was. Back still turned, Scifi replied. Just some coffee-like. It's fake. Produced with a molecular printer. Compositionally, there shouldn't be any difference from the real thing. It's a prototype developed by Moshi Clan's cultivation crafters. The real thing's not this bitter. Wait, is this bitter because it's real? If that's how it is, then I want some printed sugar and milk too. I'll be sure to pass on your high praise, Majiri. Majiri then sat on the corner of the wagon frame. She was only dressed in a bra and panties, and her hair was a mess. She brought the coffee cup to her sleepy face to take a sip, then picked up a sandwich from the basket and stuffed her cheeks. Every now and then she'd say, "Sorry about this," and Scifi would respond with "It's okay." A distance of 15 centimeters separated the two. You know, Vi, I keep telling you that you don't have to stick around a gloomy auntie like me. You're quite popular, and I'm sure you've got so many better options out there. I'm here on my own accord. Ahem. I'm not trying to replace the professor. That's a lie, and you know it. Sorry. Well, Majiri exhaled, the smell of cough on her breath. Honestly, you've been a great help. Who knows when I'll stumble? Glad to be of service. I'll look forward to it. 10 years like this. The two feeling every one of the 15 centimeters between them. My bad, I've only been giving off mixed signals. I'm just tired. I thought I'd try to depend on others more, but it's no use. Everyone coming to me all at once is too much to handle. Yeah, I get you. I think you're the only one who does, huh? She wiped her right eye with the back of her hand and stretched, straightening her back. Then turning around, she asked, "So, putting this slightly too sincere conversation aside, what were you asking about?" I asked if you had already taken a look at our initial report. Papa Henry and Radenvidya finished their autopsy and compositional analysis of the besu we captured. So, we need to discuss what comes next, Scifi eagerly answered Majiri, as if that conversation hadn't happened. The two were accustomed to this sudden shift in the mood between them. It was afternoon, 2 days after the 4-hour and 30-minute besu fishing operation in FBB's atmosphere. Ah, okay, I'll take a look at the draft now, she said, pulling on a shirt and pants inside the covered wagon before returning with a scale in hand. Scifi similarly produced an information board from her sleeve and began reading the report. The besu's body is primarily composed of carbon, silicon, germanium, so elements in the carbon family, and a previously unknown lithium isotope, which together account for 80% of the body. What do you mean an unknown lithium isotope? Well, it's unknown, so we can't really explain it yet. The besu was capable of flight thanks to its light composition. We also identified nitrogen, oxygen, chlorine, sulfur, phosphorus, iron, zinc, and of course atmospheric components, hydrogen and helium. In other words, it's not edible, but it can be used as an ore. A very good one at that. I'm gonna cry. We finally discover an alien life form, and instead of learning its eating habits or mating dances or whatever, our only choice is first figuring out how to put it to use. Makes me feel too much like a groundskeeper. Scifi gave an in-depth lecture about the creatures they'd named besu. She gave more details about their very unusual composition, along with a structural comparison between fish on Earth and FBB. She also said a bit more about the previously mentioned unknown isotope and how it might diverge from everything known about alkali metals. She then answered the questions Majiri, who had skipped the briefing to sleep, had on points regarding the report ranging from crucial to abysmally stupid. By the end, Majiri was up to speed on the state of knowledge regarding besu. They had also noticed common points in composition between the besu they'd fished up, the bait collected thus far, observations made of the planet's atmosphere, and rocks they referred to as ejectors that were spewed up from a lower layer in the atmosphere. It had led them to the theory that a solid structure lurked in FBB's depths, something a gas giant wasn't supposed to have. Chances were that another celestial body had sunk into its depths. Another body. There's no way to prove that, right? It's quite romantic. We do have a mountain's worth of records of icy comet impacts, though. That may be, but that's basically saying that those comets carried life with them, yeah. So romantic. Please leave the romance for later. I also have a mountain's worth of other things to think about. Since the fishing trip hadn't turned a profit, Radenvidya had suggested they try trawling with a large tunnel net next time. They'd greatly improve their take while reducing resource expenditure if they managed to catch a full school of fish with it. But managing the gigantic net meant they'd need a ship with an incredibly powerful engine. Needless to say, there was an argument over who would provide the necessary equipment. Although Scifi tried to keep their conversation moving along, Majiri hung up on this point. She started by asking, "A powerful engine. Have they tried using besu powder as fuel?" Further disconnecting from the matter at hand, she started musing that besu could support a new industry and ordered an investigation so as not to let the opportunity pass. At any rate, she had clearly lost focus. Scifi had no other choice but to continue the conversation with Majiri in that state. "Oh yeah, it was Papa Henry who said this, but apparently the besu have strange properties. I mean, at this point, is there anything about them that isn't strange?" "Well, yeah, but this time it was really strange." After they finished dissecting the besu, Papa decided to study it had taken that particular shape. He started an analysis to compare besu to Earth's fish. He put the besu's fin on his desk display and was looking through photos of various Earth fish so he could compare their silhouettes and skeletons. So, when he came back from a short trip to the bathroom, there was a goldfish on his desk. What? Majiri clearly hadn't been paying much attention before, but that left her mouth hanging open in surprise. A goldfish, the one from the Anno Domini era. It survived well past the Anno Domini era. It still thrives in the lakes of a planet in Pollux 4. It's the same kind of goldfish you see in aquariums. Why? I don't know, but it was most definitely a goldfish on his desk. The besu's corpse turned into a goldfish. Seems like it. And also, I guess it didn't really die. Scifi shrugged. As far as we can tell, they aren't really like any living organism we know of. They might have an indeterminate form. It does have an identifiable head, torso, and tail. Segments and sensory organs, too. Although Papa Henry's assessment back on the ship seemed plausible, he might have been wrong. His words, not mine. Indeterminate form. It's exactly what it sounds like. There's no fixed form. It's something that can take any shape it wants. There were organisms with indeterminate forms back on Earth, like amoebas or even legendary animals like the cat. There also were others that changed shape significantly over their life cycle: eels, slime molds, rhinoceros beetles. Those changed as necessary for a growth stage. So besu might be doing the same. Hua, Majiri nodded, absently stared into the air and then asked, "The forms changed as necessary." "MHM. Then, why did the besu back at the lab choose that form? What made it think it needed to become a goldfish?" That's... Scifi was perplexed. "I don't know, but I also don't think they can know what form is best for them. But the need to change into a goldfish. There wasn't one, was there?" Majiri's eyes turned to her only for a moment, but Scifi glimpsed a spark in them she didn't think she would ever see again. The same goes for the atmosphere of a gas giant. There's no advantage to being a fish there. It would have been way more practical to take the shape of something more apt for it, like a condor, a glider, or if it had to be big, a pteranodon. Those would have been much better choices now. "Well, you're probably right." Scifi nodded, and Majiri suddenly hopped off the wagon. "Yeah, this was a really interesting chat. Thanks for telling me, Scifi." "Majiri, where are you going?" "Just over there for a bit." With that, Majiri left the room. Shortly afterwards, she learned Majiri had disembarked without permission for the first time in 10 years. Section. Scifi Endeavor had a clear memory of her first solo descent 10 years earlier. Shuttles routinely descended from the ship's orbiting FBB to collect hydrogen from its atmosphere, and at the age of 19, Scifi was undergoing shuttle pilot training. It processed that would have normally taken 900 days had an emergency not caused her to graduate much earlier. That emergency had been her first solo descent. Her job had been to retrieve a runaway captain, Gendo Majiri. The search was kept under wraps, but she'd been the first of the 30 search pilots to find Majiri. Now, just as she had back then, Scifi was flying along the very edge of Left Eyeball, a massive anticyclonic storm located on the fringes of FatBeachBall's North Tropics. "Majiri, do you hear me?" Scifi shouted into her rescue radio. "Endeavor speaking. There are another 300 ships coming. I can see you clearly on radar, and 10% of the fleet is fully equipped for capture. You know those ships can endure up to 50 ATM. There's no way out. "You're definitely getting caught. Please just come back." She wasn't lying about the 300 spacecraft. It was an emergency for the Cirques as a whole, and they were treating it as such. Was still necessary for Majiri to lead them, especially now that they were arguing over how to catch more besu. Still, Scifi had a feeling that persuasion was the only thing that would work. The only thing that could reasonably be called a threat, the ships equipped for capture, had pilots who hadn't flunked out as civilians. They were perfectly capable of reliably catching besu, but they couldn't catch Great Chief Majiri, and Scifi knew it. No, if Majiri's reason for doing this was the same as it had been back then, they should focus on appealing to... As Scifi hurried, she heard an unexpected reply. "Why do you think the besu take the form of fish?" Scifi reacted almost in the same dumbfounded way that Majiri had when she first heard about the besu changing shape. But after a short pause, she gave a proper response. "And what does that have to do with what you're doing now? Don't you think someone might be making them take that form?" "And who would that be?" "Someone who loved the fish from Earth. Someone who knew more about them than anyone else, who always had a fish fact ready, who carried around fish charms and reference books. Someone who, out of the blue, suffered an accident and fell deep into the lower layers." "Majiri," Scifi Endeavor shouted. "It's useless. Please stop. There's not a single picogram of reason in thinking about that." It finally dawned on her what Majiri was raving about. Or rather, what her delusion was. Professor Dryada de la Lucid had been an obsessive researcher, an interstellar biologist first class. She was known to puff her chest out like she contained the most pride in the universe. Figure-wise, she was on the smaller side, and her layered pixie cut, glasses, and white lab coat lent her a dashing quality. She was practically the embodiment of class and devotion. Etta had been on observation duty in the planet's middle layer when their pressure-resistant ship malfunctioned. The resulting situation was like something out of a Philippa foot trolley problem. There hadn't been much time to make a choice, so she chose to sacrifice herself and allow the 2 male crew members, who had a girlfriend, wife, and children waiting for them, to return safely. Alone inside the malfunctioning hull, she detached it and sank into the depths. All the while, she maintained a perfectly calm demeanor. The 27-year-old woman's parting words were, it's fine, it's fine. I really wanted to see what's down there anyway." For Majiri, it had been the loss of her perfect partner. Nobody, not Scifi, not any other woman, nothing, not the 10 years since, not the providence of outer space could ever possibly replace that loss, and the 50,000 living there knew it. They knew it because unless a miracle occurred, they were gambling everything on maintaining the sanity of a captain who, other than her loss, was flawless. Now the outcome of their gamble was being dealt. The situation was a bottomless pit of despair. If that's the case, so what? Majiri plunged directly into a whirling crimson cloud of red phosphorus and methane. What if 10 years ago, Etta instructed them to take that form? Her voice was scarily clear, and Scifi was stabbed with a pang of self-condemnation. That was the only time she could have done that right. Scifi then upped the booster's throttle with a hand that was shivering feverishly. Now going full bore and scraping the limits of where one could return, the very least she might accomplish was a double suicide. Don't you get it? Don't you see it? Just imagine, Etta might have been alive. For a few minutes, a few hours, a few days, or maybe even. Impossible, Majiri, that can't. What if she just didn't come back? Beyond the point where FBB's atmospheric pressure exceeds 100 bars, past the 1,000-kilometer depth mark, humanity has yet to succeed at any of their attempts at retrieval manned or unmanned. The Cirques lived right above a realm of the dead. Within that giant, tempestuous planet was a shore the dead crossed, never to return. But what if that's not entirely true? Then me, and her, after 10 years. Screaming with frustration and envy, Scifi Endeavor pushed on the throttle again, but at the same time. The radar screen flickered, and the line of communication cut out. On the horizon of that fathomless sea of clouds, deep blue shadows breached. Chapter 1. The gas giant scenery was never still. Tall, pure white clouds of crystal ammonia and a low deck of rusty clouds churned and dissipated like a muddy sea in constant flux. But certain types of clouds maintained their shapes for a good while, in spite of their ephemeral nature. Animals, human faces, food, dresses, Tara Telltale's imagination constantly found inspiration. Today's scene was a spot-billed duck family. 40-kilometer tall alto stratus pillars were neatly lined up, their tops projecting like beaks. The mother was a particularly large one, and 1, 2, 3, 4, 12 ducklings followed her. Besu sparkled on the fourth duckling's back. Tara shouted, "Besu, I saw Besu, about 300 kilometers from us, Diode-san." "Where?" "On the back of the fourth spot-billed duck daughter." Spot-billed duck? It was an animal from the AD era, endemic to Earth, a bird to be exact. Well, the kind doesn't matter much. I saw it in one of the images imported from the Dachshundio, great cycling bird. Ah, that's it. It looks just like the Dachshundio. I don't understand. Mark it, please. Her partner had responded bluntly, and Tara's shoulders sagged in disappointment. Ah, I did it again. She was always irritating others with her incomprehensible tailies. It happened all the time, but it never stopped making her feel bad. That behavior had given rise to an unpleasant nickname, Tara Telltale. This was their first time together, and Tara's current partner was very unusual compared to her previous matches. Acquaintances kept giving her weird glances back at port, and despite making it clear she wasn't playing around, but going out to fish, she couldn't help feeling like she was doing something wrong. That was why she really wanted this trip to go well, and yet, she stared ahead, dejected, when she suddenly snapped to attention. The pillar clouds seemed off, they were too neatly spaced. Are pillar clouds supposed to be that close to each other? While Tara was deep in thought, her partner called out, puzzled. "Hey, the marker, is something wrong, Tara-san?" Suddenly returning to her senses, Tara turned to the cockpit below, towards the woman she had paired up with. Diode, or at least, that's how she'd introduced herself, was young, and her age was closer to teenager than woman. Keeping with tradition, she had dressed for her job as a fisherman. Her deck dress was a silver and black skinsuit that accentuated her body's contours. Slits exposed the pale skin of her thin upper arms and inner thighs. Her small chest and butt were clearly outlined. The silver hair that fell to her shoulders and obscured her thin, composed eyebrows was adorned with a lace head cover. Her eyelashes were so thick they could cast a shadow. She was stunning, dressed that boldly. When they had first met to board the ship that morning, the sight of Diode had crushed Tara's confidence. Compared to Diode, she felt her own Victorian-style gown was too unfashionable. Even now, watching her from the rear pit, Tara was enchanted. She clumsily responded to Diode's query. "Ah, yes, I'm marking it now." She pointed her long index finger towards their objective, aiming the guide laser directly at it. The schooling fish came into sight. They swam effervescently, separating and rejoining, deep blue sparkles reflecting from their bodies. The two fishers were still too far away to tease out individual fish, but Tara carefully observed the school. First discovered by Great Chief Seaby, Endeavor back in CC-18. The unique swimming creatures they'd named besu had become an indispensable resource to the Cirques. While they still didn't have a full grasp of those creatures' workings, even after 285 years, the state of affairs massively differed from the early days in several ways. One such way owed itself to the Cirque's continuous observations over the years, which had provided a vast understanding of besu species and their distribution. Looking at the besu in the distance, Diode nodded. "Those are anchovies, probably." Tara and Diode could see each other, but physically speaking, their pits were in different parts of the boat. It was a safety measure that allowed any problems to be cut off at their source before trouble spread to both people. The ship gave the impression the two were in the same room through a visual link between the front and back, which allowed Diode to watch Tara point at their target. The ship had no windows. In fact, it was completely devoid of anything. It didn't have a bridge, hatch, captain's quarters, dining room, telescope, or even the assortment of crates one usually expected to find strewn around a spaceship's interior. Those had all gradually disappeared over 300 years until only the two pits remained. From controls to information, everything necessary could now be found there. The ship's interior displayed the sights and sounds of the gas giant around Tara with an accuracy that made it indistinguishable from the real deal outside. Trajectory, fuselage, weather and interior status panels floated in 4 separate corners, positioned so as to not obstruct one's line of sight. Two instances of the panels were present, one displayed in the interior gel and another directly through the brain. There was no way of telling them apart, nor was there a need to. For the Cirques, interacting with those VUI panels was as easy as turning a doorknob. They were controlled through gestures and eye motions, making piloting a ship as simple as that. In other words, they could do anything they needed with only a light tap, and this setup allowed only the two of them to pilot the boat. Thanks to her large chest, Tara had to drag the VUI upwards to bring it into view before restlessly poking around the panels with all 10 fingers. She entered details about the state of the school and its movement, as well as their own, and stood still for a moment before elaborating on a 2-part tactical fishing plan and sending the file to the front pit. Our strategy. Tara wouldn't describe herself as a capable decompa, but still, she always made sure to do everything necessary to fulfill her duties. Schooling upstream towards the top of the pillar clouds makes them look like anchovies, so if we're working under that belief. Since anchovies can't move much upwind, the way to go about catching them is with a downstream beam trawl so they go straight into the net's mouth. At least, I think that's the usual approach. Wait, why are you talking about them like? Diode's alto voice faltered with doubt. They look like anchovies, so they aren't actually anchovies. I thought something was off too, but they aren't anchovies, Tara affirmed. Or more like, those aren't pillar clouds, so the fish can't be anchovies. Huh? For the first time, Diode's dark blue eyes opened wide in surprise. What? Those aren't pillar clouds. If we observe the clouds edge on, they really do look like pillars, but it's a matter of positioning. If we got closer, they'd probably look more like this. Tara opened up the second part of the tactical plan and rotated it to show a schematic side view of the clouds. They're fin-form clouds. Those aren't pillars going upwind. I'm certain that they're forming sheets instead. Fin-form clouds, Diode shouted, looking back and forth between the plan and scenery to compare. She stared firmly, then nodded. You're right, those are fin-form clouds. I'm impressed you noticed. Yeah, their rhythm was kinda weird. Rhythm? Diode swiftly turned to Tara, who nodded. Yes, the rhythm. The 13 clouds were aligned like ton, but pillar clouds are Kármán vortices, so they should have been aligned like tan instead. The biggest one shouldn't be smoother. Tan, Diode repeated, voice flat. Tara waved her hand, flustered, and started talking again. Sorry, I'll stop. What I'm saying is, since those are fin-form clouds, then anchovies aren't our quarry. They're a type that look like they're schooling vertically when seen edge-on instead. So, they're the type of prey that schools like a long curta, uawa. The ship rapidly accelerated before Tara could finish, causing her to lurch backwards. Confused, she asked, do you mind if I ask? About what? The fish species. It's a long curtain school, Diode stated bluntly, as if to ask whether there was any need to think about it. That means it's a thin, rope-like school that crests and crashes before it flattens out again. They can't be anything but surfers. Tara remained quiet. She thought they were surfers too. There were 3 possible species it could have been, but it wasn't difficult to infer the correct answer. And since those are surfers, Diode continued, they migrate much faster than the anchovies. So, even though it looks like they're staying put, in reality they're either coming straight at us or getting further away. The latter, I think. They're getting harder and harder to see. Yeah, Diode's response was short, but she sounded satisfied, feeling like a challenge had finally come. They say a net in pursuit is much like a bald head, so what are we doing about it? You are at a disadvantage chasing a school of fish. That's what the saying meant. A net should be waiting where the fish were going. Their positioning was the exact opposite of that. It was awful. Chasing while towing a net is out of the question, but they'll scatter if we try getting ahead of them. With air resistance substantially reducing the ship's speed as the net deployed, it would be easy for the school to escape. Taking another route to set up an ambush could also fail, as there was a good chance the fish would scatter the moment they noticed the approaching threat. We've got no choice but to trawl from below and toss our lines up quickly. We could get too high with a single line, and we should be able to do that 3 times. That might work too, but Tara interjected, licking her lips before continuing. Could you fly straight ahead at full speed, just below the school? I'd like to deploy a purse sen. Diode's eyes widened, almost toddler-like. A purse sen. Yes. To catch migratory fish. Yes. But the school's going to scatter. It'll be fine. Heh, all right, go ahead. Diode easily accepted the foolish-sounding proposal, but Tara sought further approval in spite of her increasing confidence. Until I say otherwise, you have to keep going like this. When the catch comes, we'll get 10 high all at once. Is that okay? You sure you're not an idiot? It's fine, do what you want. Diode's response was rude, and blatantly so, but now that Tara was certain she could continue with her proposal, she was so happy, she started trembling. Phew, I'm doing it then, hee. It really was an absurd idea. Gill nets or drift nets are usually deployed for surfers, and anyone else would dismiss a claim of being able to net 10 high as nonsense. If Tara had suggested it to any of her previous partners, she was certain they would have been dumbfounded. Netting surfers with a purse seine was something absolutely no one else would have thought of, but they were about to do just that. Their ship then left the planet's thin stratosphere, cutting down through the 50-kilometer-thick tropopause before finally piercing into the troposphere. In front of them were the neatly aligned fin-form clouds. The gas giant FatBeachBall has the impressive diameter of 140,000 kilometers and an impressively dense atmosphere to match. It was so dense. The compressed gas orb's winds and storms are in a different dimension from outer space altogether. The clouds of its atmosphere consists of harmless water, deathly poisonous hydrazine, ammonia, dusty sulfur, and red phosphorus, all swirling on unbreathable hydrogen and helium winds at nightmarish speeds of 400 km/h. A careless descent into the planet would sand down control surfaces and clog the intakes of a typical interstellar or planetary ship. Residing deep in the atmosphere is a sea of supercritical hydrogen, the terminal point. Only a 4,000 atm hell existed there, a place from which no one had ever returned. The early Cirques, with their convertible wing technology still in its early stages and fearing that hell, navigated small ships that weighed no more than 1,000 tons at safe speeds. Flying that slowly was like they hadn't really been living. It was hard not to pity them. The current Cirques sailed the skies with pillar boats. Pillar boats changed shapes. This was the biggest difference from the past. They had a flat shape while generating solar power in outer space. Assumed a shape similar to a parasol mushroom during inertial navigation through the debris strike zone, and took on a bullet-like aerodynamic shape when entering the atmosphere. Their length and mass surpassed 100 meters and 20,000 tons, respectively, and the most powerful of them reached almost 50,000 tons. Those boats were almost entirely made of all-mass convertible, AMC, clay. Even middle cruise school students knew about AMC clay. They knew about it even if they slept through class. AMC clay was always present in one form or another. The particulars might go in one ear and out the other, but its most important aspect was deeply etched into their brains. Molding the clay was the decompose role. Now 50 kilometers from the school, Tara closed her eyes and took a deep breath. She relaxed and floated in the biofluid gel, placing her arms in front of her chest like she was handling a potter's wheel. Decompression, expand the imagination, and draw a clear picture. Widen, stretch, knit the boat around yourself like another limb, shaping and manipulating it freely. 10 seconds to contact, Diode shouted. An advanced imaging system projected stimuli directly into their visual cortex, giving them a 360° field of vision with overlapping multi-frequency images. The school was now clearly visible. Besu had diverse morphologies. Some were spindle-shaped, others looked like blades, ropes, bags, or even nets. Their quarry was the blade sort, silver in color and resembling butter knives, a telltale sign they were surfers. Their tails faced the pillar boat as they made their escape at top speed. They couldn't count the exact number of fish, but just from the side alone, they could see around 200. Deeper within the school, there could be 1,000 or even 2,000. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 contact. The pair had caught up to the fish. Overhead, the school was so close the blades gave the impression of trying to cut their bangs. That was, of course, only an illusion, as they made sure to stay 100 meters away from the school. But is that really the case? Are the fish really not scraping the pillar boat's hull? Without giving weight to any of those worries, Tara began her work. 2 otter boards detached from the hull's left and right sides and flew into the distance in the blink of an eye as they caught the supersonic airstream. They were tied to them were strong ropes which spun a net as they spooled out. That was the way the decompa wove the net. Nets weren't stowed in the boat, they were sourced on site from the pillar boat's hull. They were made when needed, their spinning and weaving happening so incredibly fast it was easy to miss. The net spread behind the pink pillar boat like fine, pure white lace. Sea spray spread above like wings. The long curtained school of besu, surprised by the pillar boat blowing past them, darted left and right. The scene around them looked like a blade was slicing through the school, or better yet, like a zipper was opening. Tara was deep in a state of decompression, grinning at the spectacle. She heard her partner speaking to herself. "The boat's too light, we haven't caught anything yet." It was true, they still hadn't caught anything. The net was still growing and unfurling. It wasn't a routine surfer trawl at all. Tara was devising a purse seine, and it was something no one had ever tried before. At any rate, she was almost done. "The net is complete. Please perform an Immelman turn on my signal. 10, 9, 8. Now I get it. It was Diode's turn to lick her lips. Her job as a twister, helmsman, had finally started. 3, 2, 1 now. The besu violently rushed down towards them. Diode snorted. The hauling always started after the decompa finished laying the net, leaving the situation under the twister's total control. The pillar boat ascended and rolled until it was back to its original orientation. An incredibly strong line trailed behind it. Now located above the net, the previously scattered surfers all fled towards what looked like an enormous rectangular clearing. In effect, the net had been entirely filled with fish who had willingly shoved their heads in. The otter boards attached to the net's four corners neatly joined, tying it shut. All of that mass took its toll on the pillar boat. The thermonuclear engine in its stern was pouring out light. Coming down from her decompression state, Tara began to worry about the gigantic catch. "Is it going to be okay? This is heavy. It can deal with 10 high. I've heard of hauls this big before." Fish squirmed in the incredibly swollen net beneath the boat. The engine's aft jet propulsion was loud, bright, and constant as it flew through the vast sea of radiant red and yellow clouds that stretched beyond view. The AMC clay, functioning as both structure and fuel, was being ravenously consumed. The twister set out an unheard-of 18 nozzles. If 1 or 2 high was the minimum catch size, then 10 high was the maximum, meaning that the ship could handle a catch equal to its size. Diode calculated their jets would chew through 35,000 tons just to stay put at an altitude where gravity was over 2G. The 18 nozzles were distributed on the boat's bilge and stern for thrust efficiency, their placement optimized by a system of simultaneous equations. The netted fish moved in a frenzy, whirling like a semi-fluid, requiring a high-cycle control system. In the cockpit, a great war of calculation was definitely raging in Diode's thoughts as numbers clashed with one another on a battlefield. It was a job the thoroughly visually oriented Tara wasn't capable of performing at all. No, it wasn't just Tara. Very few Cirques had that ability. That was true for me, and even more so for women. Seated and surrounded by a virtual swarm of throttle panels, shaped like folding fans, Diode's fingers skillfully danced to a rhythm much like a tap dancer, clicking their heels, or a pianist playing a light-hearted polka. The sight was something neither Tara nor her friends, anyone, had ever seen. A woman twister. Even so, it wasn't like Diode didn't feel the mental strain of adjusting the thrust to correct a push or pull of a millimeter on that 10,000-ton weight, and that strain showed as a twitch in the corner of her mouth. From her silhouette came an unbelievable statement. "We're putting out 10 giganewtons. Tara-san, do you understand what you just did?" How many high do you think we caught?" She didn't need numbers to know they had a huge haul. Tara's wide net had completely shattered their expectations. 11 high, maybe 12. 18 high, Tara Telltale-san. Diode's pupils, now locked on Tara, looked like they'd been coated in a film of oil, moist and shimmering. "You're the best." At that moment, she lifted her thumb and made a throat-slitting motion. "Why ye?" The line cut when it received the command to discard the catch, and the net fell away. The sudden loss of weight sent the boat flying as Tara's scream echoed into the distance. Section. The Cirques, who migrated from the Galactive Interactive to FatBeachBall 303 years ago, lived on. There had originally been 24 clans, but not all survived. The Axis, Bajan, Connecticut, Frick, Moshi, Sirius, Ural, and Zulu clans had disappeared, and only 16 clans remained, those being the Drone and Dongle, Endeavor, Gendo, Hebrew, Itter, Jack-of-all-trades, Kilung, Lilitia, Newer, Obanan, Pollux, QOT, Radonvidya, Tegu, Virtue, and Zinxing. Each clan built their own gigantic base ship and orbited FBB separately, 6,000 km up. In the current Cirque calendar, CC, year 303, or year 8829 in the Astro-Duodenum, AD reckoning, their population numbered 304,900. Long ago, back in the early days, the Cirques had settled on organizing themselves from A to Z, considering only the first letter of their leaders' names. Their reasons for doing so were lost to time, and the connection between the clan names and their leaders' identities had faded. However, maintaining the clan system played a large role in preserving their diverse cultures, with the 16 base ships each populated with around 20,000 Cirques. There were the religious Hebrew, the conservation-obsessed Pollux, the argument-loving QOT. But not all clans had that strong identity. Those whose values had grown fuzzy over time, like the Itter, Endeavor, and JT, weren't very strict about what fell in and out of cultural fashion. There were clans that had collapsed and clans that had been through hard times. Thankfully, in their 300-year history, not a single clan had splintered, but conversely, nothing consequential enough to spur development and prosperity had happened either. The fleet's most significant and final innovation had been the use of AMC clay to build pillar boats. After their industrial system was completed, the Cirques began slowly sliding down the hill of stagnation. The star mother beach ball provided for a stable existence from past to present, its constant light born on the 680 million kilometers between it and the Cirques. Its light had shone from the beginning of history and was set to keep shining until the end of time. The fleet remained its own constant in that star's dim light, forever circling a gigantic white and mahogany ball. However, the people living there didn't necessarily want to circle forever, and the reason they lived in orbit to begin with, they didn't necessarily know. Chapter 2. Terra Intercontinental Endeavor was a 24-year-old woman. On this day, she had gone out to fish with another woman and discarded an astonishing catch of 315,000 tons, a catch certain to bring them a fortune. It had been a strange experience, one that was out of the ordinary for her. Only 3 days earlier, she was fishing with men, not women. In the end, she had been a catch that was thrown away. Obisamia, World's End Board, was a family-style beer hall in the Endeavor's base ship, Idaho. Many families enjoyed dinner at its rows of fine wooden tables. The antique bar counter was adorned with militia-themed carvings. At it, changeover crews and surface-run sailors on their way home from work tipped back their heads and down their pints. A tall woman staggered into the amiable atmosphere. She wasn't just casually tall, but eclipsed both the front waiter and bartender. She wasn't lanky either, and had the chest and hips to match her stature. Her figure was large, slender, and balanced, and the absurd and impressive height that accompanied it preserved its balance. It wasn't just her impressive height wasn't the only thing that stood out, her appearance did too. Most of the Endeavors in the beer hall wore thick cotton or leather, cutting casual, unfashionable, and rustic figures. The young woman's straw blonde hair was fixed with a floral ornament, and she wore a social dress and white bodice, decorated with laces and frills that were lively green of budding leaves. Despite that, it was hard to say she looked elegant, given the large suitcases she carried in each hand. She wore enough makeup to be mistaken for a supermodel, but it had gotten a bit messy. She had arrived from a party but looked like the sole survivor of a platoon. "Tara Chan, over here. What's with that look, don't tell me." A married woman got up from a round table to greet her. It was her aunt, Mora Intercontinental. Even though she was 20% shorter than Tara, she had double the age, vitality, and ability to pamper others. Whimpering, "Ah, Obasama?" Tara finally arrived at the table and Slam fell prostrate on it, waving a white handkerchief. "I'm sorry, I'm moving back in. This was our last formal ball and we broke it off. I'm really, really sorry." Straight from the ball, "Wow, you got this far and it still fell through." Mora took an exaggerated look at the ceiling. A pitiful sigh came from the seat beside her. After Tara lost her parents, Mora took her in. Tara had only been 18 when they passed away in a sightseeing ship accident, And because of that, her relationship with Mora wasn't as close as with her parents, who'd raised her from a young age. But still, it was an important time in Tara's life, so Mora and her husband couldn't just stand by. The marriage interview had been for the sake of her clan. My, rest now, you gave it your all, so if you don't mind telling me what went wrong. Mora asked Tara as she seated herself. Her husband, Rubel, passed Tara's order to the waiter. I thought the Secretarius family's third son Eliphaz was a good match, but there were things you didn't like about him, weren't there? Did he step on your foot during the dance? Thanks for the concern. Tara lifted her face and looked at her aunt, dark green eyes drowning in exhaustion. But I didn't turn him down, he turned me down. Ah, he didn't step on my foot though. Her shoulders tightened apologetically, and she began to explain. Yesterday we went out for a net throwing trial, and I didn't meet his standards. We followed the usual approach a few times, but none of our attempts went well. I thought that we just needed to keep trying until we got it. But at the party he said, "Your nets are too complicated for me." Oh my, if only he had been a more skilled twister. No, he wasn't bad at all. Tara removed her hair ornaments and lace sash, and now dressed more casually, she mixed in a sigh as she said, "It was my fault. I made a tunnel net with 8 arms. 8 arms for a tunnel net? That's a lot. Why?" Rubel Minuteman asked from the side. He was Mora's husband and Tara's uncle-in-law. He had already put away 2 pints, and his boorish, unshaven face had a ruddy glow. By all appearances, he gave the impression of working as a water miner or in an outer boat factory, but in reality, he held a rather dull job as a clerk for the Council of Elders. Much like his wife, he valued justice and a virtuous mind, and his only real problem was that he didn't have much of an imagination. Upon hearing her husband's question, Mora pompously shook her head. Tara answered with a forced smile. "Well, I guess it was something I came up with myself. Since the besu were going to go this way, and also that way, naturally I changed the net to compensate. Usually, no one would think twice, and just trawl with a typical 2-arm tunnel net. Yeah, haha." Rubel's blue eyes blinked in astonishment, and while he didn't mean badly, Tara could only muster a bitter smile in response. It was up to Mora to save the situation. Not thinking is difficult for this girl, there's no reason for it. All we can say is that she's just that sort of girl. It's like how not everyone can throw nets just because they're women. "That's so, Tara?" Rubel asked Tara, who nodded. "How do I put this? It's like Obasama said. It's true I'm bad with nets, but it's not because I can't make them. I go way overboard instead. You have trouble reining in the fine details." "Well, I guess you could say it's something like that." In proper agreement, Tara nodded. "Let's go back to our conversation," said Mora. "I'd like to understand your tastes a little better. So, how about it? If you give me the okay, I could be of assistance again, don't you agree?" "I'm not saying no, but isn't the bow ow already over?" That may be true, but it could help with the next candidate. Don't you think some details would be useful? I really don't know your type. Do I have to spell out what I like for this to work? Honestly, I just want a twister so I can sail my boat." Tara said with a gentle smile, but it had the opposite effect. She had hurt her aunt, who replied, "My, that may be, but," then awkwardly averted her eyes. "We can arrange something, as much as we can to meet your expectations. Also, although I'm already quite certain, I just want to make sure. But you haven't had any issues with their looks this whole time, Well, I guess. So let's start there. What did you like?" "Looks, Truthfully, Tara didn't think that she had a type for men at all. She couldn't just say it that bluntly, though, so she had no other choice other than to say what she didn't like. "I think they were a bit too tall." Your choices so far have all been taller than me. So you picked them for their height, didn't you, Obasama?" "Yes, I did, but wait, you don't. If I had a choice, then it's fine if they're not that large. That's how I feel." Really?" Mora looked at Tara in surprise, the younger woman's face 15 centimeters above hers. Tara opened her arms with a bitter smile, almost 2 meters separating the tips of her left and right fingers. "As you can see, no one needs to protect me, don't you think?" Her aunt and uncle looked at each other and nodded. "Now that you mention it, you're right. Although the Endeavor clan was more permissive than other clans, it still had its old-fashioned customs, like the expectation for men to lead women. Mora's upbringing led to the natural assumption that Tara required a companion befitting her height. "Oh no, I messed up. My judgment was way off. That's because you're too headstrong sometimes. Didn't you say you had no problem with him since he's a secretarius? That was just common sense speaking. I thought that you understood Tara better. So that was because you don't understand her either, huh? I'm sorry, I'm really sorry. Oji-sama, Obisama, it's all my fault. I'm sorry. Tara timidly interrupted their stare-down, and the two immediately started smiling again. No, you didn't do anything wrong, Tara. It's the guy's fault for not accepting you. That's right, you didn't do anything wrong. You didn't receive any complaints before now, did you? Yes, thank you. She hadn't been sure if that would help settle their argument, but it worked somehow. Now deep into her own thoughts, she sighed, why is marriage like this? Is this struggle really absolutely necessary? Of course, she understood it was all for the sake of preserving the Cirques, but the hidden reason for all of this was the pillar boat she had inherited from her parents, which made her an owner decompa. If she wanted to fly, it was necessary to marry a twister from another clan. However, since she was single and not already engaged to a man who could be a twister, there wasn't any choice but to compromise and start searching for an unmarried man among the singles from other clans who mingled while the base ships were convened. While that was possible in theory, there weren't actually that many men who fit the age and clan criteria. As a result, the search for a suitable partner within the 16 Cirque clans had become a major hassle. Please don't worry about it. It'll be my pleasure to set you up with a husband, I promise. Despite her promise, matchmaking was an undoubtedly difficult job, even for the childless Aunt Mora. Although correspondence could be exchanged and arrangements made in advance, face-to-face meetings were only possible during the month-long powwow. Naturally, Tara's selling point was her unusual height. Larger builds weren't subject to marriage limitations, but since one could set their height preferences in the search network, most took one look at Tara and excluded the outlier from their results. Making matters worse was Tara's excessive imagination, which fueled her habit of devising odd tools like the 8-arm octopus-shaped tunnel net. Twisters desired a decompa who made nets to their orders, so she had a clear flaw. So all told, she felt incredibly guilty around her aunt and uncle. The floundering atmosphere at the table was saved by the waiters, who had finally arrived. The scent of the juicy, sizzling beef-like steak filled the air, steam rose from the soft potato-like mash, and the cauliflower-like side dish was a vibrant green. They were printed foods which had been cooked, but their flavors were the pride of the manager and rivaled their equivalents from the common era. All three were impressive Endeavor clan specialties. Obisama, the bill. What are you talking about? Does anyone worry about their wallet right after they've returned from a trip? It's fine, eat up. That's right, stuff your guts and squash what's bugging you, cheers. Ah, right, cheers. Repeating one of the clan's popular idioms, the uncle made a toast. At the very least, Tara sincerely shared the sentiment, and pints filled with beer-like met each other with a clink, yellow bubbles fizzing. The three ate and drank to their heart's content, and when they finally cleared their plates, returned to their talk. Well, that's the thing, you know. We can handle things one way or another with food, and it's not like we're running out. That's right. You're not the only one gathering resources. Even if your boat is grounded, the others will keep doing their best. There are other twisters and decompas. Mora, that's not, ah well. At any rate, our clan's got a bit of a surplus in storage, so no reason to worry about 1 or 2 grounded boats. Though it would have been better left unsaid, Tara tried not to be bothered, since both had intended to provide her peace of mind. No, if anything, they'd said it for their own peace of mind. In its own way, Tara's failed engagement was a serious situation. It wasn't just a matter of happiness eluding Tara yet again. The Cirques survived on besu caught from the gas giant. They didn't eat the besu directly, but first processed it through the recycling equipment they'd constructed. The planet's unique AMC clay was also processed for export to the Galactive Interactive. However, each clan possessed no more than 10 fishing boats. An individual pillar boat was perfectly capable of feeding 10% of the almost 20,000 endeavors, meaning a little less than 2,000 people per boat. However, since Tara was unmarried, her pillar boat was grounded and unavailable for fishing. To put it another way, it was constant dead weight moored to Idaho's dock. Mora was correct when she said the other boats could cover it just fine. They could manage the burden as long as there were other fishermen, even if they still retained a percentage of their catch. That said, the pillar boat had been grounded since the death of Tara's parents 6 years ago, and she remained unmarried. The situation wasn't an emergency, but it wasn't pleasant either. The Council of Elders had already approached Tara 3 times to request she sell the pillar boat to them if she wasn't going to use it. Her aunt and uncle never touched on that subject. While there were flaws in their caretaking, they were fundamentally 2 very virtuous people. It made Tara feel incredibly guilty. She turned her face away, her body shriveling. Through the beer hall's side window, the planet was visible against space. Ah, the left eyeball is smiling today. Her attention was caught by one half of a dew of perpetual anticyclones, and it carried Tara's thoughts away with it. From orbit 6,000 kilometers away, the full globe of the gas giant couldn't be observed. Its red and orange belts and white zones morphed into innumerable fractal swirls like a mural. The scene, which could be described as the pinnacle of beauty, was adorned with an overwhelming amount of detail. Until she became an elementary cruise school student, Tara watched the sight through a telescope until she was tired. In those ever-changing vortices, she saw faces, icons, and various animals. Hearing Twister and Decompass stories about that cloudy world from her parents allowed her to believe she would descend there herself one day. However, these days Tara had another reason not to let go of her pillar boat. As the Idaho spun, so did the scenery in the window. The striped planet swept to the right, and from the left large cross-shaped wings extending from a pitch-black bird appeared. The tips of the cross were supposed to be tied together by rotating rings, but they weren't visible to the naked eye. Its center was short and stout, and running down its long, narrow body were portholes which blended into a beautiful rainbow gradient. The window removed any sense of distance, creating the illusion that it was floating 10 meters away. In reality, the beast, measuring 60 kilometers end to end, was anchored 100 kilometers away. Modern cirques weren't capable of crafting such a complex spaceship. The Daxinea was an interstellar trade ship from the Galactive Interactive. Among its passengers were dignitaries, some of whom might be better described as envoys from hell. Like a merchant caravan traversing deserts long ago, it traveled star to star within humanity's 4,000 light-year-wide domain, selling beautiful treasures and curiosities from distant countries. Much like a pillar boat's cockpit, the Daxinea was equipped with high-tech gear, allowing it to retrieve data from the local star system. It would depart once finished with the exchange, carrying local commodities and emigrants along with it. Letters sent by the emigrants returned in a variety of scripts and formats, but their senders rarely came back, and if they did, it was often only briefly. As a result, some of the more suspicious folk claimed the emigrants had been victims of clone fraud or even human traffickers. Tara fixed her gaze on the black ship. The Daxinea and the pillar boats were both spacecraft, but beyond that basic comparison, they were totally different. A marvel of applied cosmology, the bird used the Gwanganhoan drive to fly between stars at faster-than-light speeds by punching tunnels between gravitational equipotential surfaces. However, if the Daxinea were to descend 3,000 kilometers, the gas giant's atmospheric molecules would probably pluck it clean and turn it into a charred, crumbly chicken. The pillar boats wouldn't burn in that environment. They could only travel at 30 kilometers per second. But the convecting exterior of heat-resistant AMC clay allowed them to fly through the vast skies while glowing at a temperature of 3,000 degrees C. That's what Tara wanted to fly in, but she couldn't fly alone. To do it, she absolutely required a partner, someone who'd attire themselves in a gorgeous deck dress, someone with whom she could share a deep mutual trust, someone willing to look into the abyss with her and make an unwavering vow. Who would it be? Someone tall as an antique bookshelf and the width to match, but timid and only ever capable of apologizing, like the young man from the QOT clan? Tara knit her brows and stopped moving her fork. Remembering the only time she had boarded with him made her lose her appetite. Thankfully, the memory didn't outright make her hurl. She'd had far worse experiences compared to his time as her partner. She wouldn't call her having to put up with marriage trials her biggest source of anxiety. But the fact they were an unavoidable part of life still made it a deeply ingrained one. In life, it was only natural that there would be experiences she'd have to put up with, nothing to be done about it. Not being allowed to leave the table until she finished the Vega-like cubes she hated. Having no choice but to clean the blood leaking from her panties without knowing how. Writing things in her free time, unaware she was the only one who did. Showing her own fantastical drawings of imagined ecosystems to her entire class only to be met with disgust. These had all happened to her, and that was just life. That was why she felt there was nothing but to accept boarding with an unknown man for now, Teria, Yao did it again, and here I thought it was Ganiha to go grate this tea I'm. Wahia. At some point, her aunt had emptied her fourth pint, and she drunkenly clung to Tara. Mora tapped Tara's shoulders, sloppily massaged her arms, and tightly hugged her belly before suddenly and forcefully lifting her breasts. Even though you have no flaws and those valuable big parts, why stop, Obisama? Ojisama, do something. Haha, it's fine, cute ain't she? Tara desperately tried to push her aunt away while Rubel merely laughed. If she were to point out any flaw in her aunt, it was how she always got far too drunk. Her uncle said that wasn't a flaw at all, since Mora only excessively praised others, but Tara considered that a matter of spousal favoritism. This isn't the time to mess around. Get a grip, Obisama. Tara's resolve had firmed. She shook her aunt's shoulders and raised her voice. I'm going to try again. Is there anyone you can introduce me to? Actually, there's no time, so which clan should I hop over to and leave with? Right as she was about to say, what kind of nonsense am I spouting? A determined voice barged in from beside the table. That marriage interview, can it wait? Tara placed her aunt back at the table and turned around. A small and slender doll stood there. No, her appearance resembled a doll, but she was a girl who looked around 15. Her silver hair was pressed down by a head cover, and she wore a purplish-silver formal mini dress with lace fringes. Legs as smooth as a candle. Blue eyes. She carried a slightly oversized gray rucksack on her back, almost as if she were a refugee. The girl's skin and dress were sharp, cold, and gorgeous. Red only faintly tinged her eyelids. Her small chest rose and fell with heavy breaths. In a beer hall inhabited by an unfashionable clan, her figure stood out even from its young men and women. Her presence clearly differed from theirs at its very foundation. There was no mistaking that she was from another clan. However, her origin wasn't the main issue at hand, it was the lack of time. Tara and the others could relax because this was home, but that wasn't the case at all for someone from another clan. Before she could continue, Rubel looked at the big clock and questioned her. You're from another clan, ain't ya? It's almost purge time, only 20 minutes left until the fleet disperses. You gonna be okay? Even after 7,000 years, that clock had remained in use. Its hour hand pointed almost straight up. The bow ow only happened every 2 years. The 16 base ships, which normally flew separately, aligned their orbits and docked together almost like a big, assembled festival. While the Permanent Council of Elders held general meetings, the youth would trade, fight, hold concerts, and dance with each other. But most importantly, they frantically sought a spouse. They were all serious about it, too, because the moment the clock hit midnight on the 30th day, it was time for the purge when the ships dispersed. Once dispersed, they'd return to their separate orbits. The reason was simple: distributing the fishing grounds. If the entire fleet formed a single ring, they would overcrowd a small zone of the planet. The sensible action to take, then, was to place each clan in its own orbital inclination, equally spaced around the planet. Only 10 minutes remained, until the star horn loudly sounded to close the festival and initiate separation of the docking clamps, joining the 16 base ships. Then, as promised, they'd only rejoin after 2 years orbiting FatBeachBall's 140,000-kilometer diameter on their own. Once that happened, the girl would be unable to return to her own clan. It's fine. It definitely wasn't fine, but she spoke calmly, stepping forward to center herself in Tara's sight. Then she stared at Tara, her gaze slowly dropping from the top of her arranged hair to a stopping point at her chest, as splendidly adorned by the dress as the bow of a large boat. Tara suddenly caught the smell of sweet botanical smoke, like a flower or bark being burnt. Are you Tara Intercontinental Endeavorsan? Getting called by her real name like that made Tara a little hesitant. She nodded. Others found it way more convenient to treat her as Terra Telltale, so not being called that could be seen as respectful. If it's just for a bit, then it's okay for us to talk. Why, yes. And you are? I'm Diode from the first letters of Dioverdose. If you could, please call me that. Diode-san. Correct. She nodded and continued her rapid-fire speech. I'm 18 years old and my mother is called Rock. She's the captain of the Safuewa Tsunami Search Class. It didn't join the Meteorological Observation Association, so that's why its name isn't in the register, but it received a rescue medal at the Boawows in 290 and 299. It's capable of both searching and raising alarms on coordinates. I lived with and watched my mother pilot the dual-use air and spaceship for 15 years, so I can manage it. I've also got 9,500 hours of cruising experience. Huh, Rock, Sophie? Tara asked confusedly. Diode's conversation wasn't just filled with details, it also completely broke the rule of first introducing yourself with your name. In their current situation, there was something indispensable to say before anything else. And what's your clan? Your Fami. Terra Intercontinental Endeavorsan. Diode raised her voice as much as possible and bent forward. My apologies for being so sudden. It's our first meeting, and I haven't even introduced myself, but there's something I'd like to ask. Would you allow me to fly your boat? Huh, say, you. Tara and Rubel's eyes shot wide. Even Mora, face down and drunk on the table, cracked open her eyes. In the span of 3 seconds, a volcano of ideas erupted within Tara's mind, her face becoming incandescent to the very tip of her ears. Her eyes moved from the girl's slender fingers and settled on her small, soft lips. The phrase, coming from a girl who had suddenly appeared, normally had a very strong meaning. My boat. You want to fly at night? You're a girl, right? Yes, Diode nodded, then quickly covered her mouth. Her cheeks turned a faint red, nothing like Tara's, and she waved her hand, saying it's a misunderstanding. I'm sorry, I know I just blurted it out, but I didn't mean like in a marriage. I want you to allow me to be the twister of your pillar boat, in the literal sense. A twister? Tara doubted her ears. Like I thought you're a man, aren't you? I told you I'm a woman. I'm a woman and I can pilot. Just. What do you mean? Tara asked, confused. Diode then began to explain. Yesterday, someone was netting apple prawns for marriage trials around the 60-degree belt. I saw it through the search view. They didn't use the usual tunnel net, but an 8-arm one that unfurled the 16 otters like petals. Usually, no one would dare throwing an 8-arm net like that because it'd result in a mess, but that person did it splendidly. That was you, wasn't it? The telep said that it was Tara from the Endeavor clan. Of all things it had to be the net, the reason why Tara got dumped. She wanted to run away. You saw. That. Yes, and when I peeked into today's ball and saw you, I came running after you. Please just go back. Dejected, Tara averted her eyes. Did you really need to go through all this trouble just to make fun of me? I know my nets are weird. What, making fun of you? Not at all. Diode's eyes and words sparkled with enthusiasm. Again, she moved closer to Tara. Instead of fleeing the boat in the same direction like Big Besu, the prawns scatter in all directions. So the more the net spreads, the less you risk losing the whole catch. I thought the 8-armed net wasn't bad at all. What's more, the radial symmetry was precise as a diagram. I've never seen a net with that many arms as beautiful as that, not even from the Safuewa. It was incredible. It was incredible. Tara wasn't used to that word at all, and it might have been her first time hearing it. She shyly lifted her face. At that moment, Diode tightly held Tara's hand. Have you? Tara's voice squeaked out. Diode's slender fingers were as cold as an ice pop, making Tara wonder why. She brought her refined face close to Tara's, enough to see deep into pupils shaded by silver eyelashes. Tara was seated, and at that height, Diode didn't need to look up. Please pair up with me as a decompa, Tara-san. You need a twister, don't you? But aren't you a girl? That's right, I'm a girl twister. Diode was shouting nonsense on par with a square star, but she didn't back down. I've got complete confidence in my skill, it's just that I don't have a boat. I don't really care about hauls or prizes, really, my only wish is to fly. Please. The tiny girl, so small her weight and height were only around 1/2 and 2/3 of Tara's, respectively, pursued the much larger woman with zero hesitation. Among the Cirques, with their restrictive social customs and etiquette, a proposal that laser direct was unheard of. At first, Tara was totally stunned, head empty, but Tara noticed that she was enjoying herself in spite of it. Diode-san the Twister, whose mother is called Roxanne, right? Yes. My mother was called Nora Intercontinental and my father Adon Runplutter. Both have already passed away. I'm a decompa who failed her engagement with a certain clan today. Not for the first time, but the fifth. Do you understand what that means? I wouldn't say that I understand, but I just found that out. I'm completely fine with it. Should she return the grasp of small hand holding hers? Should she let go? Before Tara could decide, her Aunt Mora, who had remained quiet to that point, suddenly sprang up. Stew up right now. Why are Yao talking like you're getting engaged, Tara? The one Wu you should marry is a Twisker, a man. Yeah, she should just jump over to another clan, right? Diode retorted with a faint smile. Pressing the back of her left hand, she brought out her Minicell, the time glowing on its display. It was exactly 0000. Woo. Pause, the time. The star horn loudly echoed through the base ships of all 16 clans, signaling the purge. The next marriage interview will be in 2 years. The 148 cm tall girl puffed her chest proudly and closed her eyes. But I can board starting tomorrow. Tara then questioned the girl, standing resolutely on her decision. You asked for this and cut off your own escape. Isn't that a bit too unfair? Please don't worry, this is just a show of my determination. If you had refused then... She looked at the ceiling for a moment and smiled awkwardly. Well, there's no other way. I'd wash plates for 2 years and go back. Like I thought that's so unfair. With a troubled smile, Tara joined their hands together again. Chapter 3. A giant loomed in the depths of night. A dim glow arose from its direction, revealing the giant's identity as a majestic cumulonimbus cloud 10 times larger than its terrestrial counterparts. After a 5-hour-long night, dawn was arriving on planet FBB. The inaugural trawl with Diode was finished. Tara's pillar boat had its back to the morning sun, flying west almost as if trying to return to the night. It would soon be time for the aggression jets. FBB's rotation period lasted 10 hours. The base ships and a mixed-use fleet orbited the planet at an altitude of 6,000 kilometers, their inclined circular orbits taking 10 hours and 33 minutes to complete. To put it simply, they were nearly in geosynchronous orbit. Tara could more or less picture the mechanics of a quasi-geosynchronous orbit, but if she were to try explaining to others, it'd sound awfully vague. What she'd be able to say was that, while the pillar boat descended into the atmosphere, the orbiting base ship continued traveling over the horizon. It would approach them from behind 10 hours later after completing a single orbit. That opened a launch window they couldn't miss if they wanted to return. The pillar boat's belly was a little swollen. It stored the besu they'd netted, but it wasn't the splendidly executed surfer catch from 8 hours earlier. They'd moved to another fishing ground later and caught 5.5 high totaling 96,000 tons with a simple pillar trawl. The average pillar boat catch was 6 high, and 7 high was celebrated as a big catch. 1 high usually equated to 10,000 or 20,000 tons, and accounting treated it as such. While 5.5 high sounded close to 6 high, it was still several thousand tons short. It wasn't the worst catch, but it was an unremarkable one, and because their catch had been average, Tara found it dissatisfying. Why would you go that far? Tara hugged her knees, occasionally complaining from the rear pit. We caught so much, and yet... A catch of 315,000 tons was absolutely absurd. Everyone would have heaped praise on them, and the clan would have turned a massive profit. It had been their chance to become heroes, among twisters and decompas. However, Diode didn't respond. Please set up the guide container properly. No, don't guess. Give me the actual measurements. Use the full element. After Diode had thrown out their first catch, she didn't say anything other than, I'll explain after we get back. From the moment they began hauling sweet mackerel, Diode focused on piloting. Following Diode's demand for the full element, Tara ran her eyes across the sky. The future orbital position of the base ship was projected there as it approached from behind. If she wanted to take it easy, she could predict the location based on the trajectory. They could make small adjustments with their boat systems if that put them on a collision course with the orbiting spaceship. However, that wasn't what Diode wanted. With no other choice, Tara requested the latest information from the navigation satellite. Even though she was bad with numbers, navigation was the decomp's duty. A full element contained the orbital inclination, eccentricity, right ascension of the ascending node, argument of periapsis, mean motion, and mean anomaly of the Idaho's orbit around the planet. Once acquired, they were projected onto the target container. Here, is this okay? All good, let's get on course now. The impulse from the rear washed over them like the current of a mudflow. Over 200,000 tons began to accelerate enormously as the pillar boat worked towards achieving orbital velocity. At the same time, the thrust reverberated sideways like kicks. The two bodies swayed in the biofluid buffering gel under the acceleration's g-force and root correction thrust impulses. I wonder if this is good enough. All right, now we're on a rendezvous trajectory. Phew. The bow's spiked nose cone pierced through the high-altitude air. Diode, leaning on the backrest, quietly exhaled in the cockpit. Tara stared intensely at her from behind with deep curiosity, chin in hand. In the end, just what kind of person is she? Diode's piloting style was considerably different from the usual twister. Tara had been too absorbed in work to put her finger on it, especially since it was their first day together. But the one thing that left an impression was how Diode acted surprisingly violent one moment and bizarrely calm the next. Speaking of, beginning from the first year of high cruise school, twisters usually added the fundamentals of pillar boat piloting to the curriculum on their own. Both men and women, across all 16 clans, studied for the sake of becoming twisters and decompas. So, Diode also should have received that education. However, given that she had been raised in a tsunami search, her core curriculum might well be blowing in the wind. At any rate, Tara didn't know enough about her. Diode disappeared immediately after the conclusion of their first meeting 3 days ago. They didn't see each other again until they met up that morning to go fishing. Tara had invited her to breakfast for a chat, but was borne away by Diode's haste to get to the fishing grounds. They left the boarding preparation room in complete silence. They also descended into the atmosphere in complete silence. It was during a minimal exchange regarding their destination, weather, and fish species that they found the surfers. The beginning was very, very hazy. Even under normal circumstances, Diode's overbearing proposal alone would have been cause for concern. But that morning, Tara was even more apprehensive. As soon as she saw the girl show up, she began to feel the weight of the fact that she really was going out to fish with a woman, not a man. She wanted to at least talk it over, but hadn't been allowed to. Harboring those doubts and dissatisfactions, Tara murmured, "You're going to operate it manually until we've returned, aren't you?" "Ah, was the descent manual too?" "Yes." "You're just going to do whatever you feel like, is that it?" As far as the return home was concerned, the boat could do that on its own. However, Diode shook her head. "We did lots of showy things, so we really don't have that much of a propellant surplus left. I wanted to be more precise than the auto, so I did it with my own 2 hands." "Ah, is that so? Let me turn that question around," Diode asked, facing Tara. "What do you think about twisters who can't do a manual descent or rendezvous?" "Huh?" Tara was taken aback. It's a bit too soon for me to say. You're the first person I've ever seen do it manually, Diode-san. We input everything into the spaceship's boating system, from the moment we embark for FBB to the moment we return, right?" Tara nodded. "You don't depart without going through the periodic maintenance and pre-flight checklists, right?" "Well, there you go. Even still, is there a reason for doing it all manually?" Diode stared pointedly into Tara's eyes. Tara thought she'd just asked the obvious, but why was the response so suffocating? She averted her eyes in discomfort, then Diode spoke emphatically. "I get that a lot of things don't really make sense to you, but I'm a twister. There are things you won't understand unless you're a twister. Would you please be patient?" "I can, but..." Tara was rather troubled. Diode's tone changed. "Tara-san." Diode quickly spun around in her pit. She brought her face level with Tara's and leaned in. It wasn't her eyes that captured Tara's gaze, but the dashing blade-shaped necktie wrapping around bare skin at the base of her throat. "Am I bad at this?" "Hi. What did you think of my piloting, Tara-san? This is just my own opinion, but I think that it lives up to the standards in its own way." Her eyes averted as if to say, probably. It was like she was seeking affirmation. Her timid posture disoriented Tara. Let me see. How should she reply to that? Diode's passionate, highly responsive piloting during flight was unlike anything she'd ever seen. Diode's abilities were from a completely different dimension compared to her fundamentals teachers and no less than 5 previous Twister partners. Tara really felt that way. So why was that very same person tightly pursing her lips and making a face like a kid who expected a scolding? What words should she use in this situation? And were there any she should avoid? Tara didn't know, and because she didn't know, she said the following. It does meet the standards in its own way, I think. No, I wonder if it surpassed them. She thought Diode's piloting met the standard 8 times over, but tried to moderate her praise in the worry it would sound like a lie or exaggeration. Is that how it is? Diode lightly pressed her chest in relief. If that's the case, then please have my apologies for that. She finished with a confident snort before shutting her mouth. It was that same overbearing attitude from back when she first proposed pairing up. Proud, but with hints she was expecting a rejection. Tara started to feel strange when she noticed that. This girl, she's different inside. She was cool, reckless, and unyielding when accomplishing something that needed to be done, but it probably only looked that way from the outside. She was putting on a strong act. I think I had trouble getting things like that across to adults too when I was around that age. Oofu. What? Nothing, I get it. I'm leaving it to you, Diode-san. After she said that, she mouthed Diode-san again and corrected herself. Dai-san. Dai. Is it okay if I call you that? The girl immediately raised an eyebrow. That sounds like you're just telling me to die, though. It was that kind of die. Tara was surprised. Thinking back to when they first met, Diode had quickly mentioned the origin of her name. I thought that it was the lovely kind of Dai, like short for Diana or Diamond. Dai-san isn't okay? She innocently brought her face closer as she spoke. Just then, the tip of Diode's nose gently flushed. She quickly turned around to face forward in the cockpit. If you want to call me that, then fine. It's only a name after all, she replied bluntly. Okay, Dai-san. She didn't respond again, and instead increased the boat's acceleration by 1 level with a thump instead. Over the span of 30 minutes, they transitioned from vast brick-colored skies into the starry darkness of outer space. As they neared the apex of their orbital trajectory, the gigantic disk of the Idaho steadily closed in from behind. Docking wasn't possible if the approach wasn't close enough, but getting too close posed a collision risk. A rendezvous distance of around 500 meters was considered ideal. Although they had been aiming for that when they started accelerating through the atmosphere, it was still firing a missile into the sky at a target 6,000 kilometers away. It wasn't rare to require a final adjustment 10 kilometers out. However, this time they achieved a close approach of 545 meters, adjustment-free. The accuracy was worthy of a yearly record. Tara voiced "Uo" in admiration. It was common practice to end fuel calculation. The Apopsis just achieved a 0 relative velocity rendezvous. The full journey had consumed 92,500 tons of propellant in total. Since their catch was 96,000 tons, they were slightly in the black with a profit of 3,500 tons. Since that was a good performance for a first outing, Tara pretty much forgot about the 310,000 tons they had discarded, satisfied, at least until they approached the catch inspection and receiving tower in Idaho's core. What, giving up your share? No, we can't do that, the catch duty officer said over the video line, and that was when the trouble started. He wore a name tag with bonus written on it. His eyelids were a bit swollen and his back was hunched. He looked at Diode's face and asked, "Whose decomper are you?" "I'm the Twister," Diode answered blankly. The response was incongruous, so naturally the officer didn't follow. "Twister, where is he?" "Wait, this pillar boat belongs to the Intercontinentals. Where's Tara-chan?" Tara raised a hand in the rear pit. "Ah, I'm here. Good evening, Bonus-san." In the front pit, Diode repeated herself. "So, as I said, I'm the Twister and Tara-san is the decompa." Naturally, as the boat's owner, Tara was acquainted with the duty officer. The job was supposed to operate in assembly line fashion, but Diode's presence was almost like an outside disruption. Officer Bonus frowned once he noticed Tara. "This sort of thing's not going to fly, Tara-chan. A pair of women can't be doing this. What, you went down with this girl? Whoa, and you caught something? Oh boy, this is. Excuse me, but we caught 5.5 high. It's not much, but we did turn a prophy. No, this isn't about the profit. The worker closed the VUI plate on his hand and scratched his temple with a finger. It's fine you're in the black, no, that's not quite fine either, but this is going to turn into a reciprocity system violation. You had to take lessons, weren't they in your curriculum? They're lessons for junior students. Did I? Maybe I didn't take them. Tara was almost certain she had, but she got the feeling she spent the lesson drawing imagined besu species instead, thinking it had nothing to do with her. So, she pleaded ignorance. You did. You just forgot, didn't you? All right, you'd better listen up. Still frowning, the lecture from the officer went something like this. It was the norm for a twister and a decompa to be spouses. The vast majority of married couples were composed of men and women from different clans. They had to follow 2 directives. The first directive was the preservation of genetic diversity, the so-called bloodline mixing. With the ships remaining separate for 2 years, the bloodlines would become inbred if a clan's population of roughly 20,000 only married among themselves. As a result, the 16 clans sought to bring in as much new blood as possible from the population of 300,000 whenever a bow ow was held. The second directive was to guarantee societal stability. The so-called reciprocity system aimed to redistribute the clan's earnings. After the 16 clans dispersed, their own profits would support them through the next 2 years of abundance or adversity. Catches were inevitably unequal, but that inequality could also spark conflict. As a result, the serks shared their catch as much as possible. It was for that purpose that the men and women working the pillar boats each received half of the catch. Although the catch was divided, there was no way to send the husband or wife's half of the catch to their distantly orbiting home clan. Instead, what normally happened was that half of the pillar boat's earnings were converted into the equivalent monetary value for accounting purposes. Then, during the bow ow year, the accounts were drawn from to settle a wide range of payments. The payment structure preserved stability that way, as the 16 clans all supported one another. I already knew that's how it works. That's because you're a marriage meeting veteran, Tara-chan. You really didn't have to say that. Tara scowled and Diode cut into the conversation. In that case, report that I freely gave up on my own clan's share. Add it all to the Endeavor's catch. I don't have an issue with it. Listen, I think you still don't quite get how this works. You don't have the right to do that, you know. He spoke as if he were lecturing a clueless child. It would be nice if we could take it all for ourselves, but your clan would get nothing if we did that. In other words, we'd be stealing from them. What you say is irrelevant because the catch is a matter of public record. That's the rule. If we allowed individual discretion, there would definitely be a proliferation of accumulation conspiracies to rip off outsiders. It would destabilize our Cirque society. That's why there's a strict mandate for us to split the catch equally between the 2 parties. That's a resolution from the bow ow. Profit distribution was the main purpose of the bow ow to begin with. The clans suffering from the lowest profits held rights to the orbit, predicted to be the most productive for the next 2 years. It had only been thanks to those discussions that the Cirques had made it to year 303. That's why I can't allow you to give up on your share. Diode-san, you have the obligation to take half of the catch for transfer send on to your clan. All right, your real name, please. Real name? If you can't give me your name, I can't receive the fish. The officer's expression was composed, and he lifted his chin as if to add, this is not a negotiation. Diode hung her head and ground her teeth. Tara anxiously watched the two, and making up her mind, brought her pit closer to the girl's side. You don't have to do it. And what? It's okay if you don't want to give your name, no matter what. You have a reason, right? Diode absent-mindedly opened her mouth. That's, she replied. If I don't tell him, then we'll have no choice but to discard it all again. Well, it's fine, Tara flapped one hand up. After all, it was our first time for starters, and a pair turning a profit on their first trip isn't really a thing. It was just practice. You know, practice? Us just learning how the other works is good enough, isn't it? It wasn't good enough. Tara was lying, and the truth was she really wanted that catch. But she felt like standing up for Diode. She tried to finish her statement with a smile, but this time it was Diode who brought her face closer and spoke. Why are you saying that? I thought there were a lot of things you wanted to know, Terra-san. Huh? You don't want to hear any of it, now that you have the opportunity. Like where I came from or why I'm here. Here you are now, telling me it's okay not to say anything. Ah, she noticed. Terra was a bit moved. She stopped to think for a moment and then smirked. You haven't told me yet, so it's frustrating Bonus-san is going to hear it first. You know. At hearing that, Diode's stiff face loosened up like she was about to laugh in relief. With that, she turned back to the duty officer again, and in a single breath said, My alias is Diode, real name Kana Ishidoro Gendo. Ishidoro family from the Gendo clan. Do not report it to Fuyo, please. There should be no objections to that. Okay, Gendo clan, eh? The blunt officer reopened the VUI on his hand and poked at the screen, then said, But the deposit information will be sent to the Gendo clan's base ship immediately. So you were hiding your name. I was, yes, but there wasn't any deeper meaning behind it. You easily could have found out by looking me up. Ooh, so you're from the Gendo clan, Daisan. Terra was a little surprised. Of the 16 modern clans, it mingled the least with the others and had a reputation for being mysterious. Does that mean that I can fish with Terra? Diode glared at the officer. He pouted and gruntled, Not if you aren't spouses. I don't make the rules. He raised his face again, clearly bothered. Well, it's the fishing that's illegal. I don't know of any restrictions on other activities. If you're just going down and back, then it doesn't fall under fishing's jurisdiction. That would be cruising's jurisdiction. No fishing. It would be for personal use. Playing, if you will. And since you're not fishing, you'll have to pay fees for things like satellite and docking. You'll also have to buy medicine and the like at general prison. If it's like that, then there are. Diode stopped mid-sentence and turned around with worry. Terra nodded gently, so it's fine. No objections. Please entrust the catch with the proper department. Okay, 96,000 tons of sweet mackerel accepted. The duty officer's face said, I dunno anything anymore, as he quickly signed the VUI. Chapter 4. Within the gas giant's atmosphere, gravity is over 2g. To use an example, Terra would weigh over 140 kilograms. While that wouldn't kill her, it would still feel extremely unpleasant. For that reason, the pillar boat pit interiors are constructed to fill with breathable biofluid gel, which provides a comfortable buoyancy for both twister and decompa. In orbit, one doesn't need to float around in gel. Sailing along their orbits in 0G, base ships produce their own 1G gravity for the residential sectors via rotation. Crews returning from the planet crawl from the gel sopping wet, but don't go into town like that. Part of the process at the arrival terminal is to change out of flashy deck dresses, strictly fishing only, into simple casual wear. Terra had docked her pillar boat with the others at the maintenance pier and entered the arrival terminal in good spirits. Why? Because when fishing ended in the black, it was customarily celebrated with a banquet. Though conversely, when the fishing was in the red, it was instead soothed with a consolation party, of which there had been many. Every last one of Terra's past arranged marriage partners had held the latter. Taking off her deck dress and entering the shower, she pondered which restaurant she should invite Diode to. 8 minutes later, she emerged with freshly washed hair, holding a bag and wearing an undyed blouse and skirt. She rushed into the lobby. Dyson. She looked around for the girl. Thinking about it, Terra realized she hadn't mentioned a banquet to Diode, but got the feeling she'd still have to hurry even if she had. She couldn't explain that feeling, but if she really had to put it into words, it was both a matter of intuition and of precedent, given the girl's sudden disappearance the day they met. Dyson, where are you? As she thought, Diode wasn't in the terminal's lobby. After confirming Diode had finished in the showers, she hurriedly winked at the dual-purpose security and payment camera on the ceiling and jumped through the door. Noisy chaos and a foul stench enveloped her. Their source was Sector 1 of the microgravity harbor Ring Road, circling Idaho's central axis. The walls were covered in scattered graffiti, torn posters and stains from thrown drinks. The floor existed on another level of filth entirely. Workers of all types came and went. Manual laborers, engineers, station managers, and airtightness retention mechanics, maintaining the 200-plus-year-old base ship hull, water miners and pilots working the icy moons. Where Tara had docked was known as the Fisherman's Wharf, but obviously, it lacked the typical stench of saltwater fish. Instead, the smell of food wafted from nearby restaurants, an invitation to the whole crowd of workers on their way home from work, and mixed with the aroma of spent biofluid gel seeping from the gutter. Did she run away? No, found her. Tara's stature was an advantage in this situation. She was practically a watchtower. A small, silver-haired figure jammed herself into the moving crowd and began making her way through. However, she staggered every time the huge rucksack she'd worn earlier carelessly swung into passersby. Dyson, wait. Tara's loud shouts, coming from a tall person, made everyone turn around to look. Diode also turned in surprise, but at the same time, Bam hit her bag against the wall and was sent floating into the air by the recoil. Being close to the rotating ship's central axis, gravity was weak. Diode spun as she ascended, but she promptly killed the rotation by grabbing the strap of the heavy pack she carried and ripping it off her back. As expected for a twister, the conservation of angular momentum was written into her spinal column. It had taken longer than expected, but Tara finally caught up to her. Please wait. Diode was pulled back to the railing on the wall. It was hard to defend oneself in a low-gravity setting, but a handrail made it a little easier. Finding herself trapped by Tara's long arm, Diode glued her back to the wall like a small bird reacting to a hand invading its nest box. You changed fast. That's because I was in a hurry. I came here to tell you about a custom for fishermen, Dyson. Did you know we hold banquets when we turn a profit? Not really. So the hurry was worth it, I'm glad. The girl averted her eyes. She too had dressed in inconspicuous casual wear, a comfortable long-sleeved shirt and pants, a far cry from her audacious deck dress. Her hair was far damper than Tara's, so it was clear Diode had left in a rush, as Tara suspected. If Diode had hurried off because she was disappointed with herself, Tara didn't want to be forceful with her. That didn't really seem to be the case, though. People often have a look of fear in their eyes when they're embarrassed or avoiding something uncomfortable, but Tara had a feeling that wasn't the look she saw in Diode's. Let's talk and let's do it over a meal. She held out a hand. About today, about everything up to now, and about from tomorrow on. What do you say? I was going to go back and sleep. What? Are you kidding me? Tara sounded angry, but she was more surprised than anything. Without even seeing each other off properly. I'm sorry, my apologies for that. Good work today, Diode said, shrinking somewhat. At this point, greeting each other like that was totally inappropriate. Tara leaned over yet again. Good work today, now let's go. Please forgive me. Forgive you for what? For any other failures on my part. Tara knit her eyebrows. Something wasn't right. And there was another one just now. I didn't meet back up with you. I didn't observe the custom of seeing you off. Hanging her head, Diode's tone quickly soured. Because I arrogantly threw our catch away, we ended up cut off from our medicine source. Because I acted like some hotshot pilot and told you to leave everything to me, I left you going crazy with worry. Because I gave an alias. It awkwardly exposed my real name. Was she blaming Tara? No, she was blaming herself. Head still hung, her shoulders began to shake. And making it all worse, because I couldn't hold my own with that trashy officer, he made fun of your marriage troubles and treated you like you're pitiful. It was all so sea-cruel, Tara-san, I couldn't face you. Whoa, no. In a panic, Tara pulled out a handkerchief and held the girl's shoulder. Please don't cry, let's eat okay. Diode nodded. A half-dozen options for a superb, tasteful restaurant vanished with Diode's sobs. In a time like this, Tara only knew one restaurant, the old and unsophisticated, but tolerant, family-style beer hall. They descended along the radial axis of the disc-shaped clan ship until they reached World's End board. Tara took Diode to a secluded spot in the shadow of a huge support column. There, a window with a direct view into space made it seem as if they really were on a platform at World's End, ready to dive off. For the moment, she only ordered drinks, which were printed in an instant and brought out by the waiter. Tara didn't sit facing the girl, but instead brought a seat close to her side while encouraging her to drink something. Here, Dyson, we've got alcoholic, non-alcoholic, sweet, and non-sweet. Are you okay with these? Do you have any allergies? Wait please, I just can't. Pressing the handkerchief to her face, more to hide than wipe it, Diode pushed Tara away. Now's not a good time to eat and drink, I'm a mess. You're right, Tara quickly calmed herself and backed off. The thread did it snap. It's been 3 days already. Thread? Your emotional thread. It's been pulled tight since day one, hasn't it? You joined up with a clan you knew nothing about with just a rucksack to your name, talked your way into your first partnership, did some hardcore piloting to handle an impossible net, and just when you thought it was finally over, the government official made all that effort worthless, right? One wrong move and your life's ruined. The thread snapping was inevitable, you know. Diode lowered the handkerchief, revealing an open-mouthed stare. Tara smiled. From the face you're making, you're thinking, how does she know? Aren't you? I get it, I've been on different ships with strangers a few times myself. It's really lonely, isn't it? She thought of adding, I told you so, but didn't. Dyson, you're still 18, aren't you? You're way more impressive than I am. Phoo. Ooh. A red tint appeared on Diode's porcelain-like face, then her refined features crumpled as her eyes slammed shut, long eyelashes trembling. Expecting the dam to burst, Tara hugged her shoulder. But just before she began to wail, the girl clenched her jaw and fought it back. Oh. She firmly held the soaked handkerchief to her face and violently wiped her eyes, stubbornly keeping her voice in. Tara admired the incredible show of willpower. Shudders ran up her slender back. Diode's hair was cold, so Tara began to slowly caress her from the top of the head to below the shoulders, again and again. She remembered a time when she had been comforted like that, so she imitated the memory. Well, Dyson, a lot might have happened, but today was a success. We caught fish and didn't have any accidents or fights. You don't have to run, okay? Ugin. As Diode had her back stroked, her small head slid closer, stopping right under Tara's nose. A smoky, sweet botanical smell wafted its way into Tara's brain. Without thinking, Tara threw her arms around the girl's shoulders and pulled her into an embrace. Feeling at ease, Diode fell into her chest in response. She took a deep breath, then let out a few. They sat supporting each other's weight, as if fused together, for a little more than 10 seconds. Then, timidly, Diode pulled away and opened a space between the two. Sorry about this, Tara-san. Huh, it's okay. Tara put on a small smile, but her thoughts were a bit of a mess. Diode is conveniently small, she'd thought before, unintentionally and carelessly leaning over. Isn't that a bit too close? She felt it wasn't good to get so close so quickly to people she'd just met. She took a deep breath to clear her mind. What were we doing again? Right, our discussion. About today and what came before. Dyson, have you calmed down? Are you okay? Why, yes. Diode nodded awkwardly. A trace of red still clung to her face. She also seemed to be embarrassed by what had just transpired. Dyson, if you don't mind my asking, why are you trying this hard? What was your reason for doing this today? Yes, it's about time we talk about that, properly. Diode finally settled back into her seat, picked a ginger ale-like from the glasses on the table, and brought it to her mouth. Tara picked up a wine-like she had ordered from the waiter and took a drink too. Posing herself in thought, Diode took a few sips, then before long said, let's start with my clan. So, as you found out a while ago, I'm a gendo and women there are forced into deconversion. Do you know about it? The deconversion, I mean. Deconversion. So you don't know. It's the decompa aptitude conversion. Women who are capable of boarding vessels are practically non-existent, but they tell us if we do board, it has to be as a decompa. We're banned from becoming pilots. There aren't any woman twisters here with the endeavors either, though. Is that so? But is becoming a decompa compulsory? That's not really a thing, I think. There's no coercion. Women can pilot ships, though only classes like planetside comms or vacuum operations. I thought I had told you about it. So women can board, as long as they're those types of boats. I'd say that's still okay. At any rate, the gendo enforces deconversion, even if you can't decomp. If the net's shape is the usual, then the auto can handle it, and in the worst case, even just being able to navigate is enough. That's kinda cruel, isn't it? Yeah. In 2 ways. 2 ways. Right as Diode's face lit up with curiosity, cheese-like, salad-like, salmon-like, and beef-like were brought out, and offering them all to Di while starting her second glass of wine-like, Tara began to speak. First, it's cruel to force people to do something they don't want to. And second, it's disrespectful to the people who do it because they want to. I mean, a decompa is someone who transforms the net and boat by decompressing. That's the entire point of having a decompa. People who don't want to be twisters aren't put through the same remediation, are they? She finished and smiled bitterly. Well, unless they're a good-for-nothing like me, so it's disrespectful to decompas who can make proper, regular nets. Not someone like me. Could you please stop that, putting yourself down? I'm sorry. Prompted by Diode's annoyed tone, Tara apologized. Anyway, why are the gendo that strict with women? Women are the irrational gender, is what they say. Diode said with a sullen expression. Women are mentally weak, so if they were at the helm and descended into FBB's sea of clouds, they'd immediately panic and crash. What do you say to that, Tara-san? What panic? Tara's jaw dropped incredulously. Gender's got nothing to do with it, really. Truthfully, you piloted splendidly today, Daison. Right, I thought so too. However, the gendo believe that women are hopeless. So that's the reason why, 19 years ago, a woman who received the same kind of treatment we do now decided she hated it there so much that she had to flee at any cost, and fell in with an independent tsunami search ship crew. 19 years ago. Huh? For a moment, Tara grew confused. Daison, didn't you say you were 18? No, the woman who fled was my mother. She was already pregnant by then, so I was born on the ship. So that's how it is. The mother who raised you was called Roxanne, right, Daison? Yes, but that's just an alias, of course. She's a great mother, isn't she? Raising you to be as good a twister as you are. Diode reacted a bit strangely to that. Troubled, she knit her eyebrows, but her lips had a pleased, relaxed look in spite of that. Mother ran the tsunami search almost by herself. She wasn't the twister of a pillar boat, but when it came to a dual-use ship, she had talent. Could she be? No, you don't have to worry about that. She's still living tenaciously. I'm glad, hand on her chest. Tara let out a sigh of relief. So, you trained on the ship with her until you were 15. My mother broke it off with her husband when she first left. So, for a moment, her eyes wandered about in the air for some reason, then she emphatically repeated herself. So, I'm not of much use to the Endeavor clan. If for any reason you wanted to pair up with a man with a clean background from somewhere else, Tara-san, you'd definitely receive aid from the clan, which is not something I'm able to offer. That's my only flaw. I'm speaking frankly now. But I'm happy that you're being frank, Daison. She got the feeling that the conversation had jumped tracks a bit, but she grinned. But well, I see you're giving that some consideration, since marriage between two women isn't possible. Yeah, Diode slowly nodded in response. Every time Tara learned something about Diode, a new question came to mind. Tara leveled a stare at her. So, she lived with her mother in the tsunami search. And as the name implied, it was a ship that sailed through FBB's atmosphere to observe the weather and collect information about besu schools. It sounded very different from life on a base ship. What kind of life had it been? 9,500 hours of cruising time was indeed odd for an 18-year-old, but how did they make their money? Curious, Tara's gaze scanned the girl's profile. Diode blinked restlessly, as if being needled by it. Pushing the plate back, she asked, Tara-san, are you going to eat too? Oh yes, of course, Tara replied. The light orange meat on the plate had been drizzled in olive-like oil and served to be made into a roll. As she rolled it up and ate it, Tara tilted her head to the side and thought, why was our previous conversation cut short in the middle? The truth is, the girl started again as Tara listened carefully. I approached the jack-of-all-trades and the Pollux during this bow-ow-ow too, trying to find somewhere to fly as a twister. Really? Tara's interest was piqued. So how did it go over there? Back at the trades, I was arrested on suspicion of fraud. At the Polluxes, I was diagnosed with an emaciation disorder and ended up being placed in a pregnancy encouragement program. Arrested? That word had astonished Tara, but the ones that followed caused her to jump out of her chair. Emaciation, program, what are those? The fraud charge was because they suspected my cruise logs were falsified. 9,500 hours was too much. It was very difficult to prove my innocence. Making a pained face, Diode continued, in the pregnancy encouragement program, they put young women under all-day surveillance and give them as many calories as possible to maintain their health. It's a public program to make the best bodies for producing children. Anyway, it seems the Pollux have a special interest in animal breeding. Erg, Tara got goosebumps of disgust. You were like a goose being prepared for foie gras, weren't you? Fawa, agus? I don't really know what that means, but well, I guess it was something like that. Diode made a precise stab into a slice of duck-like with her fork, but frowned and put it back on the plate. They decided that my body is like this because I'm sick, you know, even though I didn't ask to be weighed to begin with. Are you okay? After that, pregnancy encouragement. I escaped by pressing the air leak alarm that blocked their pursuit. Personally, I felt that they weren't treating me like a human. I get it, I don't think that's the way to treat humans either. In strong agreement, Tara then regained her composure. Sorry, I think that saying I get it is an exaggeration. Exaggeration? I haven't been through anything as cruel as you have, Dyson. Coming back home like this was the price of my own mistakes. Please stop, it wasn't your fault. Following that chain of thought, then what happened with the trades? Bribing them like some criminal was the price of mine. She looked at Tara, displeased. Tara's large frame withered. Sorry for every single unnecessary thing I've said. I didn't mean it like. Diode trailed off mid-sentence, then sighed and shook her head. Anyway, that's how things went. Every time I try to become a twister, a hammer nails me back down. Today's wasted catch was just another one of those things. One of those things. Even if we had a great catch, they'd ask whether women can restrain themselves when it comes to catch size. Well, no, they haven't said anything like that yet, but they definitely would, right? For starters, you saw how it went just coming back after fishing as a pair of women. And that's true. Well, that's my answer to why I'm trying so hard. I have no other choice but to try hard. Having said that, Diode picked up the bubbling golden glass and gulped it down. With that, the top-quality boiled lobster-like finally arrived at the end of its long prep. Tara received it and divided it between them. Diode frowned, and holding the fork and the knife like she was repairing a circuit board, began fiddling with the white meat. She looked like she'd never eaten it before. Watching her, Tara began to think, I get it now. This person wanted to become a twister but hadn't succeeded anywhere else, and ultimate washed up here with nowhere to return. At several points along the way, she had to escape her own blunders. Tara was not only sympathetic to Diode's experiences, but she also honestly admired that tenacity. That's why she noticed the girl was tenaciously hiding something. Right, if that's what it's like, then this all makes sense. Their earlier conversation felt subtly off, and although Diode stated she had been frank, there was one point she hadn't touched upon, and that point had to be, beyond any trace of doubt, the worst of it. Bad enough for her to avoid even mentioning it. It wasn't just something on par with not receiving support from the clan or running afoul of the Trade and Pollux clans. It had to be something much worse, but what? Something even more dangerous than the arrest Diode had mentioned. Tara's characteristic imagination finally arrived at a conclusion. It wasn't just something that involved Diode, it was something Tara could get caught up in, too. Dyson. Yes. Gendo clan's trackers. Are they going to show up and start shooting? The pale, beautiful girl choked on her lobster and turned blue. I'm sorry. I wasn't trying to startle you that badly. Here, drink some water. Tara gave her some water and pounded on her back. Managing to gulp it down one way or another, Diode made a nervous sound and looked at Tara. How did you know? Did you look into it? So there really are trackers, Tara asked, surprised. I just said something I dreamed up. Dreamed up? What did you imagine? No, Dyson. It just struck me as odd that you were hiding what happened after you turned 15, you know. So I got the feeling that instead of being on the tsunami search, you were actually forced into deconversion. You made it sound like it was something your mother had gone through, but really, it was you, wasn't it, Dyson? Tara looked at the air as she thought. So, after you turned 15, you must have returned to your base ship, I'd say. Then once you turned 18, you were forced into deconversion and marriage, and that made you jump ship without permission because you hated it. So if that's the case, she quickly returned her gaze towards Diode. Your mother isn't the one being pursued, it's you. You thought you could use the bow Awow's purge to your advantage since the people chasing you would need to split up, but now bona fide trackers are going to show up. That's what I was imagining. Was I right? Sort of, but how did you know that? Diode voice rose to a near shriek and Ga covered her face. Telltale Tara, so that's what they meant by. Tara didn't like that nickname, but just this once she remained silent. The waiter laid a plate in front of Diode, who was still covering her face. Tara's guess at the sequence of events caused Diode to abruptly get up from the table, but Tara instantly grabbed her wrist and pulled her back. You don't have to run away. What are you saying? The Endeavor clan's guards aren't that useless. Diode looked up. Tara nodded back reassuringly. A recapture squad is illegal because infiltrating another clan is a violation of the clan territorial sovereignty rule. So if Gendo's trackers come, my clan's guards will stop them. Besides, traveling from one base ship to another uses an incredible amount of propellant. They won't come that often, probably. You're saying everything's okay then? Despite all this. Despite what? I'm hiding. I'm an illegal ship jumper. Diode raised her voice. SSH? Tara lifted her index finger. It's better if others don't find out about that. Yeah. So, let's decide how things will go starting tomorrow. Why would you? What do you think is the worst thing that could happen to the both of us? It's that we can't board our boat and go fishing together, right? She clasped Diode's resisting hand. Tara had forced the conversation forward on purpose, then backed her large frame away. Am I wrong? Is there anything worse? Ooh, Diode caught her breath, then eventually spoke. That's true, there's no point in pairing up if we can't fly a boat or cast nets. Yeah, and we've already succeeded once, meaning that Tara opened her large hand. Today absolutely wasn't the worst it could go. All right. All the other problems are secondary, recapture squads, hiding you, or bonus charging us insane extra fees. To deal with the last one, we'd better catch lots. We'll stand out if we catch too much. So let's keep our catches modestly large. You're being awfully cavalier, aren't you? There are times when it's good to make loose decisions about stuff. Tara firmly asserted herself with a smile and thrust a calculated hand towards Diode. So, your decision please, Dyson. What's the conclusion of our ceremony? Ceremony. Regarding our pairing up. With perfect timing, their order of 2 generously dished up strawberry-like, blueberry-like, mango-like, and melon-like 4 fruit parfaits were delivered for their dessert. Tara had given the signal to bring it out during the quiet moment a bit earlier. The soft cream inside the glass, printed using a brand new printer head, smelled like fresh, unoxidized buttercream. Diode's expression grew complicated as she began to speak, hand on her face, as if shielding herself from a blinding light right before her eyes. What is this? You're sorely mistaken if you think that this will catch me off guard. I'm not trying to catch you off guard at all. Do you think giving up this parfait and going off alone will make anything better? Got it, I'm going to state my conclusion. Diode proudly raised her face, pushing the extravagant dessert towards Tara and said, I don't want this. All right, I'm looking forward to working with you, starting tomorrow. Likewise, I'm so happy. Tara cheerfully picked up the long spoon and took one bite of the cold, sweet cream. She looked to her side. Diode called the waiter. I'd like a hot coffee-like, please. Having made her order, she looked back to Tara and firmly repeated herself. I don't want it, thank you. Chapter 5. Back in the oceans of a rocky planet, long before the Cirques arrived at the gas giant, fish emerged in the pre-dawn twilight to eat. Fishermen set out in their boats before their star made itself known along the horizon, aiming for the time they called dawn patrol. That custom is kept even at present. The Cirques also fish at dawn, but match their timing to their own planet, FatBeachBall, instead. Synchronizing a human's 25-hour circadian rhythm with the planet's 10-hour rotation period is a hassle, and it is common for their bodies to receive the signal to begin the day at odd hours like 4 p.m. or 1 a.m. It's a difficult lifestyle, no two ways about it, but fishermen have been in rhythm with nature since ancient times. On a day soon after she began fishing with Diode, Tara restlessly crawled out of bed well past 5 p.m. after oversleeping. Her ancient residence on the Idaho was in the year 120 ring. Its gravity 0.5 g. She washed her face, then printed her garment and makeup before quickly dressing herself. The day's deck dress was a lightweight platinum elf-style temple girdle from the 35th century Sirius imperial court. It was incredibly embarrassing as far as everyday clothing went, but it was just right to go out fishing. She puffed out her chest, got on the spoke elevator, and was pushed into the corner by others on their way to board. No matter where they were in space, unaccomplished people found their place in corners. 6:22 p.m. Tara met up with Diode at the Fisherman's Wharf Assembly Terminal. Diode wore a slim silver and black opera-style skinsuit, a look anyone could tell with a single glance was meant for fishing. It was the same outfit as the first time, but no less charming. On the contrary, Tara felt like she hadn't fully savored it enough. Approaching the girl, she spread her arms. "Dai-san, good morning. Your dress is wonderful again today." "Good morning, Tara-san. Your dress is just as wonderful." "No way, I'm totally too big. You're so compact that it's cute." An ordinary twister, in other words, a man didn't dress too gaudily. A situation like this, having a partner dressed just as stylishly, was completely new to Tara. Her eyes sparkled as she looked down and circled around her partner once in appraisal. In contrast, Diode's eyes were cold as she looked up and around Tara's chest. Bluntly, she responded, "Would you mind not belittling yourself over your proportions? Also, you're 22 minutes late." "Oh, I'm sorry. I came here after I woke up from a nap. I ended up oversleeping because I couldn't fall asleep earlier. I would have guessed you were the type to sleep well. It was because I got really excited when I started to think about us going out fishing again today. How about you? Are you that type of sleeper too?" "I can sleep pretty much anywhere in any way. There's no time, let's get moving." "Huh, what about breakfast? Something light." "You already used up the time for that. We'll have to make do with snacking on the pemmican when we board." "Alia." Diode snapped around and quickly started walking, then stopped just as abruptly. Tara, trailing behind, bumped into her. "Is something wrong?" "No, it's nothing." Despite Diode's denial, Tara could tell what the problem was. They'd felt probing gazes from others on their way to board ever since leaving for the assembly terminal that morning. The usual pair of fisherwomen would chat to catch up over each other's husbands before going their separate ways. The deck dresses served a similar purpose. They were carefully chosen with their husbands in mind. So, it was inevitable that the odd sight of two women walking towards their spaceship without a husband would attract curious eyes. It was also only natural that Diode would be alert to it. Dai-san, I'll be a barrier so." Using her height to block the surrounding gazes, Tara nonchalantly stepped in front of Diode. However, Diode yanked on Tara's elbow and put herself back out in front. "You're worrying over nothing." She proudly stuck out her chest and pressed forward like a small tugboat, leaving Tara wide-eyed. They passed through the assembly terminal's camera gate, headed for the pier extending out into the void of space. They passed the supply counter and greeted Maintainer-san and Supplier-san, counted the gate numbers as they continued, then hurled themselves into the boarding tube of their boat. Diode and her suit gleamed as she swirled down the snaking throat of the boarding tube. Tara was absorbed in the sight of something she had never laid eyes on before. The tube ended against a wall. It was pink and smooth, almost like an aquatic mammal's belly. That wall was the pillar boat's hull, which had been reconditioned with fresh AMC clay. Diode confidently pressed the clay with both hands and her handprints began to glow as a large slit opened. Tara had already judged her to be an assertive twister a while back. Diode quickly jumped into the slit and was pulled through the viscosity hatch. Tara followed by jumping in behind her. It was like being swallowed by a large beast, except there wasn't anything unnerving about it. The process didn't prompt any strong feelings in particular. It was something she, all of her previous partners, and long ago, her parents had done many times. However, this time felt special. Boarding after that girl was exciting. Cool slime engulfed her, and she inhaled and coughed for 10 agonizing seconds. There wouldn't be a need to do this in a dry pit, but it was unavoidable with a submerged pit. The pain faded as her lungs adjusted to the gel. Tara lowered her hands and positioned them as if to raise a rattling iron shutter door at a garage, and then scooped them upwards in a sweeping motion. Rear pit lift up. The scooping gesture activated the boating system, and a dazzling array of parts came alight. The pre-flight checklist flickered on the VUI as data from the interior sensors began to flow in. Half of the pillar boat's functions promptly resumed. MN, twister, starting. Diode replied absent-mindedly as she transferred her pit to the other end of the boat. The previously dim cockpit was violently illuminated by the VUI. She was in fact working through the activation sequence, but that wasn't the formalized response to the decompa. Stating cockpit lift up, was an established part of the sequence, but it seemed like Diode was unaware of that. Tara was irritated by the level of interest she was taking in Diode's unconventional workflow. The interior and exterior cameras finished booting and projected the view all around Tara. The planet was to her right, space was to the left, and directly below was the Idaho's pier and gigantic wheel. Then, before her eyes, the back of Diode's small figure appeared, her hair tied up. "Ready to fish, let's go dice on." "All right, I'm ready too." Diode's response was typically laconic, and she spun the VUI's contact dial to call the official. "This is Tara Intercontinental, Endeavor's leisure boat to Idaho boating officer. Requesting permission for descent." The registration number and identification codes were communicated in binary, so Diode didn't need to repeat them. Her words were a necessary bit of ceremony, but beyond that they served no real purpose. However, Diode's tone communicated immense annoyance as she said leisure boat. "Permission for descent granted for Tarasan's boat. Take care." The reply was somewhat amicable, but upon hearing that, Tara murmured, "Take care, huh?" They would have added something along the lines of, "Let's hope for a big catch," if they had been a fishing boat, and its absence felt just a tiny bit alienating. Of course, mentioning that out loud might bother Diode, so Tara muttered it offline. "So, shall we depart?" The pillar boat's umbilical disconnected the moment permission was granted, enabling it to move in free space. Diode spoke calmly and raised her hands over the cluster of folding fan-shaped throttle panels. While in its tanker form, the pillar boat is, as the name implies, a 220-meter-long, 20-meter-wide blunt cylinder. Diode opened two small holes at the front and back of the hull for tiny RCS nozzles. Poof, poof, poof. The pillar boat separated from the pier with three gentle jet-like bursts from the nozzles. Diode began a turn to point the pillar boat's aft end in the direction of orbital travel, then braked. "Port departure complete. When does the window open? I do think we're just in time to make it, at least." Yes, our timing is fine. 8 minutes left until then." "We're almost out of time. That's not fine at all." "Well, I'm sorry. Let's eat something while it sends us down. Re-entry shape, please." "Okay." Now it was Tara's turn. She took a deep breath and closed her eyes. Decompression, changing the boat's shape to her desires. As if working clay with an imaginary hand, she started to mold the boat into the image in her mind. The pillar boat was soft, cool, and nice to the touch. At the bow end, she worked the cylinder shape into something resembling a tricorn, then pinched it tight. She spread the aft like a flared skirt, then carefully leveled out the base. The shape would allow them to decelerate as they dove into the atmosphere. Secretly enjoying herself, Tara calmly kneaded the clay to remove unwanted lumps. Even so, she felt like she was making others wait on her, and the result still ended up showing traces of being hastily beveled. All 18,000 tons of AMC clay easily responded to Tara's modeling. The pillar boat's shape smoothly flowed from a long, thin cylinder into a charming cone. The origin of the re-entry form's shape was murky, but it had been called the Apollo shape since ancient times. The underside had a radius of 50 meters, and the cone was more than 20% wider than it was tall. Phew, done. Okay, timing please. Fishing grounds are set 10 hours in advance. To put it another way, fishers sync themselves to the fishing grounds by going to sleep 10 hours before departure so they can descend and arrive at the right time. It'll only be a moment, 30 seconds remaining. 29, 28, 27. That's fine, okay, initiating re-entry. But we still have 25 seconds. It's not a problem if we're only off by a few seconds. 6:58 p.m. Diode interrupted Tara's countdown and leisurely announced the start of re-entry. Beautiful flames, the color of black tea, gushed out of the pillar boat's nuclear fusion engine and through its large underside, decelerating them. The combustion promptly cut after several seconds, re-entry burn complete. Now that they were in separate orbits, the Idaho shot forward, momentarily racing through an arc overhead before trailing away behind the boat. It followed their elementary comprehension of orbital motion. The front is the back is the front. By the time the boat was sinking into the atmosphere, it was nearly time for their fishing grounds in FBB Snightside to brighten. Mother beach balls raise lit an extended shoreline of thin cirrus clouds, a cliff of stacked stratus, and a valley of coiled, swirling stratus which yawned into the depths. Okay, let's have breakfast. Dyson, are you really okay with pemmican? It's like eating pet food in the bath. I'm used to it. The Cirque's fishermen descended with their boats at dawn. Section: 5 hours of daylight fishing, 5 hours of night fishing. The cycle set by FBB's 10-hour rotational period is the same for most of the planet. Whether a fisherman likes it or not, that won't change. In the morning, when visibility is good, the fishermen descend for a haul. After dark, they ascend to a safe altitude and cruise on alert as they wait through the night. When the haul comes up short, they navigate under the light of FBB's several moons to catch species that surface in the darkness. At dawn, they return to their base ship, and it was through many fishermen following this cycle for hundreds of years that they had arrived at the present. Terra was following the cycle as well. To be specific, they started to fish for sweet mackerel following the plan of keeping their catches modestly large, like they had discussed the first night. The fish are found in the high-altitude ammonia cloud belts, diving in and out of the clouds without a care. However, Terra had failed to catch them. She had been over-enthusiastic and wove a net that was too large. Thanks to her blunder in spreading the mesh too far and wide, most of their prey had spilled out. Merely 200 tons remained in the net. Converted into the equivalent amount of propellant, it would keep the pillar boat afloat for 100 seconds at most. With regret, Terra pulled in the net, then changed her target to schools of bowstring parrotfish, a borderline class-large species living on the cliff-like faces of red phosphorus cumulus, and which emerged at noon. However, while preparing a flag-shaped net for the bowstring parrotfish school they were cautiously approaching, she noticed they had instead encountered a school of string spiderfish. Spiderfish are a small species that form gigantic schools within cumulus clouds and, as Terra thought about it again, are definitely hunted by bowstring parrotfish. It was already too late by the time the realization set in, though. String-covered spiderfish rapidly overfilled the net as they spilled down the cliff like an avalanche, crossing 200,000 tons in only a moment. The catch corresponded to 11 high, and it quickly capsized the pillar boat. Unlike with the surfers, they weren't trawling in a high-speed form. The current hull shape wasn't providing any lifting power. To keep their forward momentum going, Diode nervously adjusted the engine to run its jets at full throttle with both hands. Despite her nervousness, she maintained a flat tone. "Terra-san, we caught too much, didn't we?" I'm sorry, I overfilled it. My mistake. The volume would have been fine if they'd been bowstring parrotfish, but I got careless. Never mind the incident report. If we don't do something, our jets are going to melt the boat before we even run out of fuel. We're throwing the catch out, right? It was a waste, but there wasn't anything moderate about the large catch at all. I wonder if half is good. That would leave us with 5 high. In a panic, Terra loosened a part of the net, but Diode raised one hand to stop her. That's not what I meant. Please change shape. Change shape? We'll be flying for a good while, so I want you to decompass into a shape that has a high glide ratio. That was an unexpected proposal, so we're not throwing away our catch. We're bringing it back. But you said that we had to be careful not to overfish, and besides, it's so heavy it might make it hard to leave the atmosphere. I said it's fine, so please just do it. I can get through this with motivated piloting, leave that part to me. But if your conclusion is that it's physically impossible, we'll give up on it, of course. Free to decide, Terra reached her own conclusion. If it's for gliding at high altitude, then what about making a flying wing or a glider shape? Wait, maybe something like that could work if it needs strength. Would a parachute work better? What if I pressed the whole catch into filler and molded our airfoils around it? How about that? I think it'd go great if we did that, for sure. Come again, never mind. I barely understand, but I'm entrusting it to you. Terra filled with fervor at Diode's declaration. From the moment they discarded the 315,000-ton catch, she had been thinking about how they could have brought it back. Decompression, Terra transformed the long, narrow shell shape of a powered flight boat into a flat wing, a significant change. She pulled the dangling net inside the boat, repeatedly breaking the catch down into pouches. As she pushed the evenly flattened pouches inside both wings, they expanded to an imposing length, which now provided lifting power. However, the lively squirming of besu inside the pouches was capable of creating instability, so Tara reinforced the internals. Luckily, they had caught string spiderfish, so she stretched out their strands and tied the fish together with their own parts. Tightly packed and functioning like elastomers, the pouches were aligned and hardened, and Tara's plans for reinforcement were beginning to show the desired result. To finish, she quickly lined up longitudinal ribs throughout the wing, fixing the whole thing in place. "It's done," Tara announced. The pillar boat's finished appearance almost looked like a primitive V-shaped hunting tool. It was a gigantic flying wing with a 500-meter wingspan. Diode looked out over the wing from left to right, then spoke like she'd been punched in the gut. "What is this? Sorry, the shape's weird, isn't it? I don't think anyone's ever made their pillar boat look like this before, but I think I managed to do it just fine. I'm not trying to brag or anything. Also, those yaw rudders. I only noticed in the middle of decomping that it wouldn't turn, so they were entirely an afterthought." Multiple perpendicular foils, resembling a shark's dorsal fin, extended above and below the wing, and had been thoughtlessly placed down its length, with visible signs of regret. When Tara realized that she'd completely forgotten essential parts of an aircraft, such as vertical and horizontal rudders or a tail boom, she tried to shove them in at the last minute. "If you're careful when pitching the nose, it won't suddenly dive or break, I think. It's misshapen, but please make use of it one way or another." "Misshapen, right?" Diode cautiously touched the throttle swarm, remaining silent as if in astonishment. Refiring the engine that had been moved elsewhere by the decomp, Diode tested the rudders a few times to ensure all of the parts were strong enough, accelerated with the jets at full throttle to verify the composite thrust was directed through the composite center of gravity, then swiftly turned around and spoke with a nervous expression. "Hi." Diode turned to look ahead. Huh. Tara tilted her head to the side. After the shape change, the pillar boat could successfully climb with a thrust ratio of 1:18. They welcomed dusk after ascending to 40 kilometers above sea level. As the 5-hour-long night swept over them, Diode suddenly lifted both arms. "I'm beat. Fuel consumption this low feels like cheating. If the thrust ratio holds up until we make the return, we'll have a clay surplus. We're taking 11 high back with us. Seriously, what's up with that? Crap, Tarasan, you're the best." Thinking she was being praised, Tara grew bashful, but suddenly froze when she noticed the dark blue eyes staring at her. What is it? Do you understand what you just did?" No. I made an awesome boat based on the fantasies I wander into every day." "I don't know, I'm sorry. Let me rephrase. Why do the fishermen who fish at noon and sit idle at night usually bring in an average catch of 6 or 7 high when they come back in the morning? Why do you think that is?" It's because they're blowing through their fuel overnight. You could say it's a bottleneck. Then why am I crap? Please forget that. It was something that slipped out accidentally." Diode sighed, then turned to face forward again. "The decomp is incredible." Yes, that's true. Decompressing in general is really curious. Like, why does the fish clay turn into the shape we want? I'm saying you're what's incredible." Diode said it like she was scolding Tara, who replied, "Okay," and ducked her head. The ship circled in the night sky, and before long the sound of rhythmic breathing from a sleeping person began to fill it. Diode's small body gently floated in the gel, asleep. Just as she'd said, she could sleep anywhere. The station keeping had been left to the boating system, so Tara also folded her arms over her dress and looked up into the starry sky. After 5 hours of sleeping that way, the wake-up alarm loudly sounded from the VUI. Off in the direction of the giant which loomed in the depths of night, the faint, flame-colored light of dawn began to spread. Tara heard the cold voice of her new partner. "Please bring up the guide container. Full element. Section. Astonishing officer bonus. They arrived at the Idaho 66,000 tons in the black, having brought back a 211,000-ton catch while consuming 135,000 tons of propellant." Diode and Tara headed to the WEB beer hall, but this time there were no tears. They toasted with their cups of coffee-like, cleaned the plates of bacon-like, fried egg-like, and vega-like they'd ordered, and tried to figure out why the fermented wheat flour-based singed dish was called toast. When they finally took their leave, their faces were composed. Tara walked back to her ancient residence against the crowd commuting to work. Taking off her outfit, she laid down on the cushioned floor and sank into the pleasant exhaustion of spending a day out and returning in the morning. However, she wasn't used to processing an entire day's lingering feelings in the mornings and momentarily stirred restlessly, disoriented. 8:10 a.m. Tara finally noticed that she had overlooked an important detail. Where is she going back to? Chapter 6. The day after her second fishing trip with Diode, Tara left for work at Idaho's Year 10 ring, where the fan-shaped antiquity district was located. Tara was in the media storehouse, its ancient style resembling an archive in the ruins of a nameless castle, sorting through the 3 million files damaged during the early days of the Cirque calendar, when the Minicell on the back of her hand received a message. She really didn't want to field private messages at work, but it had come from the Council of Elders by the looks of it. It was pointless to simply ignore the message, so she opened her palm to accept it. Yes, this is Terra Intercontinental. Greetings, how do you do? I am Salem Dishcrash. A middle-aged man she had never seen before appeared on her palm. Wearing a gray butler uniform, he greeted her with a smile. I am aware this is short notice, but would you happen to be available right now? Not really, I'm in the middle of work. Work, but is your pillar boat not currently docked at the pier? Do you happen to be occupied with maintenance work? No, I'm at my job as a video distribution officer. Video distribution officer, so you have not become a fisherman. I'm doing that too, but I used up my clay allotment and am taking a break for a little while. So, I have been informed it was a big catch that generated more than 2 months' income. Yet, you find it necessary to continue with make work. Make work, really. I happen to very much enjoy my distribution work. It's fun digging up interesting old articles and showing them to other people. They're delighted with them. Are you saying my doing this is a bad thing? No, not at all. There is nothing bad nor wrong about it. Only, it is a line of work a fisherman should probably not be in. Look, that predictably ticked Tara off. I wasn't recognized as a fisherman even though I said I wanted to work as one, so I'm going to keep working here too. Dishcrash-san, was it? You work for the Council of Elders, don't you? How about you recognize me as a fisherman before telling me something like that? That is exactly what this is about. Dishcrash extended his hand as he smiled and nodded. The Council of Elders is extending an invitation to a meeting regarding the fishing conduct of Terra Intercontinental-san and Kana Ishidoro-san, to begin at 10 o'clock. Please prepare yourself to be in attendance. Meeting. He disappeared. Tara absent-mindedly stared at her left hand. She hadn't been given much time, as it was already after 9. The coworker seated next to her, Makia, had watched all of it. Telltale, what was that about just now? Who knows, something like a bid to deceive me and take my pillar boat away with a convoluted argument, just like a swindler would. Don't get delusional now, those guys have a habit of moving fast. But about that big catch, you got married, when? Well, just then they heard a high-pitched knock from the archive's door. A reception worker who had already left returned in a hurry. Tara-san, Tara-san. A liaison from the Council of Elders is here. Makia, let's talk later, okay? Although they'd worked together for 6 years, the 4-year gap between the two made Makia something more like a half-superior, so their relationship wasn't close. Tara felt that if she talked about boarding her pillar boat while unmarried, and with another woman to boot, she'd only get laughed at. So, thankfully, she had managed to escape that conversation. Mr. Dishcrash was a memorable personality. A thin man with good posture, soft sideburns resembling cream puffs, and narrow eyes that, at first glance, seemed to be smiling. Ooh, this seems promising, he said, looking up to Tara in admiration. He puffed out his chest and began to lead her. A shaft descended from the Year 10 ring near the inside circumference of the donut-shaped Idaho towards the outside circumference. There, in the Year 250 ring, the current Council of Elders had established an office partitioned with precious, shiny chrome. Tara was brought to a place that seemed to be a small waiting room. Like a kid waiting for a staff member, she sat quietly on the sofa and tapped her fingertips in boredom. She wondered why the downcast figure next to her wore simple fishing pants that resembled an inboard plumber's and an old-fashioned hat like the ones Tara had seen in ancient books. Tara stared absent-mindedly for a moment, unable to place who it was. The small figure looked at her and spoke up. Tara-san, Silver hair flowed out as she removed her hat. A familiar face appeared. It was the girl she had separated from a morning earlier. Dyson, what are you doing here? Tara said, slightly surprised by Diode's disguise. Diode, on alert for some reason, frowned. I should be the one asking why you showed up here, she replied. It's more like I was summoned here. They said it was something related to our conduct as fishermen. Ah, so that's what this is. Diode glanced at Dishcrash, standing behind Tara, and took a deep breath. I see, so he's associated with the people denouncing us. She looked relieved. Tara leaned over her from the side. Is it possible you thought I was on their side? Diode's cheeks quickly turned red, and Tara smiled, seeing she'd guessed correctly. Don't worry about it. Not knowing anyone around you makes you distrust everyone and everything, doesn't it? I'm not that paranoid. It's just that I thought that you'd be treated differently from me since you're a member of this clan. It's fine. I'm not exactly in good standing either, so it seems like they're mad at me too. A lively smile grew on Diode's face as Tara made light of their situation. So, how about we pick a fight together? Tara nodded at her smile, then stopped that thought in its tracks. She'd been to multiple meetings with the Council of Elders regarding her pillar boat since inheriting it, but this was her first time being summoned directly by one of their subordinates. She had a really bad feeling about it. I'd like to say gladly, but would you mind holding back for a bit? Hi. You'll go jumping ship again if it gets hard for you to stay here, and I'd like to avoid that. I want to keep fishing with you. So, can you trust me to do the talking for now? We can consider picking a fight later. Ah, well, if you say so. Diode reluctantly nodded and extended her hand. Tara was quite surprised by how easily she accepted, thinking she would have put up more resistance. Relieved, Tara lightly grasped Diode's hand. Huh. Diode made an unexpected face. She seemed to have been bothered by something other than the handshake, but she averted her eyes and said, Nothing. By the way, Dyson, what's up with your look? Ah, I'd like it if we could consider that later too, please. In her current state, she was giving off the smell of food waste. Tara was curious as to why Diode was willing to put up with dressing so shabbily, but given her bargain with Diode, she didn't want to press the matter. They waited for 40 minutes without being served even a single tea-like before they were taken to another room at 10 o'clock. It wasn't a normal office or conference room. With the surrounding rostrum looming over them, it looked much more like a courtroom. Several figures stood above it. Dishcrash remained on standby at the wall to Tara's back. She gulped nervously. Tara-kun, a voice sounded. So, you have come. My apologies for towering over you like this. This was a design choice made 50 years ago. A slender man in the prime of his life bent forward. The dark skin on his manly face was weathered and bordered by a white mustache and hair. Tara more or less nodded in response. There's nothing we can do about things that have been tall from the start. That's right. You yourself are the living, breathing example of that. I have seen you on Main Street and at WEB on multiple occasions. This may be our first time being face-to-face, but it does not feel like our first meeting. Certainly, you're the leading woman of our clan, Hem. Yes, that's probably right. It is something worthy of praise. Have you ever seen a woman taller than yourself? I haven't, so there can be no doubting it. While we are at it, we could say you are splendid well beyond just your height. It is an honor for you to have come here. The man cheerfully laughed. At times like these, Tara would usually force a smile and think, I just want to sit, but here, she wasn't in a position to request a chair. There didn't even seem to be chairs in the room to begin with. He hadn't introduced himself yet, but his face was so well known he didn't need to. The cheerful, sociable man was Clan Chief Zeon Highhert's Endeavor, the clan's sole elder and its head fisherman. He was 62 years old. Hearing a voice beside her, Tara looked over to see Diode calmly standing, her index finger casually pointed at the floor. Aside from Zeon, it wasn't possible to clearly see the faces of the others at the rostrum. Tara noticed that they were only projected avatars. Those individuals were actually somewhere else, meaning the Council of Elders didn't have time for this. They might interrupt if an argument grew violent and needed intervention, but at the moment, Zeon was the only one speaking. Now, before we move on to the important matters at hand, there is one more person I would like to greet. Diode-kun, that is how you have introduced yourself, so it will be fine to use that name here, correct? Or would you prefer your real name? You may be small and cute, too. But it seems you have arrived on our ship through your own show of strength. Tara instinctively glanced at Diode again. Her partner muttered quietly, now making a peace sign at her thigh. She gave a short response with a 20,000-kilometer stare. Please, call me Diode. Very well. I believe you have already grasped the fact that our clan greatly values individual freedom. I may be only somewhat familiar with the customs of other clans, but compared to the JT and Pollux, I am certain life is much more pleasant here on the Endeavor's ship. Diode-kun, what do you think? Compared to the Polluxes, it does seem habitable. You're quite correct, and how about the JTs? Diode, still facing an imaginary horizon, closed her mouth. Tara leaned over and whispered, "Would you like me to answer instead?" Receiving a mumbled response, she straightened herself and answered for Diode. Her experience with the jack-of-all-trades was colored by a mistake on her part, so she can't fairly say. Ha ha ha, what an interesting young lady. She seems rash but remains honorable. I have taken a liking to her. Thank you very much. Relying on the habits and fortitude she had cultivated over many years, Tara smiled and nodded. Xian seemed to be in a good mood, and their discussion might be headed in a positive direction. It is a shame that I must tell this to such a likable pair, but let us get straight to the point. As I have inherited the will of the early Endeavors, who established our livelihood around FatBeachBall, I have the duty of guiding both our clan and the fleet into the future. To that end, it is desired that a proper pair make use of your pillar boat. The direction wasn't positive at all. Tara felt slightly discouraged, but since she had already braced for the news, she maintained her smile and responded. Ooh, Clan Chief Highhertz. Tara-kun. Yes. I do not mind if you call me Xian. Xian-san, I've had multiple meetings like this with the council. Yes, my pillar boat has been grounded for a while, but my understanding is that it isn't currently having a big impact on our clan's profits and expenses. Has the situation changed? Could it be that someone sank? I appreciate your concern, but all 11 of Endeavor's fishing families, yours and mine included, thankfully remain in good health. Then if that's the case, the situation hasn't changed, right? That is correct, it has not changed. Only that, and I am assuming you can understand this as well, nobody expected your situation to persist for 6 years. Our Endeavor clan has been tolerating it for a good while now. I'm really sorry about that. It might sound like I'm making excuses, but I have been trying hard to marry a good man. A good man. Yes, these last few times, I have been more particular about my partner. That is an admirable attitude. Of course, we know about that aspect of yours, striving to properly fish before solidifying yourselves as a married couple. Ah, thank you. Though I'm really sorry I couldn't achieve an outcome that lived up to everyone's expectations. You worked hard, but that's not the only admirable thing. Allow me to go ahead and say it. From the start, you have been in a favorable position. Your height is a clear flaw, 3. But your fascinating appearance makes up for it, and your attitude has been hugely cooperative. There has not been a single case where you rejected someone after meeting them face to face. That is truly wonderful. Diode-kun, is there something wrong? Xian looked to Diode after she whispered a single word, pausing for a response that didn't come. However, he said, turning his eyes back to Tara, you have been turned down every time. That means you failed the fishing trials with your possible choices, correct? Yes. You are aware that you yourself have made us listen repeatedly to your yearning to sail your own pillar boat. However, Tara-kun, despite being blessed with a talent for decompression, you have found nothing but misfortune. I'm sorry, I'm the one who's at fault. She had no excuses. Tara hung her head. No, no. Xian calmly waved his hand. Please do not misunderstand me. I am not blaming you. That is just how it is when there is a difference in ability. Besides, you have a very good reputation as a video distribution officer. It was only recently that I investigated, but I do believe you could please many in that arena. Do you understand what I am getting at, Tara-kun? I understand. By now, none of her sore spots remained untouched. Even though I'm talentless, I am still holding onto the boat, and that's not good. A painful sensation came from the inside of her nose. She found herself sniffling. Just then, she felt a light tug at her sleeve. Diode gave her a look and repeatedly pointed back and forth between herself and Tara. Huh? Tara asked. Diode, clearly frustrated, flapped her hand in front of her face over and over like she was trying to deny something. It looked like she wanted to say that Tara being untalented wasn't true. Diode's humorous gestures, faithfully keeping her promise to let Tara do the speaking, caused a chuckle to escape Tara. Yeah, you're right. Zeon-san, this may be presumptuous of me, but it's not like I'm completely incapable of being a decompa. Diode frowned in denial as Tara spoke, but she chose to ignore it for the moment. I haven't been able to fish the normal way with any of my marriage candidates so far, but I can successfully fish with Diode-san. So, well, we'd like to contribute to the clan's catch if possible. Would it be possible, Zeon-san? Maybe he hasn't received our catch report. Tara's face was full of anticipation as she raised it, but the clan chief had turned thoroughly serious, looking at her as he held his chin between his fingers. Tara-kun, it seems that you have not heard me clearly, so I will repeat myself. I said that as the clan chief, I have the duty of guiding what we inherited from our clan and fleet into the future. You understand, don't you? Yes. No, you do not. Tell me, what is it we have inherited and are guiding into the future? Things like our family name, or our hopes, our bloodlines. When fishers become husband and wife, they will entrust their fishing techniques and boat to the children they bear. That structure is the core of our society, is it not? Tara was momentarily speechless. That was another sore spot of hers. However, considering what the two of them were doing, it was also a point she'd expected to come up. Excuse me, Zeon-san. What is it? There are regular couples without kids, aren't there? And those are unavoidable because of personal matters, right? Yes, naturally. Those situations are unavoidable. And if by chance, when those couples happen to be fishers, we have a system that allows them to pass down their fishing techniques and boat, don't we? Yes, there is an adoption system. It allows our long-established fishing families to select a youngster suitable to bear the responsibility of inheriting their boat. So if that's the case, hold on, Tara-kun. He firmly interrupted her and bent forward from the rostrum. Is it possible you are trying to suggest that in place of joining our valuable fishing lineages together with others, you wish to use our exceptional adoption system so you too can casually fly your pillar boat for leisure? Is that what you are suggesting? No. Tara grew pale, not expecting Zeon's opposition to be so fierce. I thought that it could be a solution to our problem. Did you really think that solution would be adequate, Tara-kun? Zeon asked forcefully. Tara shrugged. Do you understand what you are asking for? You want to take an aid system intended for those who have genuine troubles and justify its use for reasons that stray from the righteous path. Imagine we do as you suggest and allow just anyone to board and inherit a pillar boat. If that were to happen, what would become of our traditions? Our successors? Everything would be completely ruined. Do you think that is okay? No, I don't think it's okay. That's really not what I'm trying to say. Really? Do you really believe that? Very well, are you also capable of explaining why women are not twisters then? Tara's mind instantly blanked. Tara-kun. Well. Thank you for providing us with an actual example, Tara-kun. That is exactly what I am referring to. What? Losing track of the conversation confused Tara even more. Zeon gave her a deep nod. That is your answer. Women have difficulty reacting to unexpected situations. What would you do if you were at FBB and a sudden downburst hit you while you were in a fight with a myriad Bokkai orca at the 8-kilometer pressure level? Nothing. You would get turned completely inside out. Only those who are capable should expose themselves to such danger. That's true, but Dyson isn't bad at it. There are numerous methods to make it appear that way. However, we are deviating from the topic at hand, the main point of which is that a twister and a decompa must be united by a strong bond. For the twister to be capable of fighting FBB's relentless, merciless nature, the support of the decompa is indispensable. For the decompa to weave the proper net, direction from the twister is indispensable. What kind of relationship is capable of doing that? Not just for the sake of enabling the continuation of your lineage, but for the very sake of survival itself. What is the proper form for that pair to take? Well, Tara-kun. But we. You. Tara was at a loss for words again. She was taken with an incredibly odd feeling. She lived in such a vast world that she was in the presence of things she didn't even know about. She didn't know what was being denied to her yet, but even without knowing what exactly it was, she had a strong hunch it was something wonderful, and something that wouldn't make a difference even if she could put it into words. I. You were on strike 4 before, and that was strike 5. The voice was resolute. Tara turned to her side and saw Diode wiggling all 5 fingers. I put up with it 5 times. So that's what you were doing. The girl dressed as a boy plumber nodded once. She stepped in front of Tara, Clan Chief Highhertz. Yes, Diode-kun. I'll be calling you Xeon. You've been shamelessly spouting a bunch of empty arguments. Do you really not feel any shame engaging in that level of sophistry? Constantly cycling between puffing yourself up and being so cocksure of your judgment that you think you can ignore anything Tara says, Xeon. What did you say? Xeon raised his eyebrows and shut his mouth. Dyson, Tara tugged on the hem of her dress. Well, Xeon, you must have accumulated an extensive history of failure and deception at your age. So it's no surprise your sense of shame and remorse have declined, degraded, and depreciated well past their expiration date. But looks like it's not enough for you to just mock me, the outsider with your tattered pride. Wait, maybe that's just a rag. So you'd also go as far as to harass one of your own, Tara-san, in your gross, backhanded way. Anyone who saw the degree to which it finds new dimensions of horrible would have been so taken aback, so disgusted, that they'd have no choice but to remember it. So, in spite of it being a pain and there not being enough time to address every single detail, I'll give you a proper scolding that you'd better be grateful for. Well, I'll go through this in order, but first off, don't ridicule others for their height. Don't ridicule others for their body, period. You can't mock a woman and render judgment just from the sight of her. There's absolutely no way. You don't know something as basic as that, right, Xeon? Diode-kun, Diode-kun. Xeon's face turned deep red as he shouted. The two heard footsteps as Dishcrash approached them from behind. Please mind your words. So even you would like to join in roasting him too? Diode said as she turned to face him. Her question didn't register with Tara, and naturally, it didn't with the liaison either. At a loss for words, he replied, What? As Tara had expected, Diode had gone completely out of her mind. The position of clan chief should naturally be dignified and noble, so isn't it insulting to ignore all of the drivel pouring from his mouth? If he means to lecture you as to inheriting your ancestors' legacy, then surely you already demonstrate strength and virtue worthy of being passed on to future generations. Is it the endeavor's will to judge people as inferior without putting them to the test, especially ostracizing people under the guise of being considerate of their useless nature? Or was it an idea that he imposed on them himself? Is that really okay? Dishcrash's face was filled with surprise. Hugh, if we are going by that logic. His words were drowned out by the loud sound of a fist hitting the rostrum. Diode-kun. Diode slowly turned around. The elder clan leader's eyes were blazing, and he began to speak through clenched teeth. I have quietly listened to everything you had to say. I hope you are aware that I can arrest you solely on the basis of contempt. What is the point you're trying to make? I'd only be repeating myself, but of course, if you require further assistance in insulting yourself, knock it off with the pointless, annoying argument. But who was the one that started those pointless arguments? The girl, so small a man could blow her away with a single sneeze, proudly puffed her chest towards the rostrum. Aren't you basically saying that the ones who excel at fishing make history? And yet, you needlessly brought up topics like, what about our lineage, or women are incompetent? Why is that? That is not what I am saying. Then what are you saying? Are you trying to turn this into a contest? This is an unacceptable way to settle our discussion. Our entire discussion strikes me as unacceptable, Clan Chief Highhertz. How about you use your amazing reflexes to deal with unexpected situations, like needing to dodge Bokkai orcas in FBB's atmosphere? That is, if you are better than a woman. You're stepping into the abyss, little missy. But that's where I came from. To translate Xeon's shout to an older mode of speaking, it essentially meant the same as go to hell. Diode's calm retort intercepted his words, causing an invisible midair explosion. Tara watched open-mouthed as they went at one another. The population of 20,000 might be small, but Xeon was their leader, and even raising a single foolish objection during their dispute could be a serious matter for Tara. Yet, as casually as pushing trash into the can with a sandal, Diode had squared off with him and was arguing splendidly. It was a reckless act certain to bring them to ruin, but it was a historical feat. To that point, there had been nothing but shadows on the surrounding rostrum, but they began to show their faces one by one. It looked like the argument had caught the interest of the Council of Elders. With all eyes turned towards him, Xian declared, "I cannot turn a blind eye after you have gone this far. I can impartially judge your real abilities, but are you sure that is what you want? If anything, you'd better not be a defiant chicken, and take it back when the results are shown front and center in the wharf." "Wait, please a moment." Dishcrash spread his hands and stepped in. "Clan Chief, please forgive this act of insolence on my part, but we have gotten off topic. Fundamentally, this matter regards the appropriate course of action we should take with Miss Terra's pillar boat, not issues related to Miss Diode's skill." "Excuse me," Terra reflexively shouted. "If that's the case, I think the end result will be the same. I can't fish with anyone other than Dyson, so if she's no good, then I'm also no good." "This is dangerous," Dishcrash whispered to her. "Hi." Terra was confused, but Xian pounced on the opportunity. "I hear you loud and clear, Terra-kun," Xian shouted. "That simplifies things. For this matter, the Council of Elders will judge Terra-kun and Diode-kun's abilities with a Bacchae Orca catch, and in the event they do not achieve superior results, we shall seize the Intercontinental's pillar boat. Happy Diode-kun, you brought this upon yourself. If it's about being better, I have no objection. If you're going that far, then you will have no problem with our becoming fishers if we win, right?" "Right. If you win, you can become a fisherman, a swordsman, whatever you want. But that's only if you win." The entire Council of Elders had become spectators to their shouting. Chapter 7. So that's how I successfully got under his skin and dragged him into a one-on-one fight. Their pillar boat looked down on a morning sea of clouds. From the rear pit, Terra listened to Diode with her face buried in both hands. "Got under his skin, you were provoking him, was that all an act?" "An act? No, it absolutely was not." Wondering why Terra thought that, Diode turned around. The day's deckwear was a deep crimson camisole dress with gold chain-stitch fringes and a pair of tights, capped off with a striking lipstick. "I didn't need one. That anger came naturally to me." "What about that one, too thing?" "Well, I wouldn't have gotten angry if the score of things I personally wouldn't let slide stayed low. But I'd already completely lost it by the middle of the hearing, so I was enduring through sheer force of will after that. It was that bad." In contrast to Diode's engaging outfit, Terra wore a green maxi dress with a brown bust. Although the ribbons adorning its sleeves and waist were intended to be as chic and lovely as possible, Terra had completely forgotten they wouldn't have the same bounce once submerged in the biofluid gel, and they were plastered to the dress instead. Diode squinted an eye and stared at Terra for a moment before turning around and sighing. "It was that bad. I mean, I thought you'd understand that those people standing tall and looking down on others are worthless. So it's a bad thing to be tall. I wasn't talking about you, though. Why does that bother you so much? Why, did you forget how furious you made the clan chief get?" Sensing that Diode's tone had gotten prickly, Terra hardened her own. "You might think it's okay, because it wasn't someone you're related to, but making other people mad like that is going to cause trouble for us in the future." "Hassie." "What do you mean, Hass? You still consider him family, even though he's like that." "I don't consider him to be family. I don't even like him." "Ahem. And also, yes, getting under his skin might have been your strategy, but you didn't have to push it that far, did you?" Dishcrash-san had to apologize later. He said, "His Excellency also went too far." "What? Who?" "Salem Dishcrash-san, the liaison. I have no idea who that is." Now that she mentioned it, Diode had been delivered by a different liaison. "I don't want to be told how far I should have gone after the fact, especially when it's a miracle that I managed to get into a ridiculous contest with the clan chief like this. If I hadn't, then the boat would have just been outright seized, I'd be deported, and you'd have to go back to looking for a husband. And anyway, to begin with, since it's you." "What?" Diode had started to mumble something, but replied, "Nothing." Both pits fell silent. As Terra reflected on the argument they just had, she began to regret it. She'd blamed the clan chief's temper on Diode without really meaning to, but that was the opposite of how she'd felt when Diode suddenly spoke up from the back of the council chamber. She wanted to say that, there was something else she needed to ask, too. After that meeting, just where had Diode disappeared to? Why was she dressed like she was hard up? Well, Tara could roughly imagine an answer to that, but it was just her imagination, and she could imagine away. She couldn't find the resolve to actually confirm the reality of the situation, though. 9 days had gone by like that. 8 days earlier, the Council of Elders had promptly served them a brief describing how their judgment by Bokkai Orca fishing would be carried out. In the meantime, Tara hadn't received any word from Diode, aside from a single Minicell message reminding her to be there on time the night before they went fishing. In other words, they had compared far fewer notes than usual. Are we really going to be able to catch Bokkai orcas while we're like this? You'd never guess from how assertive we'd been. Really, why did we pair up? The boat violently swayed once. However, there were no clouds at their current altitude. Put that aside. Please prepare our tactical plan, Diode said. Ah, right. Diode's unemotional tone came as a relief to Tara, counter to her expectation. Within moments, the boat had fully entered the atmosphere, signaling the start of their fishing. From now on, that would have to take priority over their chat. Fish tracking. Tara brought up 3 screens. An optical pattern scan to her right, a radar scan to the left, and a LiDAR scan front and center. All multi-frequency scans from the fish finder. In water, fishing boats made use of sound. But at FBB, where fishing targets could be anywhere from several dozens to hundreds of kilometers away, they had to rely primarily on electromagnetic waves. It was an effective technique because besu, the target of their search, contained highly reflective metallic crystal structures. However, the atmospheric properties weren't so kind as to just let electromagnetic energy pass through anything and everything. Currently, within a 300-kilometer radius, there are 42 besu-like returns. 40 of those look to be things like surfers, sweet mackerel, fire mackerel, and spitting trevallies. So, basically migratory fish from the surface layers. Those other 2 big returns, are they the ones we just passed? Yes, since they're inside the big cumulus clouds, those are probably sardines or herring. No luck today, huh? They nodded at each other. It was nice to agree on something, even if trivial. None of the returns resemble Bokkai orcas, do they? Tara asked. It might be a little late to be asking, but do you know anything about them? Well, if it's just the basics. Thinking back to her textbooks, Tara explained. Bokkai orcas were heavyweight class besu. Their name was taken from marine mammals of the past, and although they had a similar shape and style of movement, they nonetheless differed in a number of ways. They were distinctive in that, unlike other besu, caught by the thousands or tens of thousands, they were caught by the head. They ranged between a few dozen to 100 meters in length, and the largest individuals, surpassing the 10,000-ton mark, were called myriads. As prey, they were generally regarded as high value due to the immense quantity of resources they yielded, but made for less than ideal targets due to the difficulty in hauling enough heads to efficiently turn a profit. If anything, they served more as a test of fishers' strength and courage. Diode had a question. Do you know how they move? Vertical free-swimming mobility. What's that? You really don't know any of the basics, Dyson. Just describe what that movement actually looks like, please. By vertical free-swimming mobility, I mean that when they're swimming forwards, they can breach powerfully and dive deeply. So basically what you would call a dolphin jump. Zoo? Well, the place they do that donzu is on the canopy of those super dense dustcloth clouds, in regions where they're nearly 20 kilometers thick. So because they're jumping out of those stupidly thick, dirty clouds, the hydrazine, red phosphorus, and bake won't let our fish tracking get through. We track them by following their splashes, but they tended to dive after 3 or 4 hops, and those hops were never consistent. Sometimes they'd jump right, left, or left, right, so it's basically impossible to catch them just from watching their first leap. Back on the tsunami search, I saw them dodge the novices' guesses and send them plunging into the clouds instead. They're the type of besu that stays unseen until they decide to show themselves. I can't speak in as much detail as you can, sorry. Don't worry about it. Tara shrunk a little and started breaking into a cold sweat before she suddenly had an idea. So, we should look for flat clouds that the fish tracking can't penetrate and station ourselves there, right? Diode turned towards Tara and gave her a small grin. That's right. The pillar boat had been formed into a long, narrow rifle cartridge, and tiny airfoil controls kept it slicing through the hydrogen atmosphere over a low sea of clouds at 3,000 kilometers an hour. They were within a small region of one of the planet's dark belts. To their right, off in the distance, pure white cloud layers towered 10 kilometers over them like a huge rampart stretching away in both directions. Those clouds marked one of the planet's zones, but since they were composed of ammonia crystals, the pair had no business there this time. As they dropped altitude and approached the belt's dark clouds, various patterns began to take shape. Some formed along an orderly flow, some through wildly turbulent frontal collisions, and others still formed vortices where flows simply passed one another by. In the last case, they formed incredibly beautiful spirals. Tara was always enraptured by the scenes formed in the planet's clouds. Any prospects? Sorry, I was admiring the view and got distracted. What, the clouds? Yeah, Tara had expected a scolding, but the girl twister said nothing. They flew along an arc for about an hour, but sensing they weren't searching around the right clouds, Diode posed a question to Tara. I know it's a bit late to be asking, but this is the airspace they inhabit, right? In the past, the Cirques had deployed countless drones to get a rough sense of how besu were distributed around the planet. Most fishers made use of the data acquired back then, so it stood to reason it was still valid here, too. No mistaking it. The clan chief also came down near where we did. So where is he now? According to satellite, he's in the 7 o'clock direction, about 2,400 kilometers away. He's flying on a completely different vector, though. If it was just the vector, an error like that was to be expected from a planet 150,000 km in diameter. Xeon's pillar boat wasn't the only vessel displayed on the open VUI panels surrounding Terra. More than 10 boats in total had descended alongside them from Idaho, including the Council of Elders jury boat, a rescue boat, and boats with curious onlookers. It was a spectacle. It didn't stop there, either. Idaho's Council of Elders was using up a substantial portion of their comm satellite's bandwidth to broadcast the trial. We're pretty far from the clan chief, and there are a lot of people around. I wonder if we can trust them not to interfere. What kind of person would interfere with fishing? Would he? No, I certainly think he would not. Is the clan chief really someone we can trust? Tara was surprised by the sudden doubts she was having about his character. Before then, she'd never thought anything of the sort. No. She shook her head. It wasn't the time to be doubting others. If our fishing's not successful, it doesn't matter whether he interferes or not, does it? Tara took command of the fish tracking and initiated the radar's Doppler scanning mode. If the assumption was that Bokkai orcas lived in flat cloud stacks that were impenetrable to electromagnetic energy, then the cloud's level surfaces must have formed where there were no vortices or disturbances to disrupt them. If that were the case, using the Doppler to measure the relative speeds of the target clouds would give them a single-band visual on the right place to look. She found an area fitting her criteria in moments. Daesan, 350 kilometers away at 2 o'clock. How about Yuwa? Before she could finish, the boat swerved right. Diode was under incredible mental pressure. The 17,000-ton mass dove into an aileron roll. After about 5 minutes, a dark, reddish-brown scene resembling a plateau came into view. It was shaped by 3 or 4 currents that happened to flow in the same direction and become confluent. Here and there, deep rifts revealed cross-sections through the complex layers in delicate shades of black within the drifting clouds. I see, so this is a dustcloth cloud. A small teardrop-shaped bulge appeared on its surface, at first barely large enough to register. No sooner than clocking the bulge quickly swelling upwards, the smooth body of a fish leapt out. It forcefully glided through the hydrogen-filled atmosphere, devoid of any obstacles. Reflections sparkled brightly as its dark red back twisted, making it look nearly transparent. Before long, it keeled to the side and fell, creating a splash that spread out in crown-like majesty. Tara brought a scale up on her display, and what at first glance had seemed like a splash of water no larger than a pinky was actually a huge, 50-meter-wide muddy swale radiating outwards. It followed the first jump with 2 more identical medium-length jumps before it disappeared into the cloud's depths. It's a Bokkai. Incredible, you were right. Diode's voice livened up. Please begin the decomp. I know that a net in pursuit is much like a bald head, but all we can do is chase them. Optimize for speed when you make your net. Ah, yes. Looks like it jumped about a kilometer, if we're playing it by ear. I wonder why they jump. Ah, no, how should we go about catching it? Maybe a tunnel net with a large mouth and wide mesh to reduce air resistance. We'll want the mesh to be able to veer for the sake of making tiny adjustments. I know, Terrasan, could you manage that? Maybe we could use the boards for steering. I'll try. Decompression. This time, the cartridge-shaped main body was left practically unchanged, since the priority was speed and maneuverability. A faint, thin fiber spooled away from the boat's underside, knitting itself into a cylindrical net almost double the pillar boat's size. Otter boards surrounded the net's mouth like flower petals, allowing the net to open, close, and turn. Tara closed her eyes as she conveyed her thoughts to the ship, and as she was finishing up the huge encumbrance below, she felt the noticeable sensation of drag. Phew. Like this. Let's see. Diode swung the boat left and right, batting the fluttering net around. Yeah, like that. Coming from you, this is surprisingly normal. Sorry, the way I do things isn't exactly normal. But isn't that your selling point? Let's go. The net slowed the boat below the speed of sound. Diode increased the power and flew lower. Tara turned up the radar's resolution, probing for any tiny undulations on the cloud's surface. She alerted Diode the moment it began to swell. It's coming, but it's heading off to our. I'll turn. Their prey began to emerge, crossing from left to right as it surged forward, and Diode responded by using a lateral propulsor to indirectly match its trajectory. The gigantic bullet-shaped boat kicked up an S-shaped splash of muddy clouds in its wake. Then, the Bacchae surfaced. It was a beautiful creature, uncannily similar to the whales of ancient Earth, differing only its lustrous, deep red tint. Clouds sprayed from its powerful tail as it started its long jump, but Diode couldn't attempt her catch just yet. Right, probably. Its first jump finished, the besu decelerated and splashed into the cloud. It raced through the next 400 meters in the shallows before surfacing once again. Now, at that moment, Diode was looming uncomfortably close to the besu as she approached from directly behind. Then, bam! It leapt so powerfully they felt the impact of its tail against the cloud. Simultaneously, Diode maxed out the throttle to scoop up the big, powerful creature. Tara focused on the view directly below them. Just as she was about to stretch open the net's mouth to swallow the streamlined besu, though, it raised its right fin as if it were greeting them. Hi! The situation was thrown into chaos before they could even register that it had flapped one of its big pectoral fins. As the Bacchae orca keeled to the left, its right pectoral fin snagged in the passing net. As it began to fall forward into a dive, its long, powerful tail fin struck the pillar boat's hull. The physical sense of the orca's scale, which had been hard to grasp to that moment, suddenly made itself tangible. Its lower half alone massed 2,000 tons. It was a thick, flying bundle of carbon muscle. The Bacchae orca had initially been moving at 1,000 kilometers per hour. When its tail smashed into the pillar boat and its lone flight propulsion jet, the boat instantly began tumbling through the clouds in an ungraceful spin that continued over nearly a dozen kilometers. AHHH. The advanced boating system was able to buffer against an impact to the pits, but it was useless when the boat itself was somersaulting every which way. They blacked out from the insane tumbling, and when they came to, spent 5 full minutes curled up and hugging their own heads. Daison, are you okay? Well, I'm alive. The only thing illuminating the darkness when Tara opened her eyes was the signal lighting. Diode tinkered with the VUI, frowning. Looks like the boat flamed out. The net tore too, at least we didn't split apart. All right, rebooting. Their boat was sinking into the cloud's interior, which looked like the cotton of yore. However, since the boat was made entirely of malleable AMC clay, even breaking apart was possible to recover from so long as the people inside the pits at the boat's center were unharmed. Diode's piloting and a simple decomp from Tara quickly restored the boat to flight, and they began to climb. The Bacchae orca from earlier was naturally nowhere to be seen when they re-emerged from the cloud. Tara was dejected. Looks like it got away. Well, I guess that's what asymmetric meant. But haven't you seen them before? I was in the tsunami search, I only watched them. This is my first time attempting to catch them. And you still picked a fight like this despite never doing it before. Well, I thought it would be an easy win, since I'd be with you, you know. Just as she said that, a spinning planet icon popped up on the VUI, and a robotic voice announced, "Trial boat to Terra Intercontinental Endeavor. This is to notify you Xeon Highhertz has caught his first head of Bokkai orca. Length 81 meters. Inertial mass 500 tons." The two fell completely silent. The condition you must fulfill for a superior judgment is to exceed Xeon's catch in mass. The judgment will conclude once the trial boat marks sunset. However, we just now observed your boat crashing. Do you require rescue? Tara felt a bit of emotion in those last few words, but maybe that was just her imagination. It was nothing more than a standard phrase. This is Diode speaking. Rescue is unnecessary. We will continue with our fishing. Understood. The communication cut. Diode spread her arms and upped the throttle. Make the net's opening twice as large, please. We'll take on more than 10,000 tons of load instantly, so set an automatic disposal function, too. Okay. What would be the best shape for the net? Wondering that, Tara suddenly understood why Xeon had kept his distance. 4 hours passed and they hadn't caught anything. Bokkai orcas are asymmetric jumpers, meaning they display a behavior of jumping 3 times, right left left sometimes, left right right at others. However, the two realized a harsh truth as they actually took on the challenge. Fundamentally, they had no way of telling if the next jump was going left or right. And why couldn't they tell? They couldn't figure that out either. The two had encountered and lunged for the Bokkai orcas time and again, observing them at point-blank range from nose to psi-shaped tail. A shape that was apparently called Bokkai in an ancient language. No matter what signs they picked up on, the following jump was never the direction they expected. Did you see any non-beginners while you were in the tsunami search? I did, but it's not like I know how they chose. And you don't happen to have any acquaintances who would. If I did, I wouldn't have washed up here with the Endeavors. Sorry, this clan really only knows about sophistry and selfish, capricious decisions. I didn't say that, though. Fishing with their strained mood hadn't been successful. Falling back on attempting to force-feed the besu into an ill-suited net simply resulted in it tearing when the orca keeled. And since right and left were the only possibilities when it did keel, it was a 50-50 call. But for some reason, they hadn't guessed correctly even once. Xeon Highhertz has caught his 5th Bokkai orca head, length 65 meters. Coming only a dozen or so minutes after the last, the unwanted announcement from the judging boat only deepened their anxiety. It would be nice to dismiss those announcements as a hoax or bluff, but since they could be verified through the video stream on the general broadcast frequency, they probably weren't. Why don't we watch the broadcast, Dyson? You want to steal our opponent's technique in the heat of battle. When did this become a battle? I think if something's being shown in public, then there's no problem watching it. But if they're openly showing it, then there's nothing to be seen. Diode stubbornly resisted the temptation to do some scouting, but her resolve wavered about the time Xeon made his 7th catch. Let's watch, she finally yielded. A minute was all it took to understand. The gently curved tracks left by both Xeon's pillar boat and his prey were clearly visible on the cloud's surface in the video captured by the high-altitude broadcast boat. The moment it played a recap of all 7 catches, they realized why the orcas veered left or right. The boat's wake. We got too close. If we'd been watching them from a higher vantage point, we would have known immediately. I never had this view from the tsunami search. It's probably just fundamental knowledge, nothing to hide. The Bokkai changed their course, Diode said, looking up with a pained face, with their ventral fins, and we can't see those from directly above. Even though whales don't have anything like a ventral fin. Whales? What are those? Diode had nailed the issue. Bokkai orcas were indisputably besu. They weren't the mammalian whales, introduced from Earth to multiple places in the Galactive Interactive, that Tara was well acquainted with from photo books. Xeon Highhertz has caught his 8th Bokkai orca head. The transmission echoed. Tara faced upwards inside the slow-flying pillar boat, floating limp from exhaustion. They acted like veterans, flaunting their proficiency even as they attempted something they knew nothing about. It had been awfully shameless. Unlike theirs, Xeon's bragging seemed to be the real deal since he had caught 7, 8 heads. His know-how definitely couldn't have been learned just by watching. Tara had forgotten that besu aren't whales, too. She couldn't blame Diode for that. She should have known it herself. Tara moved on from that thought. Returning to the broadcast, she could see Xeon's piloting wasn't outstanding, but it obviously wasn't bad either. It was a very mature piloting style, everything necessary and only what was necessary. In comparison, Diode's piloting style was lively, brash, something, how do I put it? It's exciting, much better. She didn't want this girl's skill going to waste. Dyson. What is it? Why can't you catch it? Are you trying to pick a fight? I'm not trying, no, let's stop this. Tara exhaled a sigh and raised her head. Sorry, I phrased that badly. To me, Dyson, you're a genius. Despite that, you haven't been able to catch anything. So, I assumed there had to be a reason I didn't pick up on. Diode reclined against an armrest in the pit's interior, as if she were gazing out at the distant sky. Then she sighed and began to speak as expected. I'm sorry too, I lost it. It's okay. The reason I can't catch them is, well, right before they danzu, they're avoiding us. Avoiding us? Diode spun her whole body around. Tara moved closer to her face. They're different from the small fish. Instead of simply fleeing us, it's like they're predicting our next move. So they're watching us. Seems like it. They react when I turn the aileron or use the side jets. Maybe they have eyes, but we can't avoid using those since we don't have another way to steer. Ah, then that's an issue caused by our current form. So if that's the case, maybe we could trick them by putting the rudder where it can't be seen from below. We could even attach a surface-piercing thruster to the hull to make us look like a fellow Bacchae breaching with a raised dorsal fin. That sounds good, Diode replied, her gaze fixed on Tara. But even if that goes well, we can't beat him anymore. Diode looked off the side. On the distant horizon, the sun was beginning to set through the thick atmosphere. FBB's short day was coming to a close. Imitating him won't work at all. We have to abandon the fundamentals. What if we increase the number of nozzles and chase them at double speed? No, we'd run out of fuel and lose the ability to carry our catch. What if we rushed at them head-on and collided while passing them? No. If we collide too fast, the boat will break up. Diode's desperate thinking reminded Tara of how she looked at the beer hall, the fragility of that strong face she put on. Diode may have looked experienced, but she was still only 18 years old. Why did I pair up with that girl? Tara had taken a liking to how Diode gave everything her all. That's right, I had forgotten. From the moment they met, even before they'd gone fishing, that's how she'd been. Diode turned towards Tara and lashed out. What are you smiling at, Tara-san? Think through this together with me. Tara unintentionally burst into laughter. Dyson, you're so desperate. What are you saying? What are you saying? I think it's nice that you're like this. What are you saying? Diode's screaming trailed off as her shock lost its momentum. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to get like that. Her shoulders drooped as she apologized. Tara returned to her thoughts. So, we've got no hints in this situation. I don't know if this is a path forward, but I've been wondering about something for a while. What is it at this point? It's why do they jump like that? Aren't they chasing prey? Do they look like they're chasing prey? Now that you mention it. Tara nodded as Diode gently shook her head. It doesn't, does it? The dolphins on Earth don't have a specific reason to jump like that. They do it just for fun, and I think they do it as a group. But well, Bacchae aren't dolphins or whales, are they? Right. And besu eat each other, right? Diode raised an eyebrow. Right. And they don't look like they're eating. So what if it's the opposite? Their eyes met. Tara's breath caught as she looked into dark blue eyes. Before long, the girl's long eyelashes shot up as her eyes opened wide. So, there's something behind them. There has to be something, right? And at this rate, I'm not sure if. It doesn't matter if it's useful or a waste of time, let's fish for it. Now it was Tara's turn to freeze at an incredibly direct proposal. So it comes down to this. Comes down to what? Did you have something other than fishing in mind when you brought that up? No, somehow, that's just where my mind drifted. Let's fish, Diode firmly stated before turning her back to Tara. She expanded the VUI panel once again and accelerated the boat. I'm going to take us there, but I'm trusting you to catch it. How? It's your job to think of a way. No, actually, to imagine a way. Diode looked at Tara and gave her the day's best smile. You can do whatever you want. I'll definitely fly all out, so please decompress with everything you've got. Section, only a few seconds remain to sunset. 10, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The day has ended and the judgment is complete. Phew, it's over. The twister Xeon Highhertz, Endeavor turned his pillar boat away from the twilight. He had been setting up to chase the last head, but time ran out just before he reached the approach. Still, he was certain his catch had been sufficient. Pohai, how many did I catch? A total of 11 heads massing 69,100 tons. His decompa, in other words, his wife, Pohai Nutka, replied bluntly. You were certainly enthusiastic, even though it wasn't necessary to go all out with it. It was necessary to teach impertinent kids like them the difference in our power. Besides, I didn't go all out. I would say this was a mere 70% effort. Well, you are childish like that. Pohai turned away. Although she said that, she still played her role of a proper decompa. That is fine, thought Xeon. Those two should be like Pohai and do as they're told, and yet, despite the fact they stood to lose nothing by doing just that. Clan Chief, may I inquire as to your excellency's results? Not bad, Salem. Xeon reported his results to the liaison in the trial boat as soon as contact had been established. Pohai butted in before they could finish. Salem, how did it go for those girls? Their final catch was 1 head. I see. They put on that huge production, and that's all they have to show. Pohai shut her mouth as Xeon burst into laughter. I watched the broadcast myself, but in the middle of it, it looked more as if they were testing out a number of things. Have they figured out how the Bacchae can see us? That was not the case, but your excellency does understand the workings, no? Of course. I would not be able to catch them if I didn't. Bacchae orcas have infrared vision. That was the conclusion Xeon reached after many years of experience. The radar frequencies were not able to penetrate through dirty air like dustcloth clouds, but a band of infrared waves could. Since the pillar boat is visible at those wavelengths, it was possible to trick the orcas by cooling the bottom of the pillar boat. That prevented the orcas from noticing they'd made a mistake until the very last second, massively improving the odds of a successful catch. It was a secret technique, one he kept from rookies and close friends alike. So, we shall be seizing their boat. Seems like this will be a very unsatisfying conclusion. Then that is your decision. However, your excellency. There is one detail, if you would allow me to explain. What? The catch they have brought in, that single Bacchae orca, weighs approximately 58,000 tons. Xeon was speechless. Pohai exclaimed, leaning forward. 58,000? That isn't a mistake. My, doesn't that surpass last year's weight record, maybe even the year before last? It is an all-time weight record, madam. Until now, the record mass was 14,600 tons. Oh my, what now, dear? Xeon shooed off his wife, who seemed inexplicably merry, and spoke to the liaison. Whether in mass or in numbers, I am victorious. Am I correct? It is as you say, your excellency. Then, there should be no questions. Yes, that is true. However, following your excellency's instructions, their catch of the 58,000-ton Bacchae orca was broadcast to the entirety of Cirques. Thus far, they have been commended by the Jack-of-all-trades and Radenvidja clan's seats on the Council of Elders. Conversely, Gendo clan has filed a declaration that they intend to rescue the maiden that we, the crafty Endeavor clan, set up as a twister using any means necessary. Gendo or the like have nothing to do with me. While Xeon might yell that, he could still recognize that the situation had become a mess. Punishing fishers officially commended by other clans would call his own abilities into question. That was the entire purpose of exchanging commendations and criticisms, and while it was routine for the Cirques, it wasn't wise to simply ignore them. As for the declaration from Gendo clan, it was a groundless accusation based on a misunderstanding, which allowed him to go against their wishes. He would just as well be admitting their claim if he turned over that girl named Diode. So they think I am going to completely change my stance and praise that little missy to death just because of that. I absolutely will not do that. Indeed, it is true you wouldn't. Therefore, for now, I believe you should proceed with the punishment as planned from the start. Xeon ground his teeth, expression souring as he took notice of what his liaison Dishcrash was hinting at. It does not matter what you believe, and neither does the expectation of gain held by the other elders. However, If a more satisfactory compromise is available, I would not be opposed. So you're leaving it to him, is what you mean. Be silent, Xian yelled at Pohai, who had buted in, then gave a signal with his eyes. Well then, if you will excuse me. Dishcrash cut the communication. The clan chief was ultimately uninterested in what his liaison did or didn't do. Section. Hey, Daison, what do you think that was about just now? What do you think, hey? Well, who knows? I don't know anything about unknown messages sent by unknown elders like that. At the exit of Idaho's arrival terminal, a tall, excited woman detained a small, dejected woman in attempted conversation. They wore jumpers and pants like they had just finished a walk around the neighborhood, but the subject of their conversation was nowhere near that breezy. Dishcrash-san said, "To follow the ruling, we will seize the boat at first, however." He said, however, he even winked. It must mean something like that, right? It's definitely something good, isn't it? I said that I don't know. Huh, really? By the way, Daison, why are you this down about it? Our catch weighed 58,000 tons. 58,000 tons. Bonasan's soul left his body when we tried to haul it through the fish gate, didn't it? Isn't that a huge triumph? There really was an even bigger monster chasing the Bacchae. It was so chilling. But you were like, zoom, and then woom, then we just gulped it down. Seriously, can you please stop acting like an idiot in public? Diode shouted at Tara, who was being loud and gesturing wildly, and bared her small fangs as she rushed out of the lobby. In fact, the arrival terminal was packed with people who had seen the broadcast and rushed in for a glance at the historic catch as it was processed into resources. Daison. This time, Tara was going to make sure that she couldn't run away. She slinked after the girl, keeping pace with Diode from behind exactly like a wolf would stalk its prey. I'm sorry, I was only thinking of the impact our feet would have and got carried away. That I could tell at least. But I think Dishcrash-san really can live up to our expectations. He promised he wouldn't tell anyone else, since the way we caught the Bacchae is our own secret method. Diode used the microgravitational ambient, a condition spanning to the outskirts of Fisherman's Wharf, to kick off into midair. Grabbing onto plumbing, she turned around. Listen. Yeah. You keep going on about Dishcrash this, Dishcrash that. It's annoying. It does kind of sound like crashing dishes. He doesn't matter one bit. You're really the incredible one here, don't you think? Hi. When that 140-meter-long besu went like zoom right before our eyes, when you woomed at it with the decomp, and when you gulped it down with the entire boat, all of that was something I've never seen before. I've never even heard of anything like it. Aren't anxiety and composure opposites? Are you the kind of person that produces adrenaline and oxytocin at the same time? That's an insult I don't even get the meaning of. At any rate, Diode gulped, returning to a neutral expression before continuing, I did not have the courage to go after another one of those beasts while we were already carrying the one we had, so in the end, we lost. It was my fault. Is that why you're so down? I mean, it was a fight that I picked. Not really. Tara gently smiled and extended her hand. It was our fight. When you said all those things back then, I was happy. Tara-san. Upon seeing Tara's extended hand, Diode grimaced. Why didn't you say that sooner, instead of talking about how the clan chief was mad or whatever? I'm sorry I wasn't honest about it. Since I'm older, I felt like those were things that needed to be said. Thank you. NGH, hanging her head, Diode accepted Tara's hand. It looked like she wasn't going to run away anymore. Her hand is so small. Tara felt it. Diode's fingers were small and slender, but they moved with the speed and accuracy of an ancient pianist when she operated the boat. An incredibly strong, cute hand. When the girl had grasped her hand on the night they first met, it was cold as ice. Even now, no, now it's warm. Blood flowed through it, gradually warming it up a little. A familiar scent of smoked medicinal herbs faintly wafted from her body. Her downcast face turned away. An ear peeked through silver hair. The moment Tara caught sight of it, she felt warmth gently spreading from the tap of hot water that had opened within her breast. Daison. Yes, her response was fuzzy, just a whisper. Tara brought her face closer and replied with a whisper of her own. Why don't you come with me and stay at my place? Why? Why, a reason. There's one. Daison, you've been living rough, haven't you? Diode's slender shoulders moved in surprise, and as she turned to face Tara, she flushed with embarrassment. So I've been found out. It's closer to intuition, since you were dressed like a boy back at the meeting with the Council of Elders. That meant you must have been sleeping somewhere a girl really shouldn't. I should have noticed soon after the bow ow ended, since you weren't staying in any of our ship's hotels. And I should have gone looking for you then, without any weird hang-ups. Where have you been crashing? Under the cleaning duct basin? In the food ingredient composting area? Or, well, whether the bow ow was happening or not, whether it was with the JTs or endeavors, if I need to sleep then one way or another I'll make those places work. Diode murmured with an awkward expression. They'd be pretty unimaginable to you, so I'd prefer if you didn't imagine them in the first place. What is that supposed to mean? That it wasn't somewhere decent. Then that's bad, isn't it? Please. Stay at my place. But a deportation order is coming from the Council of Elders. There's probably not going to be one. No, even if there is, we'll refuse it. There's no use. Diode gently let go of the hand that had been holding hers as she said that, like she'd suddenly remembered it. Listen, Tara-san, there's something I'd like to ask. Yes. Are you always so ready to invite strangers to stay over? Absolutely not, Tara said, shaking her head. Dai-san, you aren't a stranger, you know. Looking slightly downward, Diode immediately asked, then what am I to you? A heavy package had finally arrived. If we're not strangers then, just what are we? Coworkers, friends, accomplices, partners? All of those felt a little off the mark. The ways in which those terms didn't quite fit, Tara had a sense that they were extremely important. For now, we are sharing a boat. Tara was carefully placing the heavy package on a shelf. You and I both absolutely need each other. So, don't you think it would be good to live somewhere in easy sight of one another? Diode's eyes wandered about for a few seconds as she sighed. Yeah. She nodded 1, 2, 3 times. You're probably right, since you might suddenly get swept away. Isn't it the other way around? You think. They looked into one another's eyes, taking in their feelings. Those eyes said that's fine, or so I think, probably. Yeah, I don't think that will be the case. Me neither. But you're the one who has it the hardest, of course. Sure, of course. So, taking all of that into consideration, thinking strategically, why don't you come live together with me? Diode made a face Tara could tell was to hide her feelings and slowly nodded. All right, there really is no other choice. Chapter 8. Here's the guest room. No thanks. Tara's offer of the warm twin bedroom in her year 120 ring residence was met with flat rejection. Diode wandered around, warily scanning the plentiful spacious rooms of the aging colony residence. Venturing deep into the attic, she found a panel in the ceiling that accessed the plumbing space and set her rucksack down. I'll sleep here. Why here? It's dark, cramped, and dusty. To think there's actually a place like this in my home. A space not even the homeowner knows about. It's the perfect hideout. Hideout, but you're a guest. Stop with the guest treatment, please, or it's going to cause a problem where there isn't one, Diode replied with an annoyed tone, her cold gaze fixed on Tara. I'm just a homeless twister freeloading here because there's no other option. You don't need to provide me with anything except this space and some water. I wouldn't do something that cruel. Are you a stray cat? What's a stray cat? It's an animal from a long time ago. I'll show you a photo book later. Oh yeah, absolutely do. Anyway, I can provide you with 3 square meals, clothes, and a shared shower. Ah, right, the Gendo. Tara grew nervous, remembering something. I heard that instead of having individual rooms, your clan has a custom of getting into heated pools, as a big naked crowd, or something like that. So I was wondering, perhaps it's the same with you? Like you can't unless you get in with me. Getting into a pool with nude strangers was beyond Tara's experience, and for that matter, everyone else's in the Endeavor clan. Whether it was with the same sex, the other sex, or even as parent and child, it just didn't happen. Do they really do that kind of thing? Thank you for the concern, but that's a misunderstanding, Diode replied evasively, looking visibly uncomfortable. Yes, it's true we have a custom of communal bathing back there, but we don't need anyone to go in with us. We put up with it because the bathhouse is a convenient structure, really. Don't worry about it, I don't do that anywhere else. Ah, so that's how it is. So they really do that. They really do that. Although Tara felt relief, she still had to restrain herself from imagining that unsettling situation. Taking a blunt tone, Diode spoke again. Basically, I'd like to avoid physical contact as much as possible. I can also use the coin printers in town to get food and a change of fresh clothes outside, and somewhere deeper up here there's probably an exhaust port with access to the passageway outside, so you can act like I'm not even here. Why? OWWW, just as she was getting worked up, Tara banged her head against the attic's low ceiling and doubled over. Oh, my head. What are you doing? Why are you avoiding me? Tara muttered, still crouching and holding her head. Is it because I'm too big? Hi. Am I scary because I'm big? She looked at the ceiling, and then at Diode, who was considerably lower than it. That's why, isn't it? It's scary for someone this big to be in close quarters like this without hesitation. Of course it is. It's like your prey about to be caught. No, that isn't. And now that I think about it, the way things went wasn't very good either. I forcibly dragged you here, pressured you into accepting room and board, and there was that bit about being naked. Ah, this is bad. I kidnapped you. This is abduction and confinement. Kidnapped? No. Tara pressed her forehead, backed away, and started to head downstairs. Through the corner of her eyes, Diode watched her, confused. I'm going to cool my head for a bit. Help yourself to anything. Tara-san, wait. Don't overthink it and go jumping to conclusions, please. Stay. Stay? Tara suddenly stopped, with only her face visible from the opening. What is it? Well, you see. Troubled, Diode kneaded her fingertips before finally sighing and speaking honestly. It's not like that. Why? I'm not scared of you. Your size doesn't scare me, Tara-san. Actually, you being big and soft is really nigh. What? Nothing. I'm only asking that you not think of your size as a bad thing. I don't see this as you kidnapping me or anything either. Really? Then come stay downstairs, won't you? Tara's face instantly brightened. As she readied herself to scramble back up, Diode pushed her head down with both hands, fangs bared. Distance. T-A-N-C-E. Don't just suddenly corner me like that. Ow, oh, that hurts, Dyson, it hurts there. The year 120 ring, as the name implies, was added in CC 120. It meant that it was a very old layer, with 180 years passing since its construction. The donut-shaped Idaho was constantly spinning, and it was constantly expanding, too. Its expansion proportionately moved full gravity towards the outer floors. The business district had migrated to the 1G floors on the outskirts, far from the year 120 ring and its 0.5G environment. The ring had grown quiet as its population declined. Without family around anymore, Tara's home had grown quiet too. Tara-san, you live alone? In a house this big? Diode sat on the living dining sofa in the living room with a cup in hand, looking around at the furniture. While Tara was aware this was one of the neighborhood's nicer houses, it wasn't anything particularly special. Still, Diode was restless, seemingly not used to a space like it. Tara sat facing the table. She nodded. Yeah, I am. Nobody's come to chase me out. Well, I'm not too worried about that sort of thing, but your parents, they passed away, didn't they? She hesitated a little. What I mean is, I don't want my presence to be a bother. Ah, that worries you. It's fine, it's already been 6 years. No, I'm saying I don't want to worry you, Tara-san. Tara watched Diode's face closely as she said that, then quietly nodded. Then, I'll be candid. My parents were a twister and decompa pair like us. While I do remember times I made them mad, it never escalated to verbal abuse. They were good parents. They took a trip to a resort on FBB's Watermoon Tova for a week while I was sealed up and focused on my crew's school graduation and distributor specialization exams. But on their way back, they were struck by ice bombs from a random cryovolcanic eruption. When their kid is going through a critical time like that, they're out goofing off. Ah, you don't have to get angry about it. Tara desperately waved her hands around as Diode was already getting up. I suggested it so I could study quietly by myself. Since they were fishers, they should have gone in their pillar boat, don't you think? If they did, 10 or even 20 ice bombs could have collided with them, and they'd still be unscathed. But they took a sightseeing ship there, since it had good service. They were on the kind of ship with weak plating that only looks nice. Well, it's not exactly appropriate to go to a resort in a fishing boat, you know. And then bam! That was how they ended up. My condolences. Knowing that's how things turned out, it's impossible not to regret it. But like you said, It would have been silly to go there in a pillar boat. They couldn't have predicted the cryo-eruption. There was nothing they could have done, I guess. Tara cut her sentence short and smiled at Diode, who looked even gloomier than she did. So, I'm just happy that someone else is here now. Really, there's no need to hold yourself back, okay. Got it, Diode lifted her head. Still, I thought you'd be relying on someone, a helper, a robot, or even a man. I'm not married. I don't know any guys like that. Tara laughed, waving her hand. Diode gave her a weird look. I don't think that's going to be completely true now. Why? I'm still currently unmarried. Well, yes, but Diode took a sip of her hot cocoa then whispered. Aren't you going to try getting married again? Well, I wonder about that. Tara sharply tilted her neck to the right. Ah, I only just realized, but we're famous thanks to the trial. So there would be more partner candidates now, wouldn't there? And that being the case, don't you think there'll be a bunch of old men just like Clan Chief Zeon? Tara's face stiffened reflexively. That's probably the kind of person they'll be. They will be, Diode quickly asserted. Before now, your partners thought you were inconvenient because you couldn't work as a decompa, right? Since that's probably been proven false, you'll catch attention from prominent twisters now. And just who do you think the most prominent twisters are? Veterans with plenty of experience, old men, in other words. NNGH. Tara sharply tilted her neck again, this time to the left. So someone like Clan Chief Son, someone like that is, a bit. If possible, I think I'd prefer someone closer in age. Tara-san. Diode brought her knees together and straightened her back. I'd like you to clear something up for me if I'm going to stay here. What's that? You don't like men much, do you? Tara laughed evasively and tilted her neck to the right again. Ahaha, so that's what you want to know about. Is that what it looks like? What if I said that was what it looked like? Would I be wrong? Tara tilted her neck back to the left, then suddenly got up and walked around the table. May I sit next to you? She asked, looking down at Diode. Sure, Diode nodded, confused. Holding her cup in both hands, she shrunk herself down into the sofa's corner. Tara sat her large bottom down and she began to speak. Back when I was still a student, I got touched a lot. And what? By boys, like getting slapped on my chest or my butt. Tara tapped her own chest and hips over her loose shirt and tight pants. I've been bumping my body into this, and that since I was a kid. It feels like it's a hindrance being too big for my surroundings. It wasn't a major problem as a kid, but well, that feeling never went away, and so there were things in middle and high cruise school I did out of habit. Although I have a hard time dealing with men because of that, it's not a big deal. Her words felt like a bitter smile. She realized that what she was saying could be misinterpreted as boasting, so she tried to make it clear she wasn't by speaking in as light a tone as possible. Just then, she was startled by the loud, high-pitched sound of a cup being placed on the table. Whoa! Diode quickly stood and looked around the room with sharp, watchful eyes before finally returning to her seat and grasping both of Tara's hands. Tara-san, why did you sit here just now? Was it because you would feel uncomfortable if others heard you say that? Tara blinked. She realized Diode was right. What you just said is a big deal. Were you aware of how much it was bothering you, Tara-san? Diode looked at Tara with a gentle but worried gaze, like she wanted to ask if Tara remembered what happened last month. Tara had put it out of mind, so she closed her eyes and tried to bring the past to mind. Was it back when the in-ship season was still in the warming period, or had it already been the hot season? She had a memory of walking with several people in a season for light shirts. There were only 2 girls, surrounded on their left and right by a lot of boys. She recalled the touch of the other gender's sticky, sweaty skin and the overpowering smell of it. She gradually remembered the formless weight and pressure that enveloped her back then. More than anything, she didn't want to put the feeling of it into words. Goosebumps creeped across Tara's shoulders and up the nape of her neck, and her smile crumpled. Maybe that's true, now that you mention it. I don't think they're pleasant exactly, but it's nothing I can't handle. It's nothing you can't handle, but you never really thought about wanting to take things further with them, right? Isn't that just how it goes? That's not how it goes. Tara blinked. Diode's dark blue eyes stared directly at her through narrowed eyelids. There are plenty of women who actively want to be involved with men, and they don't exactly hate being touched by them. There's nothing wrong with that. It's just that there are also women who aren't like that, but they convince themselves that they just don't know how to deal with men. It would be helpful for them to realize that's not the reason why, it's that they're different. Tara's wide-open green eyes were reflected in those dark blue eyes. Although there might be people who wouldn't want to hear you say that, it's okay if you tell me. Was I wrong? No, so is it something like that? I don't exactly want to. Could you be more clear? I don't want to get married. Tara looked around in surprise at how clear her words had been. They felt like words that had been on the tip of her tongue for 24 years. Now that she'd said it, she understood the feeling with the same clarity as reading it in print. I don't want to get married, no, I didn't mean thaw. All right, Tara-san, Diode said, lightly patting her lap. Could you put your head here? Huh? Tara, confused, timidly curled her large frame to lay down on the small lap. L like this. Yes, her face was firmly pressed against Diode's stomach. Okay, now say that one more time. I don't wanna get married, Tara said as she tightly embraced the thin belly, somewhat calmly accepting that as her true feeling. I get you. There. Diode's small body was draped across her shoulder. It was light, thin, warm, and only slightly soft. That smoky, exotic herbal scent Tara always noticed around Diode filled her sinuses. The sensation was incredibly comforting. Her thoughts shaken by that new, sudden realization, Tara gently snuggled closer. She took a deep breath, one breath and then another, then relaxed with a deep sigh. Dai-Fuan. Yes. This might be a weird request, but would it be okay to stay like this for just a little longer? Tara's cheeks were resting against Diode's abs in just the right way to feel them tense up. After a moment, Diode slowly contracted her diaphragm and a low, controlled voice oozed out. Yes, for as long as you want. Tara shifted her hips and settled her head on Diode's lap. She kept her face buried there for a moment. Before long, she sluggishly sat up again, straightened her hair, and looked away. She seemed to be stuck in a daze, her mind cluttered by confusing thoughts. Diode spoke up. I think one thing has been cleared up. What's that? Tara turned around. Diode was also brushing her silver hair with her hands, like she was trying to hide her emotions. Diode's eyes met Tara's as she calmly asked, It wasn't unpleasant for me to touch you, was it? And no, it didn't seem to be. I don't mind if it's you. That's good, she said, turning to look at Tara. Gone was the usual nervous, porcelain beauty of her face. She had a clear, cheerful smile. That's good, Tara-san. Why yes, thank you. Relieved, Tara thanked her but remained confused. What was up with me just now? It's what was I doing? So, if that's the case, I won't hold myself back either. Diode poked at her palm before bringing it close to the back of Tara's hand and tapping it against hers. A refreshing metallic chime played. It was the Minicel's deposit sound. Astonished, Tara looked at her palm. What's this? How many digits was that? Well, since I started feeling like it's okay to accept your offer of living here, I decided to pay rent. Rent? But isn't this everything you earn today? Even though you don't have to pay like this. Wait, was this where things were headed just now? Yes, it was, at least for me. Diode nodded, tucking cushions from the sofa under each arm. I'll be taking these. Good night, she said before leaving. Good night. Tara was left there in a daze, like she had just woken up from a dream. She hadn't really discussed anything about cohabitation. They'd shared a strange moment that had ended just as quickly as it started. And yet, she understood the necessity of it. They hadn't needed to discuss cohabitation, but whatever had just passed between them. Gradually, warmth came to her cheeks and ears. Ooh. Tara hid her face in her hands. Section. The silver-haired girl, who had looted 2 cushions to the attic despite her initial reluctance to be taken in, had changed her behavior since then. She gradually began to stray further into the territory downstairs, making her way in and out of air vents somewhere. Her incursions during the day were frequent. Tara received notifications on her Minicell while she was at her day job. Residences had their own dwelling system, which was similar to the boating system's interface between the ship's sensors and crew. The dwelling system let the owner know if any doors opened while the house was vacant, who had walked by in the corridors, and monitored the details of electricity and oxygen usage. The change in notifications shown on Tara's Minicell because of new resident 1 fascinated her. For starters, Diode had printed 100 meters of nylon, 100 meters of double-sided tape, and dozens of contraceptives with the dressing room printer. Unable to understand what Diode was doing, she watched as Diode printed some recycled cloth scraps, a 15-liter container, water, and ethanol. Even more confusingly, she stole 15 cushions from here and there around the house. Besides the cushions, Diode also stole shoes, a frame, a pen, an emergency button, and an antique tight suit. It wasn't long before Tara figured out how the recycled cloth and container were being used. Diode soaked the cloth in the water-filled container, wrung it out to remove the excess moisture, and used it to scrub the attic. The ancient method of bucket and cloth cleaning, Zaukengake, was something Tara had only seen in photo books. Diode had no choice but to manually clean the attic herself, since she couldn't get upstairs back up with the downstairs cleaning tools. However, Zaukengake didn't strike Tara as the kind of thing Diode would learn voluntarily, so she had no doubt it had been learned unwillingly. Tara didn't know much about contraceptives, so she looked them up in the archive. Diode hadn't printed the usual seminal duct blockers or meiosis inhibitors, and Tara was shocked to learn that primitive rubber products like that even existed. Diode was carrying the contraceptives with her sketchy places. Although when and where she used them was up to her, Tara felt a turbulent emotion she didn't understand when she imagined that. No, she's definitely using them for some kind of craft work. That's what the other print jobs seemed to be for, too, Tara firmly told herself. Then, one morning on a workday while Tara was preparing breakfast, Diode appeared at her side. "Are you heating that?" "Ugwe." Tara looked down at her hip and saw Diode standing there. She was examining the object in Tara's hand. Diode looked up, greeted her with a good morning, and quietly bowed. Diode wore a gray sweater and had her hair up. Her whole appearance created the strong impression she was living there. So she can look like that too. While Tara was distracted by watching Diode, her companion was focused on something else. "Kind of a peculiar tool you're using." Tara's gaze returned to her hands. She had printed flour paste between two rectangular metal plates held together by a hinge. The tool had been specially wired to an electric line and was incredibly hot. Savory smoke rose from it as the paste sizzled. "It's a nichrome hot plate. It uses electricity to heat up. My father refined it himself." "Nichrome? You mean nickel and chrome alloy? Whoa." Haha, it was a hobby of his. Tara couldn't help but laugh at the shock on Diode's face. Nickel and chrome were both scarce in orbit around the gas giant, and only a minuscule amount was extracted from besu. One wouldn't expect to see it outside of the Natural History Reference Room or the walls of the Council of Elders. More simply, she might as well have been cooking with gold. "Why do you have that?" "So, you know how the fire laws limit ovens to restaurants and only allow residences to have dish printers. This was built with the aim of splitting the difference." Tara finished cooking and served the crispy, spongy, steaming hot bun on 2 AMC porcelain plates. Diode's sudden appearance had been caused to cut it in half. She offered it to the girl, who had been salivating from the moment she smelled it. Diode took one clean bite, chewing and nodding at the same time. "Thif is own par wiffariftant." It does have that soft, crispy feel to it. It wasn't just bread-like. It also had cheese-like and bacon-like melted between the buns. The food had the characteristic mouthfeel of goods from the molecular dish printer, but Tara's cooking at a constant 75 degrees C had imparted it with a next-level flavor. It had helped Tara successfully conquer Diode's stomach. She was much more likely to appear at mealtime afterwards. Tara was happy that Diode was gradually drawing closer. At the same time, though, it made her anxious and confused, like she was lost in a city she was familiar with. Just what are we doing here? If she had to explain it to others, she'd say her boat's pilot had nowhere to go, so she was putting a roof over her head. There was no point in trying to hide it, because the Council of Elders itself made it clear that it would come out eventually. That being the case, there wasn't any reason for Diode to stay once Tara's boat was completely out of her hands, other than that the room was available. She didn't want Diode to leave, though. Although Tara previously lived alone, she wasn't completely isolated. She was invited to hangouts with neighbors and friends from her school days. 4 days after the trial, her aunt and uncle came to see her in person on a day off. They lavished praise on the pair for the good fight they had put up by catching the huge prey and lamented the seizure of the Intercontinental's pillar boat. As they were leaving, Uncle Ruble, speaking outside his role as Council of Elders clerk, even encouraged them to keep their hopes up. During the chat, Diode maintained the composure of an honor student, only interjecting with true to make her presence known. They saw Tara's aunt and her companion off at Main Street, and once home, Diode calmly asked, "Did I treat the guests well? Just who do you think you are around here? It's like you've settled in enough to start asking questions like that." It seemed like not only had Diode decided Tara's house was somewhere she could belong to, but she also showed no hesitation in behaving like it. Diode's incursions weren't just limited to Tara's living space. She came to visit Tara's workplace while Tara was on shift. Her coworker Makia, who had been out front handling customers, came back and called for Tara. "Telltale, this one's for you." "Again, is it Dishcrash-san?" "No, it's Diode-kun, Diode-san." "Wha?" Surprised, Tara made a weird sound. Makia responded with an equally weird and surprised face. "It's your partner. I saw his introduction on the broadcast. He's kinda dressed like a girl." "That's because she is a girl." "What? She's not a twister." "She is a twister." "We are talking about a twister, aren't we? So, wait. No, you didn't get married." "Ooh, well, Dyson is a woman and a twister. We haven't got married." "How did she even end up like this?" Makia asked, forcing a smile. "It would be nice to not make a huge deal of it." "It's not that big a deal." "Well, it is, but..." She felt the same kind of tiredness she felt when talking with Xeon, but decided to try saying what she couldn't back then. "She's someone who found a place she belongs on her own terms." "But isn't everyone like that? Neither of us had our arms twisted into working here." Makia shrugged. Tara replied with, "Yeah, you're right," and turned towards the archive's entrance. She saw Diode through the part-open door. Diode raised a hand and said, "I decided to visit you, Tara-san." "Welcome. Why are you here?" "I'm interested in your work. You're a video distribution officer, right? You watch lots of content from long ago, and I even hear they pay you to watch it instead of the other way around." "Is that true?" "Well, it is, but I think you're misunderstanding something." Makia, let her in. "All right, I've authorized her pass." Makia, who had already returned to her desk, replied with her back turned. Diode held her Minicell over the office's entry device before Tara led her to the storage space further inside. The media storehouse was located in the fan-shaped antiquity district of Idaho's Year 10 ring. It was a large old storehouse, just like the old transport ship itself. Inside were gates, pillars, and piles of cut stone that looked like a tall parapet. Some parts had eroded, others were crumbling. Grass grew through cracks, dense trees sprung from the ground, and the dark, damp areas had moss clinging to them. They happened to hear a deep, animal-like rumbling and turned around to see a large, four-legged animal with a mane. As it stood there, its golden tail swayed and then fell flat. "An animal?" Diode exclaimed, surprised. Tara, enjoying the reaction, whispered into her ear, "It's a robot horse. Try petting it." "Petting it?" SHH quietly. "It'll run away if you startle it. Something nice happens if you pet it." At that, Diode warily approached the creature from behind. Tara watched with a wide grin on her face. Finally, Diode flinchingly reached out to tap the horse's strong, burly hindquarters. But just then, the horse quickly turned around and licked her cheek with its long tongue. "Ewa!" Diode shivered violently and backed away. Tara laughed and wiped her face with a handkerchief. "Ahaha, it's taken a liking to you. That was a success." "Why would that be a success?" "If you'd failed, it wouldn't have let you touch it. It would have blown air at you with its nose instead. That's usually what happens, and what it does to me and others. It's rare to succeed like you did. Even if it is, I'm not happy about it." Tara tried touching the horse too, but the skittish robot quickly evaded her and trotted away, disappearing into the deep thicket near the stone wall. "Why is something like that here?" Diode muttered. "Who knows? Maybe it was one of our ancestors' hobbies, or maybe it was an educational model, or maybe they were planning to use it as a mount if they arrived at a solid planet. I don't really know, but we let it be because it's a precious artifact from the past. It even has self-maintenance." "Ah, so it's part of the content, I see." Although Diode nodded, she immediately looked around, still not making sense of it. "So, where's the content that doesn't walk?" "Here, it's all in the stone state storage format." Tara touched the rampart. Diode gasped, her eyes opening in awe. Tara decided to ask, "So, if you're asking about this, am I correct in assuming that Gendo clan doesn't have a place like this in Fuyo?" "Well, it's a place without much substance." Diode nodded subtly, trying to move things along. Tara then sat on the low stone railing nearby and began to explain. The Cirque's ancestors brought an enormous amount of content with them for entertainment and education when they first left the Galactive Interactive. They were said to have brought between 30 million and 50 million files, but most of them ended up destroyed, stolen, resold, or hidden during the chaos of misrule and rebellion shortly after the Cirques arrived at FBB. Restoration efforts began once the rebellion calmed down, and the 3 million files in the media storehouse represented what they had managed to reassemble after 290 years. However, many of the files had degraded over time or were altered to conceal their contents. With the main index out of commission, it wasn't clear whether a file was a photo book, a movie, or a fairy tale. As a result, the responsibility for looking through the content and relabeling it had fallen to the people. You see, the ones who are responsible for doing that. You are us, public video distribution officers. In 6 years, I have restored 5,000 files. From her stone seat, Tara proudly puffed out her chest. Diode looked at her admiringly with an ooh and clapped. "So, it's like I thought, a job where you're paid to look at pictures." "Well, yes, but you still don't get it. You try to pick one of the unidentified files." "How?" "The usual way, right here." Diode didn't seem to know about her Minicell's laser head function, so Tara taught her how to use it. "Like this." Following her instructions, Diode traced the stone with her nail, and a human figure appeared in her palm. It was a stereoscopic video of a half-naked man. His head was covered by a cloth, with both ends tied under his nose. He held some sort of circular device, resembling an ancient plate made of plant matter, and rhythmically moved it over the ground from left to right, as if repeatedly scooping something up. "What is this?" "Our job is to find an explanation and enter it in the telep." "That's certainly admirable. Isn't it, isn't it?" From her stone seat, Tara proudly puffed out her chest again. Diode applauded. "Well, let's put the loach scooping aside. I had a goal in mind when I came here." "Huh, what did you just say? You know what that primitive dance was?" "It's probably something that's only been passed down through my clan. Forget it. To be precise, I'm here to see the records dating from around the rebellion." "Tara-san, are there any records from the very beginning, before CC10? "There probably are. But first, please tell me about that dance from where you came from." Okay. They negotiated a trade. Tara learned about a shanty from an island country in a time back when boats sailed instead of flying. Diode received permission to examine the logbook. The logbook is one of the archived official documents regarding us Cirques. Those documents are duplicated in other sources, so even though the logbook is reliable, it's not interesting. "Is that a problem?" "Not at all. That's actually a good thing. It means the logs were personally written by Majiri." "I mean, couldn't you just access the logs from home with your public database connection?" "It won't connect through my account. I'm from Gendo, so..." Diode raised a hand as she spoke calmly. Tara found it weird. "It shouldn't matter if you're from Gendo or any other clan. There aren't any limits on your access to the Endeavor DB." "No, that's not it. Gendo places restrictions on women's Minicells." "Huh, what does that mean?" "Women will become stupid and indecent if they're allowed to access information streams that aren't carefully vetted." "What? Not the other way around?" "Like not having access instead. They allow us access to information through an institution instead. You have to show gratitude for a curriculum that was carefully selected by our clan's governing body for the sake of raising modest, obedient women. They call it a girls' school, though. I was in that CUSO, crappy, merdique, shitty Dabian institution for 2 years, from the moment I turned 16 to just before the bow-wow." Looking relieved, Diode stood in front of Tara, who had been left slack-jawed. She picked up a baton-like pumice rock which had fallen near the building's stones and flung it at the thicket with a big swing. It made a nice, dry sound. "Thankfully, since I'm not there anymore, I can come here with you instead. It seems like I have access to a lot of files here, but is it really okay?" "Yes, of course. Go ahead and look at as many as you want." Tara nodded without hesitation. Diode settled into a pattern where she spent a third of the day resting at Tara's house and another third hanging around her workplace. The remaining third, however, was still a mystery. Her whereabouts were unknown, but at the very least, Tara knew she wasn't at home thanks to the dwelling system. Diode hadn't told Tara anything. Tara could imagine it to some extent, but didn't ask. It was only the one time. But while Tara was looking around for handmade items in the shopping district in the year 240 ring, she saw a small, masked figure dressed in black jumping from roof to roof. The figure jumped down to a bay window and scaled its decorative eaves. As they passed through, they spun around the railing before tumbling into the outer passageways. They completely ignored the road as they jumped from building to building. Tara noticed the figure because the people around her were looking up in surprise. Whoever it was moved deliberately, relying on their grip, leg power, and the weaker 0.8 g gravity of the year 240 ring, not on any special ability or tools. It didn't look like their goal was to shock people. They ignored everyone's attention, continuing with what looked like a risky acrobatic challenge. Tara made an unplanned purchase after that. After dinner that evening, she pulled Diode aside. "Daison, would you take this?" "What is it?" She opened the bag to reveal a sparkling blue clasp decorated with a shippo pattern. A barrette. Tara moved behind the standing girl and gathered her silver hair, fixing it in a diagonal twist at her crown. If you're only wearing a turban and mask, your hair will stick out and back. Using this to hide it should work. "Thank you." With that, Diode returned to her room. Later, a number of columns about a black-clad figure started to appear in the clan's journal, but Tara sadly never personally witnessed the sight a second time. Not that it mattered much. When Diode visited the archive, she responded to Tara's efforts to talk with her. Their conversations were entirely concerned with old content. Diode helped identify uncertain pieces, since coming from another clan gave her knowledge that an endeavor didn't necessarily have. Example: the snowman in this one has a thick neck and wide base, so the work is probably from around the era of the Daruma archetype. She had been such a great help to Tara and her coworkers that it wasn't long before her stay was officially authorized. "Going by everything you've told me, you seem to have learned a lot at the school you attended. Was it really that much of a she? Cruel place?" Tara asked, seated in a corner of the archive's grass garden. Diode replied, "The things I've been constantly talking about are something I more or less learned from underground content while cutting class or things I saw with my mother during my life on the tsunami search." "Ooh, underground. Do you mean content like callouts, fights, and even pervy stuff? Stuff like S, D, and V, or A and G. There's almost 10,000 years worth of underground material. Do you not like that sort of thing, Tara-san?" It's not that I don't like it, I don't know enough about it." Well, let's stop talking about it if you don't know about it." I don't think I'd hate it. It's just that I've never really had many chances to see it." Tara blushed, noticing that despite having 6 years on Diode, she somehow knew less about the world. "It's stuff that the Council of Elders strictly prohibit." Diode cut herself short and quickly glanced towards the office. Tara laughed. "You don't need to worry. There aren't going to be any restrictions on what you say here, even if it's about Majiri and Etta." "Majiri, you briefly mentioned them before. Who's that?" Tara asked innocently. Diode let out a weak sigh. "Those are names they're not going to tell you about, at the very least." "Are they the kind of people they don't want to teach us about?" Diode folded her arms, looking genuinely and exceptionally troubled. Well, the Council of Elders here isn't going to arrest me, or else they already would have a long time ago." She muttered. Gendo Majiri was the first great chief of the Cirque fleet, from CC3 to CC18. The first. Really, wasn't it CB Endeavor? There aren't any documents written by CB Endeavor dating to that time. They were the great chief after CC18, but there's nothing from what's called the early period. Look, it's the same here too. Diode rubbed a single stone state and brought up the log from month 8, day 1 of CC10 in her palm, then pointed out the empty space in the lower left. "It's been erased. Beginning in CC18, Civi Endeavor's signature is there, but everything before that was erased like this. I wonder if the Endeavors are the only ones still openly displaying the altered logs. Do the Gendo keep those documents private? That or they're missing, more likely." Tara was surprised but hadn't fully grasped the meaning of it. Why's it like that? Did they do underground things too? In the underground, there's a legend that's believed to be the truth. What kind of legend? It's that back in CC3, Majiri had a partner in starting the rebellion and assuming power after purging the old leadership. The partner's full name isn't known, but she had the nickname of the exceptional Edda. She was some sort of genius scientist, apparently. She studied the composition and properties of the bake floating around FBB, and it was her who put the fleet on the road to self-sufficiency after she succeeded in converting the bake into a usable resource. We learn about someone like that in our clan, too. This is the first time I've heard the name Edda, though. Yeah, that kind of breakthrough is too big to be erased completely. Anyway, Edda was the one responsible for it. She passed away in CC8. Did she get sick? She was in a boating accident and fell into FBB. She saved others but couldn't save herself in turn. That's where the legend started. Edda was the one who gave birth to the besu. As to how she did that, there are a range of opinions. Gave birth to the besu? Yes. How that's? You don't mean that literally, right? Of course they didn't come out of her belly. I meant it in the sense that it was a scientific innovation. Did she raise them in a test tube and then spread them from orbit? Who knows? I don't really know how she did it. She died in CC8, but the besu first appeared in CC16. Whatever it was Edda set up when she died took 8 years to spread. But by making what we now call besu take the form of fish, she made it possible for us to harvest it. At least, that's what the legend says. Whoa, now that you mention it, I'm pretty sure that besu aren't found anywhere else in the Galactive Interactive. They're lifeforms endemic to FBB. That's why we can make a profit exporting the AMC clay through the Daxaneo. Doesn't that make a huge amount of sense? Tara suddenly got enthusiastic. Isn't that great? Our ancestor created the besu, and thanks to her, the Cirques make their living fishing for them, even now. Well, that might be true, but from a scholar's point of view, learning that a completely new life form was entirely engineered by a human is a really unsatisfying explanation. Diode looked through the stone state storage content as it displayed in fragments. At least as far as my investigation goes, there's not a single scholar in any clan who takes that explanation seriously. Is that so? I do like how the besu resemble earth animals but have their own quirks. Ah. But wait, isn't that weird? What's weird? Doesn't being able to achieve that make exceptional Edda a notable person? Why wasn't her name preserved? Tara asked, before adding, besides, what does Majiri have to do with this? Edda and Majiri were a couple. A couple, Tara narrowed her eyes. But you said Edda was a woman, right? So Majiri was a man. She was a woman. What? She asked, comprehension dawning at the same time. Diode indifferently explained. They were a same-sex couple. It was a pair of married women who provided fierce guidance and leadership to the Cirques back then, and who laid the cornerstone of our lifestyle by giving birth to the besu. The Cirques couldn't bring themselves to accept that, so once there were only couples between men and women, they erased the records of those two. That's what the legends say, anyway. Diode turned off the content she was showing to the breathless Tara and looked around the corner. I wanted to find proof, so that's why I asked to see the logs. Section: 10 days passed, then 20, then 30. Idaho and the other base ships continued to spin, the water miners worked the icy moons, the outboard workers quietly repaired the exterior of the ship here and there, and twisters flew their boats while decompas spread their nets. Diode continued her usual routine of disappearing only to reappear in Tara's dining room at mealtimes for a chat before she returned to the attic. The days passed with a mood like watering a seed after planting it or counting the moments with a bomb's timer. Tara felt a sense of patience within her impatience. Although she looked forward to her pillar boat's return, she also wished the strange but calming sense of stability she felt with Diode could continue. Diode also felt that sense of patience with impatience, but her concerns were entirely different from Tara's. Section: beep, beep, beep. The moment she heard the sound of an alarm go off, as piercing as a shattering glass window, Tara's bed shook. The nightlight suddenly flickered and went out. WH what? Tara was still dozing as she got out of bed. Without thinking, she shoved her hand under the bed and fetched her quick mask, following a habit every Cirque has drilled into them during childhood. You hear me, Tara? Mask first, even if the air leak alarm is blaring, even if you hear banging or feel air rushing in. Before you try to save anyone or hug any cushions, put the mask on first. If there really is an airtightness breach, that's when you run to the rescue ball or go to a printer pod. As she remembered her father teaching her as a kid, she put on an oxygen mask that covered her whole head and turned on her Minicell to light her surroundings with her palm. Around the room, a soft, dark green curtain, a cheerful portrait of her parents, a quiet row of figurines on the knick-knack shelf. Apatosaurus, Morpho butterfly, cat, and Gulguioli, the red ones from planet Cowbinger, not the three-legged kind from Mach. Nothing looked out of place for the moment. However, except for a meteorite coming in from space at extremely high speed, there wasn't an emergency situation that would trigger the air leak alarm in the residential district, near Idaho's innermost section. Besides, the alarm that had just gone off sounded different. Tara kicked herself for not noticing it was something else. Her parents hadn't taught her what she did after she put on the mask. "Dyson, I just heard something. Are you okay?" Tara shouted through her Minicell. She felt vaguely apprehensive, thinking of what to do if she didn't get a response. One came unexpectedly quick. It was a response, an absurd one at that. "Tara-san, please run. Get to clan security." "What? Why?" "It's definitely the trackers. The intruder detector I set up on the hatch above us went off. The Gendo trackers are BAM." There was the sound of an explosion, followed by a groan. Tara felt a chill rush down her spine. A flood of adrenaline followed a moment later. She shoved her hand back under the bed and grabbed a tool made of hardened AMC clay that had been given to her by her mother as a kid. She threw the door open and rushed to the corridor. Once her hands were on the stairs leading to the attic, she took a second to calmly adjust her mask before climbing to open the trapdoor. Dyson. The scene was almost like she had imagined. The wall light diode had taken from downstairs illuminated the tight passageway of the attic. Two figures, wearing skin-tight gray suits, suddenly stood up. They were in spacesuits, meaning that they had entered through the exterior walls. They held the girl between them by the arms as tears fell from her fluttering eyes. They got Dyson. One of the intruders turned in response to Tara's voice and threw something shaped like a cup onto the floor with a subtle movement. Bam! An intense flash of light flooded the room as it exploded. The intruders likely planned to use it as cover for their escape, but Tara had activated the mask's anti-starglare dimming mode. The figures were clearly visible to Tara inside the surge of light. Tara pointed the deadly tool she performed weekly maintenance on at them, took aim, and fired. There was a quick one, two, three bursts of eardrum-ripping explosions. The first shot had been aimed at the intruder to Diode's right and had blasted them off her and knocked them to the ground. The intruder on her left was still standing after taking the second shot, but the third shot hit their suit's visor and cracked it. "I'm sorry," Tara apologized, using the opportunity to take another shot. They collapsed where they stood, their face covered in blood. Dyson. Tara rushed into the attic. She held Diode in her arms, more worried than anything. "Are you okay? Did any of the bullets hit you just now?" Diode squirmed, momentarily resisting. "Whoa, is that you, Tara-san?" she asked. Diode still couldn't see, and her ears were blown out by the explosion, so Tara pulled Diode into her chest and hugged her as tightly as she could. "Yes, it's me." These are." Diode nervously caressed Tara's large breasts with both hands and quickly relaxed. "So it really is you. These are Tara-san's." "That's right, can you hear me? Does it hurt anywhere?" Yes, my hearing is coming back slowly, but I can hear you." Tara placed her hand on the girl's forehead and gently wiped her eyes. Diode's dark blue eyes opened. "I should be asking you if you're okay, Tara-san. What the hell happened?" "I dealt with them using this." Diode's eyes opened wide when she caught sight of the long, smooth, deadly-looking thing in Tara's hand. A gun. "That's a gun, isn't it?" "Yes, it's a shotgun my mother gave me." "Why do you have a gun?" "Why, there's usually one in every home, right?" As she said that, Tara realized it might be another difference between them. Or does Gendo prohibit guns too? That's obvious, isn't it? Diode started to laugh and cry, her voice tightening into a cackle. Tara took Diode in her arms and went down the stairs holding her tight, then reported the situation to clan security. Due to her ongoing dispute with the Council of Elders, she'd been doubtful as to whether they'd come to help. It turned out to be a baseless worry, as armed guards came rushing in less than 2.5 minutes later. They're up there. The strange people in the attic who tried to kidnap Dyson. The squad cautiously ventured upstairs, but eventually returned empty-handed. We couldn't id any intruders. There was no one up there. But there were 2 people wearing tight suits. They threw a light grenade, so I did what we're trained to do in high cruise school. Chill, I didn't say you were lying. We found blood and evidence of the fight, the squad member replied, pointing at the other guards looking over the house's entrance and surroundings. That said, looks like those guys got away. They took all their gear with them, so they're probably professional infiltrators. They escaped, Tara was dumbfounded, even after being shot like that. I'm pretty sure I even shot one of them right in the face, too. Those were resin bullets, right? That won't stop him, we're talking real pros here. Oh, you're Tara Intercontinental-san, aren't ya? The fisher who hauled in that enormous fish. The male squad member raised his goggles and grinned. You did pretty good for a woman, took some guts, but you should know when to call it quits. This was a close shave. Thanks, Tara replied bluntly, disliking the sentiment. Diode was in danger, so she acted in desperation. That was all there was to it. She was sure that any person, man or woman, would react to the situation the same way. And there's something else, but I don't know how to describe it. Soon after, the rescue squad appeared and quickly began to examine Diode. An unexpected person showed up along with them. Are you 2 all right? I received word of an attack. Dishcrash-san. Good, it appears you are both unharmed. The council liaison with the soft, puffy sideburns adorning his cheeks looked down on the 2 with eyes that seemed to smile, as always. Tara's mind was still foggy, so she replied without thinking. We aren't unharmed at all. Dyson went through something awful. They tried to kidnap her. And it's terrifying to think of my own home being invaded like this. Really, it's too much. I am sorry to hear that. Dishcrash said, bowing. Just now, a construction boat departed from the work pier without authorization. It was headed for territory outside of Idaho's jurisdiction. However, the 2 exterior workers who boarded it were identified as citizens who migrated here from Fuyo during the Bow-Wow. There are official actions we can take regarding that matter, but they will likely not return. I believe the Gendo reserve a trump card for mischief like this, and it has been played tonight, Dishcrash said. He then fixed a direct look on Tara. Do you understand? This situation is the result of your own decision to shelter Diode-san. You make it sound like this is my fault. Don't say that, please. Tara started to raise her voice but trailed off. The truth was that Tara had been living with Diode with that fear in the back of her mind and had done nothing about it. If she had taken that fear seriously, then maybe she could have entrusted the matter to the security squad before the home invasion happened. It would have been useful to secure the burglars for the coming negotiations, but we failed to do so. It truly is a shame. He had touched on something Tara felt like she was trying unusually hard to put up with. The fogginess surrounding that feeling suddenly cleared. Simply being saved wasn't satisfying. The truth was she wanted everyone to see the clear act of righteousness in exposing the people who had attacked them. If we did happen to catch them, would I get my pillar boat back by any chance? Tara asked. Dishcrash responded with a silence that meant, I don't know, and shook his head. Tara thought, maybe he's not really as good-natured as he seems. Unsurprisingly, the thought made her feel sad. Dishcrash-san, may I say something? Diode spoke up as her examination ended. Diode thanked the doctors with a silent look, then turned back to Dishcrash. You also expected this to happen and kept quiet, didn't you? How are you planning to take responsibility for this? What leads you to believe I could have expected this? Why would a fully armed platoon rush in because of a mere panic citizen report? Is that how the Endeavors always react? Diode quietly glared at Dishcrash, who warded it off with a nonchalant look. There have been previous instances. No, there haven't. Since you expected this, you could have prevented it by assigning the relevant authorities to it. You people kept quiet about it instead and let them do what they wanted because it was also what you wanted. If we had been captured by Gendo's trackers in this incident, it would have been a bargaining chip in negotiations with them. That was the goal you were aiming for, wasn't it? Was it? You have proof of this accusation. I placed these around the windows and doorways of the house. Diode took out a small bundle of fine thread. Ah, Tara recognized it. That's probably on the print log. There was one place where it was cut, then stretched and put back into place. The trackers didn't do this tonight, and they couldn't have noticed it because they triggered the alarm. So someone must have entered earlier, but Diode momentarily glanced at the squad preparing to leave. Even though this is supposedly the first time they've been here, they didn't break any of them. Tara's breath hitched. So those people have been wandering around my house. Tara-san leaned down here for a second. Yeah, Tara did as asked without much thought. Diode tightly pinched her nose, making Tara jump back. Ugh. I'm sorry, I don't want you getting noisy now. Dishcrash-san, there's no point in keeping score here. How about we get to the heart of the matter at hand? And that meanings. By that, I mean Tara is an asset to the Endeavors. Isn't that right? She's one of the clan's elite decompas. Yes, that is true. It has been true from the start. And so, I would vow to wager a lifetime's worth of Maydays that I am an asset for Tara-san. Right now, Tara standing here with us is more important than the Gendo who showed up. We have a common goal. I see. Dishcrash closed his eyes and pinched his chin, then finally spoke in a serious tone. Although keeping track of our score may be useless, one may expect to know I cannot ignore the matter of a suspicious person's skill, training in both the new and old town districts for the past half a month. Additionally, that same person is known to frequent back alleys in the year 25 ring, actively seeking drug and crack specialists. Those are points I cannot turn a blind. Daisa, Tara started to shout, but quickly covered her mouth with both hands. The liaison's narrow eyes and Diode's cold look stabbed her from both sides. Turn a blind eye to, Dishcrash said, returning his gaze to Diode. In short, these events are connected. If there is an issue that requires more suitable management on my part, then there is an issue that also requires correction on your part. Wouldn't you agree, Diode-san? I hope that we are on the same page, but probably. And the matter of our inheritance. At any rate, it can wait 2 years, can't it? So you are not opposed to a temporary arrangement. I'm not that greedy. I see. As he thought, Dishcrash twirled the fuzz on his right cheek. Then he suddenly spoke up, full of cheer. As an aside, I have not yet spoken of the business I have concerning you too. All right. I am here with regards to your appeal with the Council of Elders. Your method of hauling extra-large Bacchae orca has been deemed a matter of exceptional importance, and thus they have ordered its continuation. You are to report back with a total of 10 specimens. You too, please raise your left and right hands. They extended their hands a little, as they were told. He knocked on the back of their hands, sending a message that likely contained the same content to their minicells. Diode clicked her tongue, but it was too late. I was sent to deliver this message in person. Just now, you have received a code to erase the access lock on your pillar boat. Do not forget the conditions, and do your best from now on. His Excellency, the clan chief, looks forward to the next bow-ow. Dishcrash bowed sharply and left. Wah. Tara was in a daze, not quite understanding why the conversation had gone in that direction or ended how it did. So she was startled when Diode suddenly kicked the chair beside her and yelled, "Shit, that hurt." What's wrong, Daison? Tara asked nervously. We got played. He meant to tell us that from the very start, but he made us think there was no point to this and waited for us to yield. He was smiling at his true intentions the whole time. Meaning, they returned your boat. Really? Although Diode had angrily raised her voice, Tara's own shout of happiness drowned it out. She stood up, eyes sparkling. Then that means I can go fishing with you again, right? Yes, but did you not hear the part about catching 10 heads of that monster Bacchae? Isn't that basically saying we can do whatever? Is this really okay? Tara started to glow in amazement. She grasped Diode's hands. Diode was dumbfounded, but she eventually sighed and responded bluntly. Yeah. What's with that reaction? Shouldn't we both be happy about this? We're dividing the burden. I'll trust you with the happiness. I'll be busy feeling resentful. What's there to feel resentful? Right, you did tell me to overlook something earlier. Tara started to feel curious as she recalled the conversation. It's about that, right? Running around, looking for some sort of specialist. Do you mind if I ask what you were up to? Well, the running around was just training. If I stayed at home doing nothing, my reflexes would get duller and duller. Then, what was that about drugs and crack? One frees the mind, the other frees the machine. and you were trying to get your hands on those. Why? To take the pillar boat back. He taking it back? Tara was genuinely surprised. You wanted to take the boat out without permission from the Council of Elders? That's impossible. It's not impossible, it only would have taken a while. It's just that there wasn't enough time. Since they gave it back before I could follow through with my plan, my search was in vain. You don't think they returned the boat, so you're not dirtying your hands with crime. Diode made a face like she just watched someone eat toast through their nose. No way. From now on, they're going to use it as leverage for all the shady things they're planning. It's not like this turned out to my advantage. Besides, right up to the end, he never said you can be fishers, did he? That's fine, isn't it? As long as we can board together. Diode rested her chin on her hand and sighed. I'm over it. Sure, it's fine. The security and rescue squads withdrew following the liaison. Diode, troubled, hung her head. Tara had been waiting for calm to return after the turbulent atmosphere dissipated, but it never did. Their wait was over. Their everyday life as fishers had resumed now that they were certain they could board again. Before the last voice coming from out front fell quiet, Tara leaned slightly towards the girl beside her and whispered, "Can I ask you something?" That was the first time I've heard the expression. I would vow to wager a lifetime's worth of Maydays. How serious is that? Good night. Diode abruptly stood and left. Section Audiobook by Masquerade at Masquerade Audiobooks, Chapter 9. The attack on Tara's house and the combined efforts of the Endeavor clan's guards and a private citizen to drive the invaders out became huge news. The invaders' identities were publicly stated to be unknown. While the reality was that Tara had run them off on her own, with no help from the guards, it was the type of detail that was sure to be classified immediately after an incident like that. Tara agreed to keep her mouth shut once the guards promised to reinforce security to prevent a repeat occurrence. Tara's silence had also been exchanged for her pillar boat's return. She was disheartened when she saw the ship's logs. There were signs several other fishermen had been allowed to fly it as they pleased, which suggested the Council of Elders had challenged others to achieve the same results as Tara and Diode. In other words, they seemed to believe the boat was special, not the two of them. Unfortunately for the Council, that wasn't the case at all. Tara's pillar boat wasn't any different from the others, so naturally, the fishers using it didn't achieve any different results. Ultimately, that seemed to be the reason why the Council had given it back. Since it was just an ordinary boat, they decided it was best to leave it with Tara and Diode. Tara detested the lengths they'd gone to for that conclusion, but she forced herself to make peace with it. Well, I'm glad they gave it back, at least. The pillar boat operated by the unusual pair of novices began descending to FBB once again. They quietly set sail, without any grand ceremonies or public announcements. That's not to say the two conducted themselves quietly. The two worked on new fishing methods on one flight after another. At night, they emitted an intense light that lured a multitude of besu. Splitting the pillar boat in two, the decompa sat in a larger part that flew in a holding pattern, while the twister deftly caught besu with the smaller part. In a mere 2 months, the two main pillars of their techniques, exceptional piloting and a 500-meter wide form with a high glide ratio, allowed them to catch roughly 1,525,000 tons. Those entirely unrookie-like numbers not only made Tara and Diode famous among all 16 clans, but it also ranked them on par with the top 3 fishers for the first quarter of CC 304. The fishing industry criticized the abnormal fishers' chaotic operational behavior while spying on the details of their new techniques. The economic sphere demanded the two control themselves, citing concerns about a price collapse from overfishing. The scientists were thrilled to finally learn about species that, up until then, had remained full of enigmas. The Council of Elders lamented that the two hadn't promptly caught the requested 10 heads of gigantic Bokkai orca. It was extremely difficult, as expected, but unable to ignore their splendid numbers. The good offices of the Council introduced them to potential spouses with strong pedigrees. If this is what praise brings, I'm in trouble. Tara spread the profiles of suitors recommended by the Council of Elders across her table and sighed. This really didn't turn out to be a favor. I guess it wasn't actually meant to be one from the start. Are you checking to see if there are any good men, Tara-san? Diode asked. She was wearing tight fitwear and was darting around on the monkey bars in the ceiling. She had also been graced by the council's good offices, but had wordlessly threw their profiles away without a second thought. Tara shook her head. It doesn't matter if there's a good one or not. I'm not interested in marriage anymore. Sorry, Tara-san. Why? It's because I said too much before, isn't it? You didn't say too much, all you did was notice. Tara looked up at the monkey bars and saw Diode hanging there with both hands. The bars had been installed indoors to put an end to the matter of the suspicious person running around town. Diode basically turned into a monkey whenever she felt like doing a training exercise in what she called three-dimensional kinesthesia. Diode grabbed the monkey bars with her toes and, dangling upside down, said, "If you turn down the marriage proposals, there probably won't be a next time." Yeah, about that. Would a single firm rejection be a good idea? If you're unsure, it's fine to accept, isn't it? You can save the rejection for when you meet up. Diode's silver hair was hanging at the tip of Tara's nose. What she'd said made sense, but she said it with a tone colder than a comet. It was a terrifying sight. If she fell, she'd break her neck. Diode herself had assured her, "It's really not as dangerous as it looks, it's only half gravity here." But Tara couldn't help but think that depended on how she fell. Should I really accept the favor? Tara stood up and cradled Diode's scalp in both hands. Diode blinked in surprise, and her toes quickly let go of the bars a moment later. Her entire weight, supported by her surprisingly strong skull and neck muscles, was suddenly concentrated in Tara's hands. But it was like she had entrusted herself to two cushions. Diode spread her arms and legs wide, keeping her frame balanced upside down. She began to wobble all four of her thin, flexible limbs like a spring toy. However, she didn't have much practice doing that, so after several seconds, she grabbed Tara's wrists and spun to land on her feet. "Haha," she sighed, sounding impressed. "I made it down." "What was that all about?" Tara giggled. The girl's face, which looked like an artisan's handiwork, was covered in sweat. Her head had just happened to be at the right height to make Tara want to pet her. She wasn't expecting Diode to take a break by climbing on her. What if I dropped her? Was she really that certain she wouldn't fall? "You're just like an arboreal animal, Dyson." "Arboreal? What's that mean?" "Oh, trees. If that's true, then you must be the tree." "Rude much." A small hand, still warm from exercise, caught Tara's wrist. Tara tried to grab Diode's wrist in return, but she evaded the attempt. Then she left, saying she was taking a bath. For a brief moment, the smell of sweat mixed with her usual smoky botanical scent and left a peculiar, invisible trail in her wake. Diode had received that burnt, aromatic fragrance from her mother. It meant the two hadn't necessarily cut ties, but Tara had yet to even glimpse the face of the woman who traveled through the edges of the gas giant storms while living aboard a tsunami search. She was also in the dark as to why Diode had left, or how she'd ended up in the all-girls school. Based on Diode's tone while recounting her story, Tara had the impression she'd been captured and forced to enroll. Tara still didn't know why she was steadily working to fish up records from the past, either. However, Tara let her have free rein of the house, allowing Diode to learn everything from the monthly printer cartridge replacement to her parents' funerary number. From the beginning, Diode had avoided learning those kinds of details, but her behavior completely changed after their boat was returned. She was actively asking about Tara's life. Tara answered all of Diode's questions, not hiding anything. If Diode happened to be an elaborate scam of some sort, she had gotten the means to suddenly run off with everything. Tara had completely forgotten to even have that kind of doubt about her. Still, Diode maintained some distance, like she had a moment earlier, casually drawing an invisible line between herself and Tara that was as impassable as a mountain border. Tara was aware she was doing that, and she knew with certainty what lay on the other side of that mountain pass was incredibly vast. To Tara, it seemed like Diode was also aware of that, and was only watching her behavior to determine whether or not to cut her loose. She already presumed Diode felt the same way she did. It made her feel nice when Diode touched her. Much more importantly, Diode had become someone she wanted to be touched by. Diode wasn't just simply being allowed to remain in the house. Tara was enjoying her stay, savoring it. She was the first person Tara ever wanted to let within touching range. There could be no mistake that Diode felt the same way, or maybe not. Maybe I'm just telling myself that. Tara wasn't sure. All of her doubts began churning in her chest. She went to the dressing room uninvited and called into the bathroom. Dyson, should I really accept a marriage proposal? You're welcome to accept at any time, as long as you have the resolve to do it. By the way, when are you going to stop camping out by the door? Peeking in by yourself isn't how group bathing works, so if you want a look, you're going to have to come in. Are you ready for that? I'm not ready to do either of those things, I'm sorry. Tara went back to the living room, and immediately, with a single swipe, threw the profiles burying the table in details regarding families and personal histories into the trash. The situation hadn't improved as much outside her house as it had inside. Everyone, her aunt, her uncle, the people she ran into at the fishing harbor, worried about how long she'd keep up her eccentric behavior of fishing with another woman. Whenever they asked Tara about it, she'd reply, "It's fine." She repeated, "It's fine," almost like a mantra, as if it would eventually be made true by saying it. She had a sudden realization in the following days. Living with Diode made her feel safe. It was more than a feeling of safety that came from everything being in its right place. It was the kind that would let her be okay even at the cost of everything else. She couldn't tell where that strange sense of certainty came from, but from that day forward, it seemed to her that "it's fine" would inevitably bear fruit. She started to feel if things continued as they were for half a year, for a year, then "it's fine" would be a reality. Then the storm happened. It had only been 93 days since they met. Chapter 10. Something rose gradually, but conspicuously through the atmosphere from depths so dark and dense, the air acted like water. An incredible gust of wind accompanied its arc into the sky, which caught and tumbled the pillar boat like it was a mere grain of sand. The boat drifted for 70 or 80 kilometers before Tara could finally use words that meant something. "Oh, my head is spinning. You okay, Dyson?" "Well, I'm all right, more or less." Diode was still sloshing around her pit, but managed to respond with a flat tone that was likely made possible by her recent endurance training. "I didn't try to fight the wind because we would have taken a huge amount of damage if we got careless, so I let it quietly carry us away." "Sorry, that must have been really hard on you. What was with that huge gust just now?" "I think it was an ejector. Could you bring up the radar?" "An ejector, really?" Tara adjusted the VUI and shuddered when she realized the noise filling half of the laser screen wasn't a cloud, but a gigantic rocky, mass roughly 200 kilometers in diameter. The thing they were looking at was an ejector, assumed to be a fragment of a celestial body located deep in FBB's atmosphere known as Iron Ball. Pieces of it blew into the skies due to explosions or other disturbances. "This is the first time I've seen the real deal. It's huge." "Same, at least it seems our luck didn't run out here." "Don't you mean our luck definitely ran out here? If it had run out, we would have been squashed instead." "All right." Diode corrected the pillar boat's attitude with a single stroke to the trim slider, evading the rocky mass with a gentle turn. Now that they had a better view of it, they could see the ejector had already lost its upward momentum and was beginning to fall. It sank slowly, with the water and methane clouds it had dragged up from below shrouding it like a veil. Tara started to feel a little ambitious. "Do you think we'd make the scientists happy if we brought a sample back with us?" "They'd definitely be happy. But even though it seems like it's moving slowly, it's falling at almost the speed of sound, right? The shock waves just from being near it are dangerous." "Ah, you're right." For a moment, they stopped to take in the rare sight. That turned out to be a mistake. The VUI sounded another warning, and Tara looked over at it. "It's a bake concentration warning, in an inversion layer." The bake was coming at them from above, not below. Tara glanced up and immediately let out a hoarse scream. "Ahhhh, we messed up. It's an ejector storm, Dyson." Diode looked up for herself. Clicking her tongue, she quickly fired up the turbine engines. "Yeah, that's definitely an E-storm. I got careless." Something resembling a muddy whirlpool had formed in the skies overhead and loomed over the two as they flew the pillar boat at high speed. An E-storm is a local storm generated by the appearance of an ejector. Ejectors drag up a huge amount of heavier air from the middle and lower atmosphere alongside them. That air wouldn't pose much of a problem if it quietly fell back into the planet like the ejector did. However, since it originated from deep inside the planet, The heat it contains generates a vast expansion dome above the tropopause. Simple expansion wouldn't be much of a problem either, but naturally, hot air cools off and descends. When that happens, the entire air mass condenses and turns into an instant downpour. The sight they were witnessing overhead was the expansion dome in question. What it was, how it formed, and what it did were all things taught in cruise school. However, because they had been slow to evacuate, they were both about to experience the full reality of one. Gwa, Daison, don't speed towards it. As the pillar boat ascended to escape, it met with a dense cloud of bake, unlike any of the easily navigated clouds found in the upper atmosphere. The moment they entered the cloud, they were met with a noise like a hail of machine gun fire. The two were attempting to fly through what was essentially abrasion powder, and large areas of the hull were quickly being stained in danger reds on the VUI display. Is it impossible to go through this? Forget it, please go back, hurry. It was also too late for that. Once the heavy air reached the cold tropopause at 50 kilometers altitude, an eerie black, muddy rain began to pour. As the last of their ability to see vanished completely, ejector mini-fragments rocks about the size of a house also began raining down around them. It was too dangerous to fly any faster. Tara began wailing. I'm sorry. We should have evacuated the moment I heard the E in ejector, but all I did was sit there in awe. If that's all you have to say, then it's my fault too. That should have been my cue to quickly dump out the catch. Diode grudgingly reflected on her actions. The pillar boat was loaded with excess catch. It was a large-class besu, an 8,000-ton black-veined squid they caught that morning. Tara's decomp had tightly bound it to make a fish pouch structural substitute like before. It was impossible to get rid of unless she liquefied the boat. Well, I really don't think throwing away 8,000 tons would make that much of a difference either way. That's true, the weight's not really an issue. More to the point, how long do you think this storm will last? I thought the normal curriculum taught you about this. I meant how long are they in your experience? This is the kind that'll end in an instant. Since this splash was from a rock less than a few hundred kilometers, 4 seconds of quiet passed before Diode finished with an annoyed tone. I'd say a day at most. That's what I thought too. When textbooks discuss the gas giant's weather, an instant often meant less than a year. It was inevitable that instant would take on that meaning when living around a world where so-called long-lasting storms continued for around a century. However, while a storm lasting a day might be an instant for a planet, it was an eternity for fishers. Idly expending propellant to wait for favorable winds instead of practicing their trade was never a happy situation. What should we do, Daison? We have a couple of options. We could harden the bow and break through the expansion dome and then fly as a blimp until morning, or we could blow around in a fluttering form until we're out of the storm. We could try other things too. Where do those insane ideas you always get come from? From my brain. All of those use a huge amount of clay though, so I guess we're giving up on fishing. There's not much of a choice. Our lives are more important. Well, yes, that's true, but Diode was deep in thought, frustrated. It's just not a great look for a tsunami search captain's daughter to be outwitted by an e-storm, but I guess we really don't have any other good options. That's it. Diode had casually just tossed those words out, but Tara bit hard. She bent forward in the rear pit and shouted, "A tsunami search? Let's seek shelter in one. Doing that would save on our clay, right? Are you serious?" "I am serious. Boat, show us nearby tsunami search vessels." The search results flooded into the VUI, producing a map that illustrated where the various tsunami search vessels were drifting around the planet. 2 huge circles, which had looked like deformed human eyeballs on the upper half of the striped FatBeachBall since ancient times, were displayed in high resolution. An example of a so-called long-lasting storm, the left eyeball was an immense anticyclone located on the northern fringe of FBB's northern tropical belt. A deeply colored spot that looked like a pimple on the corner of the eye was the E-storm the two were trapped inside. Tara shouted with glee when she saw another glowing point right beside the storm. "There's one. There, Tsunami Search TE508Q. TE508Q. I've never heard of that boat before. That really doesn't matter when it's so incredibly close to us. It's practically a miracle to find shelter like this in the vastness of FBB, so we should absolutely stay there. A tsunami search in the left eyeball. Gah. What's wrong, Dyson? You're not going to stay out here in this storm, are you? You might as well be a stray cat running around in a landslide. You mean that mollusk you showed me the other day? I don't think there's any way to make the pillar boat as soft and melty as one of those. Okay, no, I get it. Let's get going. Diode reluctantly turned the bow and got the turbine going. She grumbled as she thought through her options, unable to speed up in the hectic winds that were frequently shifting and reversing direction. Well, there might be several tens of tsunami search vessels, but only the very best are capable of cruising long stints around here, so hopefully. It took less than 2 hours to crush her hopes. It's probably not that one. I don't want it to be that one. Why does it line up with that one so well? A thick wall of clouds off to the right suddenly lit up from a source in the clouds to its left. Like a dream, a tower slowly emerged as the clouds around it faded away. The tower looked like a natural crag carved by the passage of time, standing imposingly against the dark, violent winds. Around it, hollow floats that looked like giant petals spreading radially gave it buoyancy. Its top section was as complex as a spire for primitive religions to display their icons. It seemed to be the observation mast's lighthouse. The flashing high candela light slowly rotated past a telescope, radar antenna, and communications antenna, while a pole with a fluttering cloth streamer jutting out at an angle from the mast's side was probably an anemoscope. It was incredibly odd to see its streamer painted as a clear imitation of a besu. Below the pole was a catapult with a small single-wing aircraft neatly parked on it. Watching where the tower poked through the clouds, it was possible to see the mast's foundation peeking in and out of sight. It had an opaque sheen that resembled obsidian. The foundation was most likely a sintered bake ballast to keep the tower floating upright. At the center of the tower, along what seemed to be the boundary between its upper and lower floors, 3 ancient characters that looked like they had been gently written with a brush were written in a row. Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter. Hey, pillar boat out there. You're flying like a squid swimming through asphalt. Why don't you come stay at my beach house Safuiwa for half board? A night's sleep and 2 meals can be yours for 10,000 tons of clay. Wait, this ID tag. Canna. After she heard the voice over the radio, Tara turned and stared at her twister. She was covering her face, which was a shade of red Tara had never seen before. That's my mother. Section. Even a petite woman who normally weighed 50 kg would get hit hard by the 2.1 g gravity in the upper layers of FBB, where she would cross the 100 kg mark. Fishers fly pillar boats inside gel-filled pits for that reason, as the fluid's buoyancy allows their bodies to cope with the gravity. The same applies to the facilities stationed in the cloud decks. The use of a living pit is necessary to live in a tsunami search, even for a short period. Tara and Diode got into large, transparent, self-propelled bubble pits loaned out to them. Once she did, Tara faintly smelled the original source of the pleasant, bittersweet scent that always hovered around Diode. The two boarded the tsunami search from their pillar boat, gliding along in their bubbles. They paid 10,000 tons of clay as agreed, and soon they were automatically brought into the facility's interior. However, one of the two was more than just a guest. Tara had been secretly looking forward to how the drama of a moving mother-daughter reunion after a long separation would play out, at least until the war broke out in Safuiwa's residential sector lounge. Diode. Rock burst into laughter the moment she caught on to the meaning behind the name signed on the temporary shelter request Diode transmitted to the tsunami search. Aheha, overdose? As in death from a drug overdose. Hahaha Kana, you're the best. That's the kind of thing that only sounds cool when you're young. It's adorable. Shut up, you freaky shut-in hag. Stop laughing and keep your mouth shut. I also heard you got caught at Fuyo once you left here, but it doesn't seem like you had any problem escaping. You even had the guts to come back with a girlfriend, as expected for a daughter of mine. Stoop, I mean it. Diode yelled with a bright red face, unable to stand what she was hearing. Diode's deckwear was a shadow dress with diamond and graphite studs. In front of her stood a black-haired woman with a similarly small stature, her doll-like face laughing wildly. Since they were in different pits, they couldn't touch one another. If they could, though, there was no doubt that parent-child hug would turn into a serious wrestling match instead. Tara could only watch with the cartoonishly vacant, wide-eyed stare that accompanied a cringy memory. So that's what her mother is like, and Daison is also like. A woman standing off to Tara's side asked, "You've never seen Kana-san act like that?" She was a beauty who seemed to be in her 20s and wore a monotone server's dress. That was Tara's introduction to Linnea Zinxing, an assistant to Rock who permanently lived and worked in Sofwiwa. Tara nodded. Yeah, though every now and then she accidentally uses some slang. But basically, whenever she asks for something, it's along the lines of "she and I would most like." Rather reserved, isn't she? That handful of words felt like a deep stab to Tara's chest. Hey, you're Tara-san the Decompa, aren't you? Allow me to welcome you, Rock said, turning to greet her. Could it be that you brought Kana back here with you on purpose? Not really, it was a complete coincidence. Actually, I should be the one asking that. How were you able to find us? That was a coincidence too. The tsunami searches course is at the mercy of the wind. We're talking golden encounter here. What are the odds a Decompa-san washes up here with my Kana in tow? If anything, it's Daison who brought me here with her. She's been a huge help to me. Ha, really? She's been helpful with you. This asylum case was capable of helping a proper young lady like you. Stop that, Yawustuupid Hayag. You're just a damn clam who says she's a rock, Iwana. Rock's smooth addition of a barb to the otherwise sociable chat set Diode off. Tara was overwhelmed by the scene and ready to retreat, but asked Rock, Iwana. Rock laughed as her cheeks quickly reddened like a little girl. That's 'cause my real name's Iwana Ishidoro Gendo. Long in it, Iwana means rockfish, so just Rock is easier. Giving her daughter mischievous side-eye, she added, my nickname isn't because I have 8th grade syndrome. Though if you really insist on a diagnosis, you could call it 30th grade syndrome instead. Ahaha. Arg, you're making my skin crawl. Oh, ooh. Tara felt a little shy, but still had the determination to step between the two. Please don't tease Daison that much. I think those traits of hers are wonderful, name included. Oh. Rock blinked and Tara bowed. I introduced myself over the radio, but allow me to do so again. I'm Tara Intercontinental Endeavor. Thank you very much for allowing us to shelter on your ship. I'm very grateful for your help tonight. I think Ishidoro sounds nice, and it's not all that long, wouldn't you agree? Tara said, attempting to smooth over the situation. Rock tilted her head and replied, Intercontinental. Between landmasses, right. What? Yeah, if I remember correctly, that's what it means. It's an old Endeavor word, Rock explained. On rocky planets, a continent is a large landmass that isn't flooded with water. So, I wonder if your family name comes from people who used to travel between continents. Really? I had no idea that's what it meant, wow. Genuinely impressed, Tara turned and smiled at Diode. So that's what it means. Daison, your mother knows a lot, doesn't she? She, this person, you, Tara-san. Feeling squeezed by the simultaneous feelings of hostility towards her mother and feelings of something else towards Tara. Diode made fists with both hands and pounded the air a few times before rushing out of the lounge. Ah, Daison. Tara had failed in her unconditional support for Diode, but just as she was about to chase after her, Rock stopped her. Hold up, Tara-san. Now that we have the chance, why don't we chat for a bit? Don't worry about her. It looks like she went to her room. She'll shove her face in her favorite pillow and scream all night before she calms down. How is she going to shove her face into a pillow while she's in a pit? Figure of speech. I always end up teasing her because she's cute. She's cute, isn't she? I agree completely. You're an odd one. The rumors have even made it out here to the middle of nowhere, by the way. Rock took a close look at Tara's figure. Her deckwear for the day was airy, dark green and gold Victorian-style dress. Although she had foregone the traditional corset because it was a hindrance, she had made sure to tie the waist as tight as possible to emphasize her bust and hips. Have a seat now. Rock signaled to Linnea and brought Tara to a table. Tara chose something with just the right amount of alcohol from the selection offered in the drinks tube. Linnea brought over a basket of sealed food items and offered them to Tara, demonstrating how to bring them into the pit using the fastener pinned to her chest. As you can see, this ain't the most convenient place. I've got Linnea here with me now, but way back it was just the kid and me. Our only source of entertainment, if you could call it that, was the kayak. We only had a few visitors or temporary residents over the years, to say nothing of the difficulty of 2G life. I raised her in an extreme environment. Rock's hair had spread like a black fan inside the gel. Her gaze had the same romantic appeal as a legendary jewel from 5,000 years ago known as the pearl. She was no doubt older than 30, but her exact age was impossible to judge from her small stature alone. The contrast between the casual language leaving her mouth and her attractive, elegant face was so excessive that the effect was refreshing. I get where she's coming from, though. Ever since she got her first period, small arguments always escalated into blowout fights that ended with her running off. Normally, people in that kind of situation would wonder why it turned out that way, but I want to say that your family is actually one of the oldest in Gendo, right? You don't happen to be a descendant of that Majiri, do you, ma'am? For the first time, Rock's eyes shot open in surprise. Quietly she responded, and whose idea is that? Hi hurts. What? Oh no, our clan chief doesn't have anything to do with this. It has more to do with the Endeavor's archives. There are a bunch of old documents there, so Dyson has come over a few times to help look through and figure out what's in them. Heavy. What did you find? Tara told her about how the true history of the early Cirques was unclear. About the two peculiar people known as Majiri and Edda who were very active in that history, and about the possible role they had in the creation of besu. I'm not sure what it is exactly, but I was wondering if it could be something to do with your family's heritage, since Majiri was a past Gendo, Dyson is a present Gendo, and the Gendo have even gone so far as to send trackers after her. Are you okay, ma'am? In the middle of their conversation, Rock spat out her cocktail and began choking in her pit. Unable to reach her to help, Tara started to panic. Linnea promptly fastened her pit to Rock's, but she quickly stepped away once it was clear the situation wasn't serious. Cough, cough, what trackers? They came. For you too. Yes, they came, but I scared them off. How? With a bang. Like this, Tara smiled, making a pump action gesture. Rock, dumbfounded, and Linnea, relieved, exchanged glances. Is everyone in your clan like that? No, I believe the people in her clan would usually be afraid, too. She's an exception. That's just normal for us Endeavors, Tara said. Then she got worried. Are the trackers really that hardcore? It's more like it's hard to make them back off. Even I feel like running away when I argue with them. Linnea cut in. In your case, Roxanne, your character is 50% to blame for that. Rock replied, wrongo. It was their fault 80%. If that were true, then Kanasan's attitude wouldn't resemble yours so closely. Come on, that's 'cause she grew up on the sidelines hearing me argue with them. But I was there too, and you don't see me taking after you. Linnea shut Rock down with a calm look. She was a beauty, tall, but not quite Tara's size. Although she seemed difficult to approach, she acted rather close with Rock. At any rate, there was no way a normal person would willingly come to work in a place like this. So Tara decided to try asking. Forgive my asking, but just what kind of person is Linnea-san? Ah, she's Kana's polar opposite. She moved to Fuyo from the Xinxing clan, but came here with me after she got disillusioned with life there. She likes it here. Linnea doesn't bite, she's just not very social, Rock explained. Linnea only nodded, not adding anything in particular. If that's how she is, I guess her own circumstances must be complicated too. Anyway, back to what we were talking about. Rock ran her fingers through her hair for quite a while, then suddenly gave Tara a serious look. Tara-san, thank you. She put both hands on the table, separating their pits. Huh. For what? For how much you seem to love that difficult girl. She's very important to me too, so I just knew she would leave someday from how she was always out in the kayak. By kayak you mean that? The small aircraft attached to the tower? Tara asked, pointing above her. Rock nodded. That's right. Was that how Dyson got her veteran level 90 500 hours of flight time? Yeah, and since she was a brat, she spent hours every day out flying around in it. Sometimes she'd be out for more than 3 days. Isn't that dangerous? Do you hear yourself? Rock chuckled, sticking up her white, nicely shaped nose. Tell me, Tara-san, has she ever listened when you tell her to stop doing something dangerous? She hasn't. Tara shook her head with a sour look on her face. She's the same with me, just gives me a what, and that's the end of it. Well, we really didn't ignore the danger of it. The kayak is guaranteed to surface. Its structure is full of hollow microspherules. It wouldn't sink even if you smashed it down to a centimeter. Completely opposite problem. Actually, It gets stuck on the tropopause and often just doesn't come down. When the inevitable happened, she never cried, even when she had to be rescued with the comms aircraft. She'd spend days out there alone, totally calm and living off pemmican. The moment she saw me, she'd give me a dirty look, like I had finally captured her in a chase. Tara could imagine the sight easily. Night at 50,000 meters, a dark, purple-red sky spreading over a slice of the planet as base ships crawled overhead. Diode as a kid, fitting comfortably into the kayak's tiny seat. I wonder if back then she couldn't print deck dresses as elaborate as the ones she does now. And gliding through the boundless skies, thinking of how she'd travel beyond them as she calculated an orbit's full element. Or maybe it was the complete opposite. Maybe she watched over what she could catch from high in the sky, her field of view extending to FBB's cloudy horizons 3,000 km away. Admiring all of it. Besu schools here, changing clouds there. And the little girl who wanted to do those things, as she thought that, Tara suddenly realized she probably completely misunderstood what Diode had been thinking. Ma'am, could it be that Dyson didn't stay on the tsunami search but went? Tara bent forward to bring herself closer to Rock. She had already drunk quite a bit and whispered with a faint, devious smile on her elegant face. You're a good catch. You becoming Kanna's wife would be wasted on her. Why don't you come live here together with me? Section, Tara headed towards Diode's room. The girl invited her inside and apologized with an embarrassed look. I'm so sorry for screaming like that in front of you. I don't mean to, but I get full of rage whenever I'm in front of my mother. I just can't control myself for some reason. I understand, I've argued with my mother too. There are some things we just can't stand, right? I've also done what you'd call going off somewhere because of it. Yeah, even though it would be better if the parents went off somewhere in Ste. Diode quickly cut her sentence short by covering her mouth like she was trying to slap a bug on a wall. Yes. I'm sorry. It's okay. I was watching because I felt a little jealous. Of course there are going to be things about your mother you just can't excuse, so I'm not going to force you to love her. But still, I'm sorry. Diode glued herself to her pit's walls, pounding her hands against the transparent divider. Tara, who had been intently watching the girl, immediately burst into laughter. It's fine, you don't need to apologize so much. Like I said before, it's been 6 years already. I've still got my aunt too. Okay. I was a little surprised though. Aren't you always using that fragrance your mother gave you? Yes, that was the story I gave, but I never thought I'd end up coming back to the place of the person in question. Diode turned her head away again before continuing. It's a long story, but back when I was at the girls' school, there was a phase where incense and perfume was popular as hell. I kind of went overboard back then, and the backlash made me settle on the scent of my old home. Wow, everything I've heard about your past so far has been fascinating. Diode covered her face with a hand and staggered to a corner of the room, where she curled up. I really can't with this place. Nothing good ever happens here. I'm sorry, I wasn't trying to tease you. For all of Diode's pride, it was easily damaged. She was very particular about her own territory. Trying to be mindful of Diode, Tara said, I'll go out for a bit then. Your mother asked if I'd like to come up with her so. What's up? Since an e-storm is a pretty unique phenomenon. The tsunami searches equipment automatically gathers and transmits meteorological information to the circs. But its staff usually have the special privilege of witnessing certain phenomena. After they finished their chat in the lounge, Rock told Tara that they'd be watching the storm in the meteorological observatory and departed, so Tara had come here. I've been wondering how the storm will progress, so I'm gonna go have a look. I heard there's a room up there, too. You can't. Diode banned Tara from going with zero hesitation, cutting off the conversation off at the root. But, no, you can't go. Ooh, the meteorological observatory is full of control panels for strange and complex measurement devices, and I worry about what might happen to the body of a complete novice like you, Tara-san. Leave it for those two and stay here, please. Diode again firmly barred Tara from going there. The way she said it was incredibly unnatural, but since Diode must have had a reason for going as far as to say that kind of thing, Tara accepted it. Got it, I'll take your word then, but is it okay if I get out of the pit? There seems to be some furniture in here. Tara took another look around the room. There weren't any windows, just a damp-looking desk, a few shelves, and what seemed like a wall-mounted bed for a zero-G environment. Although Diode's old bedroom looked like a ruin, it still felt more like a home than a pit. No, stay in. That stuff is in here because you need it for normal life when the room is completely filled with gel. We're just using living pits right now because we're guests. You don't want to breathe the same gel as someone you just met, do you? Ah, I see. Tara felt like the mystery of how Diode had lived inside a pit for the dozen-odd years from infancy to her departure had been totally solved. Night came. The light turned off, and Tara heard a howling noise like a small and big flute being blown at the same time, ebbing and flowing like waves. Tara wondered if it was the sound of the wind swirling around the rocky tower. There could be no doubt the sound was coming from the environment, since the tsunami search was unique in its ability to stay afloat without the use of power. Her pillar boat's engine was much louder, so Tara had never heard that sound while she was aboard it. As Tara focused on the noise, she noticed the room swayed gently every 6 seconds. She could feel the gel pulse inside the pit. It seemed like the huge, tower-shaped tsunami search was swaying the wind. Tara hadn't experienced the rocking motion in a pillar boat either, but she found it unexpectedly comfortable. "This is making me sleepy," Tara whispered. The immediate response was, "Really? Aren't you scared?" "Of what?" "Of falling." "You mean down there?" "Yes," came Diode's voice from the dark. "I'm scared of falling down there." "Ah, if that's what you're wondering, then yes, I'm scared too. Today was really scary. If that ejector had hit us head-on, then we wouldn't be here right now. When I was a kid, I used to watch the trash being dumped out of the dust chute through the glass floor," Diode whispered. "Since the central opening here is a bottomless pit, I used to watch every time the trash was dumped, and how it would spin and spin until it shrank and was swallowed by the black and blue haze. I watched it fall like that more times than I can count. So, what do you think happens to it after that? It gets crushed by the pressure, doesn't it? Right, that's what they teach you. I did hear about somebody falling down there when I was around 3 years old. But then how would it feel? If a person fell down there, then what? Would their legs and arms get smashed? Would they choke? Would their eyeballs pop? Would their stomach, heart, and lungs? Dyson, stop. I know what you mean, but that's a bit." Diode laughed faintly at Tara's easy defeat. "Are you bad with that kind of thing? Sorry. I imagined it." "Huh, of course you did. I think I get it, though. I've been scared of falling for as long as I've been here, that's why I ran away." Tara turned towards the dark and resolved to ask what she had tried to ask when she was talking to Rock. She placed a hand on the wall where she was about to direct her voice. "Dyson, you want to leave this planet, don't you?" Diode's breath caught. "How?" "For a lot of reasons, like how you request the full element. I thought maybe it was to practice flying the boat on planets other than FBB or something. You left here, got caught and were forced to enroll in a girls' school at Fuyo, escaped from it, and even though you came to my place, you're not satisfied just being there, are you? You eventually want to go somewhere much further away, don't you?" Tara felt a load off after she said that. She gently pushed her hand against the pit's resin wall, and she felt it grow a little warm. Another hand was touching it from the other side. "This might sound weird coming from me, but I don't think you're afraid of things the way everyone else is," Diode said, which Tara found curious. "I mean, you're an insane decompa. You can think of hundreds or even thousands of flight forms. I always feel like crying when I see you make one shape after another. Like, how are you so capable of coming up with that many? Isn't that only because you're incredibly skilled at piloting? And skill is that is. I'm saying what you have is not just skill. I mean, if you're already able to think up all of those forms just from life here, then what are you going to be able to come up with in the vastness of outer space?" Tara's breath caught. Diode quietly continued. 100 million, a trillion, or maybe more than that, but despite that, our lot was here with the Cirques, isolated in a small corner of space. Being raised in the tsunami search was even more isolating. "I understand what your mother struggled with now," Tara said. "So you get her, do you?" In a resigned tone, Diode continued, "If it hadn't been here, it would have been at Fuyo instead. I would have been raised there as a cute, fragile bird in a cage that would never even dream of going outside. So I'll put some effort into not resenting that I mean my mother. Speaking of which, could I ask you something?" "Sure. Back at Fuyo, do they ever bring up the idea of leaving the planet? Like when you were in the girls' school?" Diode went silent. Tara could tell she was vehemently shaking her head. They don't even think they need to mention it. To them, FatBeachBall is the paradise the Cirques discovered on the edge of space. The Gendo's slogan is that we reclaimed paradise with pride, and that will sustain us into the future. So if you ever said you wanted to leave, they'd treat you like a failure or an underdog. I don't know who this Edna Doc person is, but yes, what do the Endeavors think about escaping? It rarely comes up, Tara replied in a tone that conveyed her bitter smile. They believe this is a good place to live, so they don't feel the need to go anywhere else. But what do you think? There was a small hesitation before Diode asked, and it cued Tara into noticing something was off. Why did Diode flee her mother's ship during the Bow Ow? Dyson, this is just a hypothetical, but... Tara realized she didn't want to ask what she was about to, but it was too late to stop herself. If you could board the Daxanail, would you? Diode was quiet. It wasn't the response Tara expected, and she took Diode's silence as the answer. Not wanting to hear anything else, Tara curled up in the gel and did her best to sleep. The fierce howl of the wind and gentle sway continued for 90 minutes until the trackers finally arrived. Chapter 11. An alarm didn't pierce the quiet like shattering glass, nor did the bed shake. Since Safuiwa was a place with neither glass nor beds, the trackers' attack plan differed considerably from the one back at Idaho. Tara-san, Kana, get up, now. Tara and Diode simultaneously woke up and threw on the lights the moment they heard yelling. Naturally, since voices didn't carry between pits, it had to have come from the communication system. Rock broke in over the comms again. Run, the trackers are here, get over to your boat. Really? Tara fumbled for her quick mask, but it wasn't there. She reached for her shotgun next, but it wasn't there either. She started to panic. Diode gave her pit a hard kick. Wake up, Tara-san. Rock, where are they, above or below us? Above you, they're rappelling down from the observatory. It's the usual bunch of tight suits. We're boarded up in the supply room, so we'll be fine as long as they don't blast the top off Safuiwa. We'll be okay. But don't worry about us, you two are the targets. Get moving already. You're okay with us just abandoning you here. When did you become such a saint? Rock sneered. Then, in a somewhat gentler tone, she said, Well, I'm happy to hear that. Come visit another time. If the wind carries us here, Diode said bluntly. Then she yelled at Tara rudely, What are you smiling about? We're supposed to be fleeing, escaping. Tara had received a message from Linnea on her minicell. When she looked at it, she saw the passcode for inboard cable communications, probably to help them escape. There was a memo attached, Please take great care of Kana-san. She wondered if Diode and Linnea also had a history. Thank you, Linnea-san. Ma'am, keep well. The two leaped out of their rooms and began running downstairs. But at the landing, Diode, who was leading Tara, abruptly stopped. Turning around, she murmured, I figured out their little trick. I'm certain they won't treat us like amateurs and underestimate us again. If they've announced their presence above us, they must have already set a trap at the lower exit. Let's go back. Wouldn't we just be running straight into their hands? Yes. That's why we'll take a different route. That route was the dust chute. Once inside the shaft, Diode used to watch the trash fall from as a kid, which connected to every pit on the way up. D-Dyson, this is really scary. Please just look up, just focus on my butt. The two ascended like slime backwashing up a drain. The dust chute went through the whole ship, up to the telescope room on the top floor. The two thankfully didn't find any threats when they climbed out. When Tara quietly looked down from the observatory window, she accidentally let out a chuckle that was completely disconnected from their situation. I thought this when we first got here, but that besu-shaped streamer is kinda cute. That's the Gendo's national flag. What's a national flag? Who knows? It's a mysterious tradition. Maybe leaving it up tricks them into thinking she's loyal. But aren't the trackers here anyway? I guess its usefulness wore out then. As she looked down at the streamer, she caught sight of a small armed shuttle that looked like it had just arrived flying around the lighthouse room. They came armed. If that's the case, I guess it means they want to take me down, since you're the only one who's valuable to them and all. They won't be taking you down. Please summon the pillar boat, Tara-san. Will it get a signal? Wouldn't they jam it, or tap the systems maybe? We'll summon it by cable. The boat's moored to the pier down there. There's probably also a control line connection, so look for it please. So that's the purpose of a cable connection. Impressed, Tara raised the minicell implanted in her left hand and pressed it to the observatory's wall. No matter what kind of building it was sure to have a communication circuit running through the walls. The walls there were also made of AMC clay, which made it possible for someone to tap into the cable communications from anywhere as long as they had the passcode. Within 10 seconds, her minicell located the pillar boat being kept below. "All right, I've got it on the line. Come up here." The boating system could respond to assigned tasks as long as they were simple. The pillar boat, which had been moored as a sphere to reduce crosswinds while it remained on station, slowly began to rise on its jets. Then another aircraft, a shuttle, approached from below. The trackers had prepared an ambush, just like Diode said. "We don't have the luxury of boarding normally, Terra-san. We're going to have to jump." "Wyatt, aren't you scared of falling?" "It's better than getting caught." The two smashed out the observatory window and jumped, aiming for their boat as it hovered beside the tsunami surge. Since they were inside bubble-like pits, they weren't worried about suffocating in the hydrogen and methane atmosphere. If they slipped and fell, though, that was that. As they fell through the skies under a 2G acceleration, Tara worried she wouldn't make it out alive. She felt the soft landing and the familiar interior of the pillar boat surround her at the exact same time. She sighed, relieved. They shed their bubble pits for the control pits. While Tara was still in the process of making her way through the slimy tunnel, she saw only a single lit point on her cockpit's VUI before a sharp command issued from it. "Cockpit, lift up. Run away." Just like that, the pillar boat massively accelerated, causing Tara's pit to tumble all the way aft of the boat. As the boat started climbing, its jet plumes singed the rock tower Rock and Linnea had barricaded themselves in. "San. Quick, give the lift-up command to the rear pit." The jets were at full throttle, running without any vector tweaks or power reallocation. As a result, the nozzle configuration blasted out huge plumes which spread around them, cueing them into the resulting thrust vector. The two quickly began flying in the opposite direction. Diode quickly opened and set virtual throttle panels on her left and right and started adjusting each nozzle, or so it seemed, until she brought every throttle panel in reach to her right and killed the power to all of them. Tara was astonished. Tara acted on reflex to avoid an emergency. Before she could even think of curling into a ball and screaming, she had to live up to the name Tara Telltale and decompress without wavering first. In an instant, she flattened the boat, which had started yawing to the right due to the idle jets. At that moment, a cloud of sparks shot past them with almost no room to spare. "They're actually shooting." Diode frowned. Tara once again used her imagination to grasp the entirety of the boat and began stretching it into a shape with high speed and maneuverability. However, something rolling around inside the ship was obstructing her. The previous day's besu catch still seemed to be alive, and it wasn't allowing her to change the boat's form. Even though she wanted to point the squid in the direction of flight, it insisted on rolling sideways. Tara gave up and made do with a shape that wasn't fully flat, resembling the rays of the shallow ocean world Centomica. She pulled up the multi-frequency fish scanner VUI and assessed the situation behind them. In the night vision footage, Safwiwa was already a speck in the distance. A single rhombic shape stood out, the deep black muzzle of an armed shuttle aimed right at them. By the time Tara noticed it was glowing, they had already dodged the shot. Diode was scowling at the projection of the scene behind them. She dodged the two follow-up shots with an agile maneuver, hoping to use the moment to break the pursuit. It failed, and their pursuers followed. The two took stock of the trackers. It took a few seconds between shots, so they were probably using physical bullets instead of laser or particle guns. It was impossible to tell how much firepower they had, but judging from the barrel's caliber, it wasn't enough to sink them in one shot. At most, it might break a nozzle or shave off some clay. That suggested their plan was to make contact once the pillar boat stalled and began to sink. Tara and Diode were at a disadvantage when it came to maneuverability. They were in a big fishing boat, and no matter how capable a decompa might be at shapeshifting, there was nothing that could change that fact. While their boat had the thrust to give them an advantage in straight-line high-speed flight, they couldn't fly at full power in the dirty atmosphere. Their only choice was to keep evading their pursuers as long as possible. Let's put out a Mayday signal. The Gendo are unreasonable, but at least half of the other clans should be willing to help us. Will the signal get through considering an e-storm just happened? Arg, this microwave belt weather is awful. Why did it have to be now? That's precisely why they decided to attack now. No. The dust suspended in the atmosphere didn't just degrade the flight conditions, but communications too. That was probably what prompted their attack. The poor connection would allow them to abduct Diode without anyone noticing. We really are at a disadvantage with all this. Steeling herself, Terra continued, I'm going to make a hard shield behind us. Wait, it's too late for that. Check this out instead. Interrupting Terra, Diode sent one of her VUI panels to the back pit. Terra looked and nodded. It was a file she'd made the day before, their fishing strategy for black-veined squid. The school's an obstacle. Let's blend with them. Nice idea. I do feel bad for the besu though. The pillar boat turned sharply and plunged into a thick, majestic cloud wall in the left eyeball. Black-veined squid are large-class besu. Even the smallest ones measure 15 meters in length, and some grow up to 60 meters long. The squid are shaped like fishing sinkers. As they pump their innumerable, muscular tentacles in flight, the eyeball located at their pointy end darts around. Although they are besu in the same size class as Bokkai orca, and were both named after creatures they resembled from the Anno Domini era, they differ in two major ways. The first is that the squid's mouths are in the back, not the front. The second is that the squid don't swim much laterally. They swim vertically instead. Like a Cartesian devil, they float and sink from the altocumulus clouds at 80 kilometers above sea level down into the middle layers 100 kilometers below sea level. To the Cirque's knowledge, the squid weren't intelligent, but their vertical swimming required an entirely different fishing technique. Then the pillar boat, for the second time, and the enemy boat, for the first time, headed towards the black-veined squid habitat. They leapt straight in as they broke through the clouds. The sky was almost pitch black as blue-black rain fell across the whole area. For a moment, everything lit up as lightning flashed. Tens of sinker-shaped figures as far as the eye could see, their sizes easily rivaling a spaceship big and small alike, stood completely still as if frozen to the sky. It was a spectacular view. Terra screamed in delight. Whoa, doesn't it look like there are more of them now? It does. I wonder if they take shelter in this area. Diode focused her eyes on the darkness and quickly rolled the boat. A moment later, something big and heavy brushed against them. Once again, lightning flashed, and the besu they had seen earlier were now at different altitudes. The two suddenly realized that in reality the besu were moving. Their apparent stillness had been an afterimage. How does it look behind us? They're coming. High speed, poor vision, and obstacles. Diode had to keep her full focus ahead of the ship to maintain her situational awareness, so Terra kept watch behind them. They're here. Whenever there was an irregular flash of light, a single figure flickered in and out of sight among the school of black-veined squid. That figure never lost sight of the two or ran into any squid. Irritating though it was, the pursuing pilot was also incredibly skilled. They're following us. We didn't shake them off. They have to be using something besides radar and visuals. Insistent, huh? Ah well, we'll have a heat signature as long as the engine keeps running. That's it. Terra clapped her hands together and adjusted her breathing to decompress again. She opened small holes all over the thermonuclear engine. We've lost thrust and it's like the throttle is choking. What are you doing, Terra-san? Diode's shout had an uneasy edge to it. It's fine. Soothingly, Terra said, I created an intake to mix our exhaust with the cold air outside. I think it will make it harder to detect heat from behind us. You can do that. I'm not done yet. I thought of one more thing. Next, the sides of the hull started to undergo a huge transformation. The structure evoked Terra casting a net, but the shape spread into several thin bags that quickly filled with air. As they expanded, Terra closed them off using her specialty in ribs and strands. They were empty inside, but the outside was specially crafted to resemble a pillar boat. One by one, she separated them from the main boat as she finished them. Diode's breath hitched as she watched the scene unfold. Incredible. Terra formed 4 boats with the same shape around them but didn't let go. One moved like a dolphin bobbing up and down, the second spun around, the third darted left and right in a frenzy, and the fourth flew straight at Squid before dodging them masterfully. All four looked just as real as the boat the two were in. Once the decoys all looked accurate, Tara cast them away from the main boat and controlled them with a wire connection. Clone fight. The trackers' moves had become erratic. They chased the first clone, which suddenly switched places with the third. When the trackers seemed to get a lock on the second, the fourth came rushing at them. In the midst of it all, a 50-meter black-veined squid suddenly emerged, forcing the trackers to swiftly turn to avoid the floating obstacle. Ahaha, Tara-san, Tara-san. Diode burst into unhinged laughter. You're the best, you're seriously the best, ahaha. Phew-heh, I am, biwa. Tara had gotten a little too happy, and the third clone exploded before her eyes. A flash of light, different from lightning, had raced up behind and blown through it. Another cloud of light followed behind it, raking across their boat. Their opponents had ditched the barrel and started using buckshot. Ah, was my trick no good? No, you're doing great, those guys are wasting their bullets. Please keep it up. Okay. It was now a matter of life or death. Rain and dust, lightning bolts and alien lifeforms, black and white. Spray and steam filled the air. Diode pushed her piloting skill to her limits as she flew hither and thither. The 16,000-ton mass whirled, rolled sideways and back, and weaved amongst the squid like it was knitting them together. The OMS nozzles lined up along the hull spouted flames that flickered like fairy lights as Diode alternated between diving and climbing. Tara kept tight control over the decoys. It was fine for them to get shot. In fact, her strategy planned for that possibility. However, the amount of clay she needed to make those fragile imitations wasn't zero, and their pursuers might get some lucky hits. She had to operate them with nothing less than her full attention. She pulled the remaining 3 to and fro, using them as a decoy at some times and putting them on the offensive at others. She was improvising as much as possible while maintaining their intricate dance. That game of tag was put to a sudden end in a way they couldn't even have imagined. The fleeing pillar boat's surroundings suddenly became nothing but an opening between several squid that slowly sank, leaking black gas. The trackers had lost their patience and started involving the squid in the conflict. Tara frowned a little and whispered, "Squid-san, I'm sorry for getting you caught up in this. Hey, we really don't have much room to talk about that." Catching squid was the reason the two had come to begin with. Although the two were just making small talk, the next thing that left their mouths was nothing less than genuine astonishment. "Tara-san, look." Huh, what? The squid closest to them had turned its pointed end towards the trackers and was rushing at them. The enemy boat was obviously taken by surprise but wasn't hit by the squid. They swiftly evaded it and shot. However, shooting seemed to have been a bad decision. Other squid began swarming towards the enemy boat, each racing to be the first to get there. They repeatedly rammed the shuttle from the front, rear, and sides. Black-veined squid can do that. They can actually move like that. I had no idea. It's my first time seeing this too. Maybe they got mad about being shot at. Why? They didn't react at all when we caught one, did they? Even if they couldn't comprehend why, the fact was the squids were treating the armed shuttle with unadulterated hostility. The constant barrage of violent impacts smashed the shuttle's antenna and broke its radar. Looks like they can't shake the squid off. Ah, are they ensnared in the squid's tentacles? Ah, the gun's broken too. The two slowly brought their pillar boat about and watched the shuttle being surrounded by the squid school. Tara looked anxious, so Diode whispered, "Do you want to help them?" You're kind, Tara-san. And because you're kind, you don't just want to abandon them, do you? Despite what Tara thought, Diode hadn't been teasing her with that question. She had a gentle, faintly sympathetic look in her eyes. However, in spite of that, Tara used all of her willpower to shake her head. "No, I can't forgive the people who tried to steal you away back there. Let's leave them. Who knows, they might actually have another trick up their sleeves." You're trying too hard. What? Whoa. The pillar boat spun sharply. The squid were coiled around the shuttle like a ball, so the boat's trajectory was aimed slightly above them. Trying to act tough doesn't suit you. If you feel sorry for them, just be honest and say so, please. Daison, have the remaining decoys fly around the school of squid. They can use the opportunity to escape if they're lucky. Well, their gun's broken, so they'll surely need to retreat. I'm sorry. Since one of their decoys had been shot down, only 2 remained. Tara positioned the decoys to the left and right underneath the pillar boat, and the 2 flew extremely close to the enemy boat in that formation. One of the decoys snagged on the edge of the squid ball, slightly untangling them. Propulsion flames rapidly emerged from the gap the 2 opened. How was that? It worked, but it still wasn't enough. One more time then. Diode once again brought the pillar boat about. Tara placed the last remaining decoy directly underneath them, then decomped again to harden and reinforce the pillar boat's bulky hull. Diode agreeing to rescue them felt crazy, so Tara, alert to the possibility of a surprise attack, was preparing to keep the girls safe from danger. Let's go. The pillar boat was on a precise trajectory. They raced towards the enemy ship, or rather, what was soon to be a shipwrecked shuttle. At that moment, before their very eyes, the entire squid school balled up their tentacles and swung. Section, what is your name? Can you say your name? Tara, Intercontinental Endeavor. Do you know where you are? FatBeachBall. Inside a cloud, there were a lot of squid. Safwiwa, I smell gel. Pa. Tara suddenly came back to her senses when she felt a zap run through the fingertips of her painful left hand. The doctor in her face, a woman, was asking questions. Do you know who I am? T. the first aid avatar. Boating, end emergency station keeping mode. Return crew control? Tara shouted, and the doctor nodded once before disappearing. That virtual image, an interactive tool, appeared whenever a crew member passed out from accidents, seizures, or other health events. After it shut off, only a murky darkness remained. Tara was dazed. She could tell she had passed out, but couldn't remember the moment itself. The impact sustained by the pit had been incredibly violent, no doubt. Her headache felt like her brain had been divided into bags, and each one of them was being squeezed. Her eyes and ears felt like they were being stabbed with fingers. The pain was hydraulic, the result of her pit warping inwards from a collision. Tara had the sense that the dark scenery outside was quickly racing upwards. Gravity also felt weak. She had the realization that both she and the boat were in the process of falling. Daisan, Daisan. There was no response. Tara shuddered. What happened? Where's Diode? What about the boat? What about the tracker's ship? There were only 2 reasons a pair would go missing while flying a pillar boat. The first was that the pair had died instantly. The second was that the pillar boat had been physically split into 2. Tara was crushed by a wave of grief and nausea the moment the first reason came to mind. It was possible, since they had been flying through an obstacle-filled squid nest. Another possibility was that the tracker's ship had done something to them at the very last moment. Sinister, repugnant thoughts that a single cubic centimeter was all that remained of Diode's existence, or that she'd been pulped into 38 liters of juice and mixed with AMC clay spilled from Tara's mind. She did her best to shut down the thoughts. Wait, before any of that. There were still plenty of ways to attempt contact with Diode. She restored a multi-wavelength antenna outside the hull and tuned the radio. She broadcast a signal hailing her boat from her own boat, a signal type that would absolutely never be used under normal circumstances. Intercontinental to intercontinental, please respond. Not even 2 seconds passed before a small planet icon began spinning on the VUI. Tarasan. Tara felt relief from the bottom of her heart. The voice sounded urgent, but it was one Tara was familiar with. That there was a response meant that the second possibility, an accident splitting the boat in 2, was what had really happened. The pillar boat had broken in half somewhere between Tara and Diode. It was a serious accident, but it could have been worse. It was at least still possible to recombine the pillar boat. That said, she still didn't know where the boat had split or why. Tara-san, are you alive? Yes, I'm alive, Tara answered clearly. She paused before she spoke again. I was about to cry, though. I'm uninjured and only feel a light headache. My boat is falling. Do you know what happened? I'm glad you're unharmed and proud of you for not crying. As for what got us, if I had to say, it was a squid punch. Hi. Sorry, but let's save the explanation for later. My part of the boat is fine, so I'm going to rescue you. Please open a parachute immediately. The tracker's ship fled, so don't worry about them. Diode's tone was clinical, but her anxiety peeked through. Ah, yeah, Tara said, calmly following Diode's instructions. Diode was just casually trying to avoid sharing info Terra probably didn't need to know right away. The atmosphere of a gas giant might not be a bottomless pit, but it took more than a minute or two to kill a human falling into it. Terra was fairly certain they had been at an altitude of about 30 kilometers in the troposphere. If she could make full use of atmospheric drag, she could stall her descent to sea level for an hour or two. Even then, the thick middle levels of the atmosphere continued well beyond that, so she stood a very good chance of being rescued if she took the proper measures. Terra ordered her pillar boat to use its glider form. It was one of the available presets, so the crew only needed to state their preference for the pillar boat to start changing shape. Its wings spread gently. Terra felt a little weight return, but it was nowhere near what it was before the accident. Terra frowned as she grasped her situation. The glider didn't have enough lifting power to slow her sinking. It's not really stopping. Okay, I'm bringing up the radar. Damn, that's tiny. Is it a bathtub? I know, right? I'm pretty much down to just the pit. The optical feed displaying her surroundings looked like a fuzzy memory. The squid were gone, and as far as she could tell, the only thing visible in the total darkness of the Cloud Canyon was the incessant rain of dark liquid bake. Terra was falling at a leisurely 80 km/h inside a control pit no larger than a bathtub. If only the clay lump had been just a little bigger. The truth is, when we were attacked by the squid's tentacles, it punched your pit in just the right way to knock it loose. Can you remember? It all happened so quickly. Huh? Terra's voice rose in surprise. Just the pit. Is that even possible? Haven't there been a number of cases with where squids coiled around pillar boats and did severe damage with tentacle punches? I've heard of squid damaging engines and otter boards, but never aiming for the pit with that sort of precision. If that's the case, then still it's a mystery as to why they attacked the trackers like they did. Assuming you're right, it's possible punching the pit like that was just a coincidence. Well, forget all that. Right now your clay situation is what's important. Yeah, you're right. AMC clay is an incredible material used for a pillar boat's engine and fuel, as well as the manufacture of batteries, cables, wings, and pressure-resistant armor. But the refineries are only found on the base ships in orbit. Down in the atmosphere, no matter how many besu one might catch, there's no way to convert it to clay. The boating system threw a warning for the remaining amount of clay. Terra laughed emptily. Haha, I've only got about 3 buckets with me. It meant the clay stuck to the pit was all that was left. I'm hurrying with your rescue. Diode spoke a little faster. They were in a bad situation. By that point, the two were separated by about 5 kilometers. However, Terra and Diode couldn't see each other anymore. Not only that, their microwave and long-wave infrared sensors were having trouble getting through to one another. It was increasingly difficult to determine their relative positions. The pillar boat's core dived into a pursuit. Over the day, its clay mass had been reduced from 40,000 tons to a mere 13,000 tons. However, the real issue was its form. Terra had decomped and given the boat a wide form resembling a ray right after the pursuit began. Its airfoils provided the agility to evade the pursuing armed shuttle, but as one might guess, that specialization precluded any sort of nosedive. The boat's shape had become central their crisis. Diode switched between rolling the hull left and right to reduce her altitude, similar to a historical dogfighting maneuver known as the falling leaf. However, Terra was falling nearly vertically in comparison, so Diode couldn't really catch up. It would have been preferable to decomp the boat back into a form with minimal drag, but the decompa capable of doing that was in the clouds far below. Terra being Terra, she tested several methods to decelerate. She commanded the pit to take a glider form and a jellyfish form before attempting to craft counter-rotating wings and spinning them. She also thought of crafting a nozzle to propel herself. Rather, the nozzle had been the first thing she tried, but she stopped when the boating system flashed the clay warning. Spraying mass through the nozzles would leave none for later, for starters, but rocket thrust was also losing its efficiency as the atmospheric pressure rose. The situation just didn't allow her to follow through with rocket propulsion. Ultimately, she opted for a parafoil, the lightest available gliding form, and molded the clay into cloth and string. Still, it only reduced her falling speed to 50 km/h. Even worse, the wind had started to downburst ferociously. The parafoil kept losing its shape, and even when she patched it, it wasn't long before it collapsed again. She couldn't figure out which direction her pit was rapidly being blown. Things are looking kinda. This has turned into a really complicated situation. Tara licked her lips. The scenery outside of the 2 cubic meter pit swirled like a turbulent stream of mud colored in the 10 darkest shades found in a painter's kit, the pit swaying incessantly as the pressure increased by the minute. Tara-san, could you extend an arm? A 10 milli rod should do the trick. Diode's alto voice reached Tara. She maintained her usual cool, asking with the same tone as a polite request to pass the salt. What are you doing? I'm going to shoot a net at you. I'll predict when it will hit you and have the net open accordingly. So, please, just swing something around to try catching it. Anything will work. Got it, something you can do fly fishing with. The signal for the shot came. 200 high-density sinkers on an incredibly thin cable fell straight down. The weights were set to burst open and form a net 100 meters above the pit. Tara could see them on her VUI, but when the predicted time came, they weren't in reach. They scattered and drifted away on the violent winds into the skies above instead. Diode had shot them in the completely wrong direction, at any rate. That failed. I'll try again. Akare, please do. The shot signal came again, followed by a several-minute wait until the expected arrival. The hit symbol never appeared. A dissonant chime sounded to inform Tara that the pressure outside had reached 1 atm, meaning she had already fallen 30 kilometers. From that moment on, the relationship between the inside of the boat and the atmosphere would be reversed. The air and gel inside the pit were no longer trying to escape and were instead being pushed inwards. That said, it still wasn't a problem at all. The pit could handle up to 50 atm, the pillar boat 200 atm. There wasn't a crush risk yet, and still plenty of time until there was one. That's right, Tara kept telling herself that. Diode spoke up. Tara-san, have you thought of anything we could try next? I'm a little ashamed to ask, but would it be possible to contact Safwiwa and see if your mother could come help us? There's absolutely no need to feel ashamed, but yeah, the communication won't go through. We can't reach anyone, whether it's by direct line of sight or satellite relay. True, besides, one of the shuttles stayed there, didn't it? I hope they're okay. Now's not the time for you to worry about others. Ahaha, Diode's emphatic delivery made Tara laugh. So, it's at least possible to climb to an altitude where radio waves can get through under your own power. Yes. Plus, even if we're down to just the pits, it's possible to repair the boat as long as we can make it back to orbit. So let's think of more ridiculous solutions, too. Then. You've more or less told me already, but can you decompress, Daison? Not very well. I scored 8 points on the General Imagination Concretization exam 2 years ago. Tara had scored a full 100 points on the test. Of course, I'll consider decomping as an option, but there's a major risk that I'll break the boat if I'm not successful in changing its shape. Breaking it would be really bad, yeah. Then how about you keep the flat form, but put full power into the dive? Truth is, that's what I'm already doing. Diode shared a VUI panel with Tara displaying a propulsion output of 4 giganewtons. For the first time since the ordeal began, Tara broke into a cold sweat. That level of output while plunging through the atmosphere was not good at all. To put it in simpler terms, Diode was essentially forcing a thin plastic foam board underwater and kicking it to keep it down. It's a bit hard to keep control. I can't focus on anything else. I'm pretty much doing the exact opposite of decomping. No, don't do that, Daison. Stop, reduce your thrust. Why should I do that? Because I'm the boat's owner, Tara stated firmly. Limit your thrust to 1 giga. I'll suspend your Twister account if you don't. I don't want to, not until we think of something else. Diode replied immediately. I won't be able to keep up with you unless I keep it that high. She had hinted at something the two didn't want to say out loud, and that was the distance between them. The exact distance would be clear from measuring the communication lag, but it was already more than 20 kilometers. Diode wasn't catching up. She was falling further behind. There was a suffocating silence before the two started speaking with increasing passion. I wanted to tell you earlier, but I'm absolutely not going back by myself. I won't allow it. It would be the worst if both of us died, so please go back by yourself. A violent argument on the edge of hell broke out then and there. Why would that be the worst? Doesn't a double suicide sound good? I'd go for a double suicide. No way I'm leaving you behind, that's impossible. I'm following you in. You're going to suspend my account? Fine, do it, I dare you. Do it with the knowledge the boat's going to blow up if you do, okay. Cut the nonsense. You need to go back and keep living. You can tell my Aunt Mora, Bonus-san, and Dishcrash-san what happened if you go back to Idaho. And of course, you can meet up with your mother and Linnea-san and have a proper talk with them instead of shouting at each other. And after that, you can turn a huge profit catching besu with the boat. Ha, what are you babbling about? You must be pretty upset if you're already using empty words. If you're going to suspend my account, just do it already. But before you do, let me ask, you're hiding your true feelings, aren't you? You've been saying things you don't mean just because you want me to go back alive. What do you really want? What are your true feelings? Knock it off with the true feelings talk. If we open up about that right now, we'll panic and get even further from rescue. True feelings? That's what you care about right now. Is this really the situation to bring that up? You idiot, go back, go back. But you do have feelings, don't you? If you don't express them now, then when will you? So you'd better start talking now. Also, I already know what those feelings are, even if you don't share them. Kay, you always stare at me plenty, don't you? You want to catch me and squeeze me tight, just like a small animal. A small animal. I'm right, aren't I? I know all about it because I had that kind of thing happen all the time back at the girls' school. The big girls always want to pet and pamper the small girls. Tell you what, you can pet me and sniff me all you like. Just tell me to come get you already. Gah, you were staring too, Dyson. And you weren't just staring at me like you just caught sight of a large, rare animal. It was a different look, and I'm perfectly aware of what it meant. What? See, you don't even know what to say to that. You had ulterior motives when we started living together, I'm sure of it. Look, it's true that I don't really know much about that kind of thing, but I'm not stupid, you know. You were totally dead set on living in the attic because you were trying to control yourself, weren't you? The truth is you really just wanted to come down and be pampered. I'm right, aren't I? And you tried to say it yourself. What was it again? Something big and soft, W-weight. It was about these, huh? Boobs. You love them, don't you? What are you talking about? There was a shrill quality to her shouting that Tara had never heard from her before. You can't say something like that, Tara-san. Stop, please. Me, wanting to, with Tara-sans. OOBS. WHW, why would I want to do something like that? So why are you so nervous, then? I am not. You are, and also, you touch them every chance you get. Besides, do you really think I never heard about my boobs when I was trying to get married? They've definitely got appeal. And you tried to sneak up on me thinking I didn't know that, didn't you? Even if I don't know much about that kind of thing, I noticed. You have experience with boobs, don't you? Were you feeling me up? Well, I noticed everything. You were definitely up to something, even if I didn't quite understand what. Stop. Please stop, Tara-san. Sor, you have my deepest apologies. And then there's the condoms. I looked it up. They weren't for men, they were for fingers. Okay, I confess, I'm guilty. I'm sorry. At that point, Diode had undeniably started screaming. After screaming in shame, she covered her face and muttered in a daze, "It was just in case." Tara let out a long sigh and spoke gently, "I won't forgive you for that. So please, just go back already." It took a little while, but Diode's response was something quietly growing firmer. "I don't want to. I'm going to save you. I don't care about reason or logic anymore. Even if I'll hate you for it. Do you really not want me to?" Tara opened her mouth, but her voice didn't come out. It couldn't come out. Her silent response and Diode's silent acceptance mixed together comfortably. Eventually, Diode began talking again, politely. I had an idea. Do you mind?" Okay, Tara gulped, then promptly asked, "Go ahead, what are you thinking?" "I released the black vein squid." "Huh? The one we caught first. I still had it on me, so I released it." "Why did you do that?" "I had the feeling that it was still moving. It was a different squid that hit you, but didn't it seem like it was targeting you for a reason? I thought so, at least. So maybe if we track this one, I'll be able to pinpoint your location." "Ah, well, if that's the case, then we should have released it to begin with. Even then, its settling rate is incredibly fast, right? How are you going to chase the squid?" "I'm going to decomp into a diving shape." Tara swallowed her saliva in one gulp. Diode had just made a do-or-die declaration. "I can't make a very detailed shape, but I think I can do it as long as it's just a form that'll let me dive." And if it works and I catch up with you, you can return the boat to its previous shape. And if it doesn't work, you're falling straight in. The boat is going to groan, creak, and break, and then you'll fall into the deep ahead of me, you know? That's when 4,000 ATM will squash you. Gua. Please stop scaring me. I can't decomp if I don't relax. I'm well aware, isn't it scary? I'm not scared. Tara heard the sound of gel being inhaled deeply. If it means I can save you, there's not even a millimeter of fear in my thoughts. Tara smiled, and what's more, she felt herself loosen up. Dyson. Yes. Please come get me, I'll give you a reward. Got it, I'll be claiming all of it. I'm going to start decompressing, so the antenna is going to melt for a moment. The communication dropped out. Tara took a deep breath from her belly and stretched her whole body. At that moment, she heard a violent curtain of rain whip against her pit and her parafoil, unable to withstand the gust, silently ripped into shreds. She began to feel floaty. Her descent was in near freefall as it accelerated towards terminal velocity. Tara looked out from the small, tumbling pit as it fell, carried sideways and downwards by the storm's violent surges. Nobody had ever been calmer than she was. There was one more planet residing within the depths of the storm. According to observations made by the Cirques when they first arrived, a rocky planet had collided with FBB around 35 million years ago. It still spun steadily in the depths of the bulky, gaseous body. That planet, which they had named Iron Ball, didn't just provide them with a variety of elements. Its continual stirring of the deepest layers gave birth to a variety of lifeforms and molecular structures, which then carried on the wind to FBB's upper atmosphere. It was thanks to Iron Ball that the Cirques could catch plenty of besu, which in turn allowed them to live in a place like this. Isn't that wonderful? Aren't you thankful for it? It was a platitude Tara had heard plenty of times starting from primary cruise school. Am I wonder, Tara thought. No, I don't think I am. This world is stifling. It was a small world with only around 300,000 inhabitants, isolated from wider civilization. It was an old clan society, strangled by old customs. They lived a life of marriage interviews, marriage, and bearing children. Their path through life was predetermined. Refusing that path meant being coerced into something else. Freedom was always something chosen by other people and gifted to them, and those who refused that gift were knocked down a peg. And because of that, even after that girl and I ended up in a place like this, we still couldn't speak our true feelings. Now that she was here, Tara finally understood they had both been hesitating to say something neither of them had reason to hesitate over. It was telling the person they loved to come be by their side. It was putting that feeling into words and having it be heard. Something that wouldn't disappear, even if they acted like they forgot. The meaning behind, "Why don't you come live together with me?" would change, and their relationship would become something that obviously didn't exist within the Gendo clan, or for that matter, the Endeavor clan. What would a relationship feel like? I think it's absolutely expected that we can't be open about it, so will we have to keep it a secret and live in fear no matter what? No, there's no need for that. From the beginning, Diode had been gazing somewhere far away. She wanted to go beyond this planet. Tara finally understood why that girl hadn't given her the answer she wanted to hear. She was scared I would say I didn't want to leave. If that's why, then I'm fine with leaving together. Going to the very edge of the galactic interactive in that giant, cross-winged bird, if that's what it takes. I have no reason to hesitate. Once Tara found her resolve, she felt her heart open in a way it never had before. Decompression. The shell of Tara's pit roiled, and the single liter of remaining AMC clay thinned, lengthened, and stretched into a kilometer-long fiber no more than a micron thick. The fiber drifted and fluttered around inside of that storm, weaving a net no more than 500 meters wide. That net controlled the fate of the two. It was only a small chance, but it was a chance. Something touched the tip of the net. Not even a moment passed between her noticing and the pit being yanked up. A mineral eyeball, as large as a table for two, stuck to the outer wall and moved around as it peeked inside and clung to the pit with its tentacle. The squid, it touched the fiber Tara had spread, having arrived in pursuit. And the squid being here means. The very next moment, a violent gust blew from above, and a giant, misshapen lump of clay tumbled by, swallowing the pit the squid had just yanked up. Then the clay slid off, dice on. It wasn't possible to see the big, dark pink thing that had just raked by her. However, Tara knew it was the pillar boat. She knew it had taken damage and that she had seen just one fragment of the 13,000-ton clay mass. Tara the decompa acutely understood the situation. A girl who had failed to decompress was buried inside and unable to respond. Diasae. She was hit by the shockwave, and both the pillar boat and squid fell away. A loud wind blew and sent the pit tumbling. Tara screamed. Screaming was all she could do. Dyson, Dyson. Tara's tears mixed with the gel as she watched the dot continue to get further away. She focused her full consciousness on the skies below her for the sake of keeping track of Diode, for the sake of touching her again. She regretted trying to drive her off, realizing Diode would have been the one stricken with this feeling instead. It had been do or die, but Diode had gone through with it. The only thing left to do now was accompany her. The last decomping, Tara crushed the soft, thin fiber into a curved shape along the bottom of the falling pit and stretched it into a long tail on the top, molding the pit into a teardrop shape. Please wait a bit, okay? I won't be long. The pit fell faster, diving into the heavy water, ammonium sulfide, and ammonium hydrosulfide clouds. The depth meter continued to increase smoothly, the barometer naturally following suit. The outer shell began to creak. The hydraulic pain returned. Something broke somewhere. Something began spraying out. Something Tara had never smelled before was mixing with the gel. Tara clenched her teeth while all that happened, constantly watching the dimly swaying spots in the increasing darkness below with her aching eyes. After a little bit, the whole scene began to glow. She could still see the glow even when she closed her eyes. It quickly became more intense, engulfing Tara's mind and body. What year is it now? Someone wondered. Light passed through leaves at an angle, illuminating a thicket from which a small woman emerged, treading on the dark soil and undergrowth with her sandals. She was dressed in white and appeared to be in her 30s. Her dashing, dignified pixie cut almost sparkled, and she puffed her chest out like it contained the most pride anywhere in the universe. Tara blinked and stared at the woman, repeatedly checked over the lack of injuries on her own palms, then made sure there weren't any stains or tears in her emerald and gold deck dress. Looking around her, she saw a stone rampart wreathed in ivy, a covered wagon with the carriage slanted from broken spoke wheels, and a horse hurrying away to the one open space carpeted in wildflowers. No matter which way she looked at it, she was in Idaho's media storehouse. She froze as her mind went blank. What? The woman who had approached Tara circled around her once, looking at her with deep interest. She asked, was it an accident, a suicide, or something else entirely? Wah, what? Perplexed, Tara could only react by stepping backwards. She was certain her pit had been smashed to pieces and that she was no longer of this world. She suddenly remembered once hearing that humans witness their memories of a lifetime in fast forward at the moment of their deaths, like a dream. Is that what's happening? She didn't know this woman, though. Tara wanted to think of people who were important to her, and yet someone like this had intruded. What is this? Who are you? Me, I'm Etta. Dryada de la Lucid, interstellar biologist first class, one of the first great chiefs of the Cirques and father of the besu. WH what? Her answer didn't clear anything up. Tara felt even more shocked and confused. Dyson. Feeling hopeless, she looked around for Diode in her surroundings. She wasn't sure if there was any point, since it was possible this scene was only an illusion created by her own body as it tried to escape reality. However, her search definitely wasn't in vain. The woman who had introduced herself as Etta spoke up. Wait a moment. I caught one more person just now. Did you come here looking for this girl? She walked towards the stone wall and brought back a girl in a diamond and graphite dress. Dyson. Tara lifted the girl like she was stealing her back, then caressed her pale, smooth face. Her long eyelashes were shut tight, but breath continued to pass through her small nose while gentle warmth radiated from her body. Dyson, what a relief! Tension completely broken, Tara collapsed to her knees and burst into tears there and then. I see, so you came to save this girl. Etta sat down on the low stone wall nearby and crossed her legs. After allowing her emotions to spill out for a little while, Tara finally wiped her face and looked at Etta. Did you save us? Actually, were we even saved? I can't talk to anyone except the decompa, so that's why I gave you that girl as a little treat. But if I had to answer, sure, I saved you both. The place you've arrived at is a garden of ideas, where fellow people whose minds aren't constrained by language gather. You're in the middle of decompressing, so no need to worry. Tara, however, only started to feel more doubtful. She had just started to think how great it would be if this were real, since she was holding Diode in her arms unharmed. It felt like the woman in front of her was denying that. We're in the middle of decomping, so. Is this a dream? It's not a dream, just like the pillar boat changing shape isn't a dream. Say some all-mass convertible clay transformed into a stage and the actors on it started moving. Would you call that a dream? No, I probably wouldn't. Tara noticed something felt off and opened her mouth. Am I made of clay then? What about my real body? Does it feel like either of you aren't real flesh and blood right now? No, not really. Then what's the problem? Etta grinned so brightly Tara wasn't sure what to make of it. Anyway, change of topic. The woman hopped down from the stone wall and crouched in front of Tara. May I ask what your name is? Tara. Tara, Intercontinental Endeavor. Ooh, so the Endeavor clan lives on A. Congrats. You said your name was Etta, right? Do you have anything to do with exceptional Etta? That's me. It's been a while. It makes me happy to hear that, but a little embarrassed too. What's the year? We're in CC 304. I see, so I overslept and missed the 300th anniversary. Well, it's good that it's been 15 years since someone fell in. 15 years? Now that she mentioned it, I do remember hearing about something along those lines back then. So you've been asleep since. You wake up when people fall in. I'm usually asleep, but whenever something happens, it wakes me up. Who? Iron Ball. Tara looked at her unblinkingly. Of all the shocking and surprising things that Etta was throwing at her, that one hit her the hardest. Etta looked back at Tara and grinned. Anyway, why don't we have some food while we chat? Tara knew it wasn't the right time to eat, but she was beginning to doubt everything. Etta guided her to a spot, and Tara took a seat on the stone wall. Etta produced a basket from the broken carriage. Despite Tara's unease with the off feeling about the place, she ate the cucumber-like and cheese-like sandwich she was offered and complimented its incredible flavor. Etta laughed at Tara's praise for the high fidelity of 303-year-old printers, saying it hadn't come from a printer. This is food, not food-like. It's real cucumber and dairy from the early days, back when those things were still alive and kicking. All of our ingredients are recycled organic matter now, so everything we eat comes from the printers. For people orbiting a place that's starved for elements, I'd say they're doing well. Decomping is what lets us eat this sort of thing here. While Etta chowed down on her sandwich, Tara murmured, What exactly is decomping? Excellent asking that right out of the gate. So, in exchange for temporarily reducing the capacity for human thought, the driving force of our language centers, in other words, to a minimum, one maximizes their ability to mold, which gives shape to the clay. Decompas, the Cirques, believe they change the boat's shape to their desires. But do you really think that's an ability that humans possess themselves? Think, but aren't we really doy? The clay changing shapes like it does makes you think you're the one doing it. As Tara realized the alternative to humans molding the clay, she was horrified. The clay's alive and in sync with humans. Exactly. Etta pointed at Tara and winked. Iron Ball, the planet circling in the abyss. In reality, it's a single gigantic life form that arrived at FBB millions of years ago. Thing is, though, it doesn't seem to have crashed here on purpose. It's been trying to escape the whole time. Life forms that call themselves humanity arrived here recently, so it's been using that tiny crowd to slowly but steadily work on breaking out of here. We let them catch and export us on purpose, is how it's done, more or less. We've been doing that, Tara asked, then corrected herself. They've been making us do that. Correcting herself again, she asked, Are they really okay with giving us a small amount of clay that's going to get roasted and turned into building material before it's shipped off in the Daxaneo? The mola mola, which was introduced from a planet with an ocean, lays 300 million eggs, and of those, no less than 99% are eaten by predators. And yet, the mola mola hasn't shown any sign of being bothered by that. So Iron Ball is a fish like a mola mola. Ooh, you get it. You know your stuff, don't you? Etta happily rubbed her hands together. Its survival tactic does tend to favor a large number of births to make up for the high death rate, but biologically speaking, they're not related to fish species from Earth. The reason why they're similar is, well, like you just said, you're the father of besu, right? Etta laughed happily for some reason when Tara pointed it out and started to brag. That's right, I am. I poured myself into them. Body plans suitable for fluid migration, drifting, floating, rising, and sinking, that sort of information. Before then, Iron Ball only discharged what we call bake, but after I got involved, things clicked and it started to birth besu in large numbers. That's why I'm the father. Iron Ball is the mother. Shouldn't you call her your girlfriend then? Certainly, KKK. Etta cackled joyously. Tara stared at the totally unreserved woman, then remembered what the girl she held in her arms told her a while back. Didn't you have another partner? Etta stopped laughing and looked at Tara with interest. You know about that. You weren't the only great chief back then. There was also a woman named Majiri. I heard you two were married. So you do know about her. The last time anyone ever mentioned her was nearly 200 years ago, I think. Where did you hear that? Idaho's Year 10 ring, in the Antiquity Fan District. Whoa, aren't we there right now? What a coincidence. Now's not the time to be wowed. Where is this Majiri-san? You're so focused on Iron Ball. Isn't that like having an affair? Etta snorted and burst into laughter. An affair? Ahaha, an affair. Ahaha, this is the first time anyone's ever said that. I suppose it is, but I ended up having kids with this other woman because I ended up never going back. That's no laughing Matt. Well, the reason I never went back is because I was dead. I didn't call for Majiri either, because she would have died. Tara was at a loss for words. I had a weird fall back in CC8. Ball-chan picked me up right before I was crushed to death, like it did with you just now. A lot happened, but we successfully reached a mutual understanding regarding the ability to decompress. So it began producing besu and allowed humans to catch them. But as you might expect, there's a possibility the besu are an artifact of my personality. So if I decide to log out and go back up, the besu will probably disappear when I do. Before, Tara would have probably felt lost and troubled, but now she had only one possible reaction. Wouldn't it be better to throw it all away and go back to her? Ooh, Etta leaned backwards and said in a bright voice, I'd single-handedly collapse the fishing industry if I did that. And since the circs stuck up in orbit make their living off fish, that would be that, don't you think? You can't be sure. If it can't escape from this planet, Iron Ball won't cooperate anymore. And if it stops, so what? Tara held Diode tight and glared at the legendary Great Chief. Wouldn't it have been better to go back to Majiri-san, no matter what happened? Just hearing that, I can tell you're the type to commit, aren't you? Etta nodded to herself. Her smile looked like a small flower petal. I wish Majiri could have heard that too. The meaning behind Etta's words slowly sank in, and Tara turned red and hung her head. She had just chided Etta for something that also applied to Majiri. When creatures resembling Earth's fish suddenly began to appear, there could be no doubt Majiri had sensed the reason why. Her beloved partner still existed somewhere at the bottom of the atmosphere. Even if she didn't understand how, Majiri must have known she'd end up the same way as Etta, existing in the veil between death and the unknown. And yet, Majiri hadn't come. She couldn't be reunited for the same reason as Etta. The survival of the people living in orbit depended on her. That was when Majiri had summoned the Daxineo and established their trade. What am I even doing, acting like I know everything? How could I say that about those two? Etta-san. Yeah. I'm sorry, Yi. It's okay. Tara started to cry before Etta gave her a big, bright smile. Hearing that was refreshing. It feels like a little reward after a long 300 years. Okay. And to show that I forgive you, I'm happily sending you two back up. Sending us, you mean we can go back? We can go back alive. Yep, Iron Ball can lob ejectors into the stratosphere. Sending your boat back is trivial in comparison. Etta said. For some reason, she turned around and muttered, the squid punching you two like that was an incredibly embarrassing mistake. Some exception from exceptional Etta, huh? But a Fisher decompa coming to the rescue of someone getting murdered by squid was beyond even my imagination. Is something the matter, Etta-san? Nathiyang. Etta turned back to Tara and flashed a cheerful smile. You two don't have to worry about a thing. Even if you say that, it still feels bad for us both to go back and leave you behind. Ah, you're worried about that. Nah, it's fine. Didn't I tell you the besu will disappear otherwise? Besides, even if I go back while you two stay here, Majiri is long gone. You two are the ones who will make others sad if you don't go back. I don't really know if they'd be that sad about it, though. Really? Well, if that's the case, then I just don't want your pity. Besides, once the rest of Iron Ball gets scooped up in the end, we'll be leaving together. Is that how it's going to be? Yep, that's how it's gonna be. Well, going outside is something that I'll do a little later. It's not like that's the reason Majiri developed the fishing industry. I see, so you lead a sleepy lifestyle, Eda-san. That's right. Though I'll be leaving long after you die, in the sense of bodily function. Tara had no way to tell if everything Eda said had been true, but she replied with a smile. I see. You're definitely going to make it out in the future, Eda-san. At Eda's prompting, Tara stood and headed for the archive's exit. A horse with a gorgeous mane accompanied them through the thicket. The sinister feeling that she was in the afterlife had long faded and had become a nice, breezy place. Eda quickly glanced at Diode's face. By the way, Tara-chan. Chan. Come on, I'm 323 years old. Tara-chan, a minute ago you said no one would be sad if you died, so I was wondering. Has that girl been giving you trouble? Tara turned to stand in front of the woman who looked like she couldn't be more than 3 years older than her, and happily shook her head. No, she hasn't given me any trouble at all. Good, Eda chuckled. That's nice. I don't usually pick up anyone but the decompa, so a lot of things happen to catch my interest this time around. I like you. Here, take this. As she said that, Eda grabbed the horse's tail and pulled it with all her might. Whoa. Tara stopped herself from running away. The horse stood still, devoid of any anger, while Eda held a single tuft of golden hair. She handed it to Tara, who was speechless, and whispered to her with a meaningful grin. The Daxaneo only comes once every 2 years, right? But isn't it weird how that seems to be the only way to leave this system? Now that you mention it, it is. Is there another way out? Did you know women who pull a horse's tail get sent flying? Eda combed the long, slightly dry fur with her fingers. If things get too hard to deal with and you don't know what else to do, pull on the tail of that little one. Use the Great Chief's code in Idaho's early ring, and there should be a partition. If you activate the Gwanganhan drive, you'll arrive in the nearby Zugspitze star system in 2 weeks. Tara gasped in surprise. That's really She wasn't sure what to say. If we leave, then won't it interrupt the besu export? You can't be sure. Isn't that right? Supporting Diode on her shoulder, Tara extended her free arm to Eda, who slid herself into it. Thank you very much. No problems, no problem. Eda gently tapped Tara's arm and stood at the archive's exit. It was different from the one on the version of Idaho up in orbit, more akin to a gate of light. Now, get going. Make sure you haven't forgot anything, Kay. Is it okay if I come visit again? Eda, both hands still shoved in her lab coat's pocket, walked behind Tara and sent her flying with a kick to her butt with a sandaled foot. Of course not, dumbass. Above Tara, huge debris fell like the entire world was crashing down. As her pit was sent flying into the storm by the force of the impact, what little clay remained molded itself around her. Gwa! Ow, ow. After an intense and uncomfortable sloshing and jostling in the gel, Tara composed herself. The clay indicator on her VUI had changed from deep red to light orange. Wait, more importantly. Dyson. Another pit was visible through the tens of VUI panels that had simultaneously rebooted and were flooding with information. Tara instinctively glued herself to the container wall. Boat. Synchronize the hydraulic pressure between pits and dock them to one another. The 2 pits immediately merged. Tara flinched as the muddy, foul-smelling gel began to mix as she climbed in, but pulled the small, limp figure into her arms. Are you okay? Can you breathe? She knew without having to be told that Diode was suffocating in her own vomit. Tara had never gotten into that situation herself, but saw it happen to her classmates multiple times back when she was a cruising student. It was a decomping failure. Diode hadn't been able to change the boat's shape to her desire and give it a new form. When AMC clay couldn't isolate a thought, it changed shape chaotically and caused a boat to shatter into countless pieces. As a decompa's sense of self gradually dissolved, The shock disrupted her proprioception, and she lost the ability to tell where her arms, legs, head, and body were positioned. When that happened to a person, be they in air, space, or immersed in liquid, the same thing happened: vertigo, extreme seasickness, vomiting, and an inability to move. Tara saw. That's enough. Feeling her touch, Diode pushed Tara away and wiggled free. The gel, it's dirty. Who cares about the gel? Tara made a big spinning gesture with her finger. It was a signal to replace all of the gel. The pump revved up and sprayed gel so forcefully from the circulator nozzles in the wall that it hurt. Tara wrapped herself entirely around Diode and pressed on her belly. Come on, let it out. Breathe in. She was relying entirely on brute strength to forcibly clear Diode's trachea. How's that? Are you okay? San, Diode gasped. Her whole face felt sticky and upset. She glared at Tara. You call that? Completely charmless activity. Artificial breathing. Tara didn't say a word and kissed her. She tightly hugged the girl, who was no more than half of her volume, and gave her a long, long kiss before she pulled back to stare at her. Diode's eyes were wide open in surprise. Wow, what? That was my first time ever, you know. With just those words, Tara made a bewildered Diode fall quiet. She sat Diode in her seat and stood in front of her. Bringing the Decompa UI over from her own seat, Tara spread out 4 rows on her VUI and assessed the pillar boat's condition. Although its structure and composition had been clearly wrecked, the shape reproduced in her mind was completely faithful to the real thing. Thank you for all the effort you put into this despite not being used to decomping. I'm really thankful that you brought the boat this far. Okay. I'll be trying my best too, even if I can't compare to you, okay. Decompression, Tara gently melted the 2,000 tons. She rearranged the boat, smoothly molding its mass into a stack. She formed a single large nozzle underneath, sharpened the nose cone, and aimed the ship towards the faint blue at the zenith. An 80-meter-long solid rocket booster made itself visible. It didn't have the immense power that was standard for a normal pillar boat, but it was enough to make them a spaceship. Still, it wasn't enough to reach orbit. At best, they would achieve a suborbital arc over the planet instead. But in the time it took between their rise and fall, the odds one of the 16 clans would come to their rescue certainly weren't bad. How's this? Tara asked, turning around gracefully. Diode rubbed her eyes and started to cry. What's wrong? Tara-san. Diode's tears spilled out. The girl, who was so quick to anger, who had tried so hard not to cry the very first day they went fishing only to end up crying anyway, was now reduced to a sobbing, happy mess. I am so happy we didn't fail. Hi. We sank, didn't we? You and me. Sobbing, Diode quickly pulled Tara into a firm hug. We were separated, and we missed each other's hands and were falling towards that darkness. Wah. Diode buried her face in Tara's chest without hesitation, and dumbfounded, Tara took the thump. She definitely remembered sinking and was thoroughly ignoring the memory in spite of it. There was no way any of it had been real. However, boat, show the outside pressure log for the past hour. Responding to her order, the VUI displayed the log. 32 minutes earlier, it had recorded a pressure of 4038 atm. Tara quietly closed her eyes and rubbed the fingers on her left hand together. There was nothing in them, but the sensation of dry fur was clearly still there. Tara-san. Okay, calm down. Tara hugged Diode's thin shoulders. The feeling of her touch, the vitality of her presence, in the end, they were things that person couldn't get herself. That was what had given meaning to her gift. The boat's going to fall, you know. You don't want this to happen all over again, do you? Diode immediately stopped crying and shook her head. Then, will you fly us? Why, yes. Diode held her hands up like a pianist about to start their performance before timidly swinging them back down. She spread out the twister's VUI and allowed the wind to sweep across the rocket's control surfaces to get a sense of its flight characteristics. Even though it was her first time taming a beast like this one, she gracefully nosed it down to align it to her desired direction with a light touch and extreme ease. She was showing the flashes of pure genius she usually did as a twister, but she was still acting a little off. She turned around and peeked over her shoulder with her dark blue eyes trembling anxiously. Are you really okay with this? What do you mean? If I go back, they're definitely going to come after us again. Other people will too. She looked at Tara, looked down, looked at Tara again, then looked down. Of all the times Tara had seen her face, this was the most vulnerable she ever looked. That's what. It will mean to go back with me. Dyson. Yes. Diode turned around like she had been zapped. Tara presented her lips to the girl. Didn't you say you were going to claim the whole reward? You. As Tara expected, Diode snatched her up for the first time. She embraced Tara with the power of a small, fiery dragon. Tara felt the warmth of the cute lips, from which she had only heard sass, bluster, and griping, against her body for the first time. Unbelievable euphoria spread from the top of her head to the tips of her hands and feet, melting the entirety of her being. Ha! Diode pulled and looked up at her with a supernova sparkling in her eyes. No complaints, okay. You're the one who asked for it. Yes. Tara was no longer standing when she replied. Her large body was floating in the gel like a bouquet submerged in water. Well then, let's get going. She suddenly turned around and looked at the sky, determined. This is a garbage planet where we can't even become fishers, but if you're with me, I think I can put up with it. We don't have to, Tara whispered faintly. There's a horse. Hi. Diode turned slightly and a chuckle escaped Tara. I'll tell you about it later. It was nothing she hadn't already said, and nothing they weren't already looking forward to. They gave each other a big nod and reached for the scattered panels. They tapped their toes on the floor and swept their arms like they were drawing a comet's tail. A burst of light kicked against the abyss. End of Volume 1.